The story opens with a time count clock displaying 9,995 hours, rapidly approaching the 10,000-hour mark. According to the 10,000-hour rule, one requires at least 10,000 hours of dedicated practice to master any skill. A boy named Nas Sangjun stands confidently before the backup dancers, appearing like a professional, yet beneath his composed exterior, he is drenched in sweat. Nevertheless, he moves with precision, performing clean dance steps while singing and dancing in sync. However, when he flashes back to his rookie days, he is often scolded by the director, who questions whether that was the best he could do. Caught off guard, Sang stood awkwardly before the other trainees and the director. The director pointedly asks whether he calls this dancing, then taunts that even a doll could dance better than him. Sang apologizes wearily and assures him that he will practice more next time. However, before he can finish, the director grabs his head and demands to know if Sang thinks he doesn't know that he practices really hard. Pointing his finger at Sang, the director remarks that everyone knows how hard he practices, yet concludes bluntly that he has no talent. He adds that if Sang can't sing, he should at least be able to lip sync, and questions what they are supposed to do with him if he can't even dance properly. As Sang bows and apologizes, the director sighs in frustration, calls his name, and urges him just to give up, leaving Sang stunned. Meanwhile, the clock continues ticking, reaching 9,997 hours and a few seconds more. At night, Sang sits alone in the dance practice room, holding his head in his hands as he reflects on the past that he has practiced until exhaustion for 3 years, but can't fathom why he can't do it. Taking a deep breath, he rises to his feet, plays a song on his phone, and slips it into his pocket, determined to give it one more try. As the music fills the room, he begins to dance, focusing intently on syncing his movements with the rhythm. But midway through, his foot slips, and he stumbles to the floor. He glances at his reflection in the mirror, and he clenches his teeth in frustration. With a weary sigh, he turns off the music and collapses onto the floor, overcome with disappointment. Lying there, he admits to himself that he is terrible at this and begins to think it might be time to give up. Suddenly, the lights go out, and he looks around in confusion, assuming there must have been a power outage. In that moment, the director appears behind him, leaning in close and asking if he truly intends to quit. The sudden appearance leaves Sang completely stunned, his eyes widening in disbelief as he sees the director standing before him. Still processing the shock, he hesitantly asks why the director is there. Recalling the director's earlier suggestion to give up, Sang insists that he hasn't decided to quit yet and politely asks for a little more time to improve. But before he can finish, the director steps closer and remarks that it's unfair that Sang worked so hard but made no progress, and asks if it isn't frustrating. Utterly taken aback, Sang senses that something about the situation feels strangely different from usual. The director leans closer, his tone low and cold, remarking that despite all of Sang's effort, he still lacks talent. Words that sink heavily into Sang's heart, leaving him disheartened. With a grin, the director extends his hand to the book tucked in his arm and asks if Sang wants talent, which surprises the protagonist. The director then tosses the book toward him, and as Sang catches it and asks what it is, the director reminds him that he once said he wanted talent equal to the effort he had put in. Meanwhile, the timer keeps ticking, entering its final minute before reaching 10,000 hours. The director turns away, remarking that he had only intended to observe quietly, but Sang has finally met the requirement. Looking down at the book in his hands titled The Law of 10,000 Hours, Sang tilts his head in curiosity, wondering if it's just a self-development book. The director walks to the side, urging him to put in as much effort as he wants. Then, turning his head back with a faint grin, he tells Sang that from now on, the talent he longed for so desperately will follow his efforts. When Sang curiously wonders what that means, the director suddenly collapses to the ground, which startles him. Meanwhile, the clock keeps ticking through its final minute, inching closer to completing 10,000 hours. As Sang frantically calls out for help, urging anyone to contact an ambulance, the clock counts down its last few seconds and finally strikes the 10,000-hour mark. Later that night, Sang sits quietly in his room, one hand covering his face as exhaustion and confusion weigh on him. From the corner of his eye, he notices the book lying nearby. He reaches out and lifts it into his hand, staring at it in silence. He recalls the director's words that he had once said he wanted talent equal to the effort he put in. Glancing at the book in his hand, Sang mutters inwardly that the director should have just told him to give up from the start, that some things don't change even if he puts in the effort, and tearfully scratches his head, adding that he should have said so before everything went this far. Overcome with frustration, Sang throws the book toward the mirror, but to his shock, it disappears right into the glass. Startled, he freezes in place, wondering if his eyes are deceiving him or if he is seeing things wrong. As he cautiously reaches out toward the mirror, his hand slips through it, drawing his entire body inside. He lands in a strange, unfamiliar place that resembles a vast library. Looking around in awe, he is taken aback to see books floating freely in midair and their pages turning on their own. Startled by the sight, his eyes fall on a sign ahead, which reads, "Welcome to the Ability Library." He wanders through the vast library in disbelief, murmuring that none of this makes any sense. Amidst his walk, his foot bumps into a book lying on the ground. He picks it up and flips it open, revealing a page titled Law of 10,000 Hours, User's Manual, with a single instruction: aim at a mirror and throw the book into it. Frowning in confusion, he wonders if the text means he ended up here, because he actually threw the book at the mirror. Just then, another book drifts down slowly from above. He instinctively raises his hand to catch it, and the moment he does, his eyes widen in shock. Later, in the dance practice room, a man named Jo Seung-hyun hands Sang his business card from JS Entertainment, greets him politely, and says it's a pleasure to meet him. Meanwhile, the director, standing nearby, lets out a light chuckle and asks Seung-hyun what he thinks about Sang and whether he believes Sang could become a good actor. Seung-hyun studies him for a moment, noting inwardly that his looks are more fitting for an idol, then asks if Sang has any interest in the film industry. Sang intently glances at Seung-hyun's business card, realizing that JS Entertainment is the very company he had dreamed of joining, even if it meant going through countless auditions. Excitement flashes across his face as he looks up and declares that he wants to become an idol. When Seung-hyun asks for confirmation, Sang nods eagerly, affirming it without hesitation. Meanwhile, director Choi, standing to the side, scoffs inwardly, calling Sang a stubborn brat to the very end. Out loud, he tells Seung-hyun not to expect too much from Sang's singing or dancing abilities. But as Seung-hyun walks toward the table, a faint smile crosses his face, and he replies that they will see about that. Seung-hyun takes a seat beside the director and asks Sang if he can sing something for them. Sang nods in agreement, ready to perform. The director, however, watches with quiet concern, thinking to himself that there's no way Sang could have improved, as it's only been a week. He internally reminisces about his meeting with Sang in his office 1 week ago. He asked Sang whether he had considered quitting, and the protagonist agreed that he had. When Sang shared his idea with director Choi, the director, with a bright grin, found it a great idea and assured him that he would schedule an acting audition for him immediately. However, Sang, with a bow, requested him for 1 more week. Suddenly, the director was startled to see the 1,000-hour rulebook in his hand, and, upon seeing his expression, Sang reminded him that he had given it to him and told him to work hard. Gritting his teeth in rage, director Choi demanded to know what he was talking about and when he had ever done such a thing. When Sang remained silent, the director slammed his fist on the table, his voice rising in frustration as he accused Sang of joking around and mocked him, saying that nothing would change even if he made up stories like that. When Sang tried to respond, his phone suddenly rang from his back pocket, interrupting the tense moment. The director turned around, allowing him to answer the call. Sang pulled out his phone and glanced at the screen. It was from Osung Seoul Hospital. Answering it, he heard a calm but firm voice on the other end asking if he was Na Sang-woon's guardian. When he confirmed, the caller informed him that this month's hospital bill hadn't been paid and warned that if the payment weren't transferred immediately, they would have to forcibly discharge the patient. Sang quickly assured the caller that he would transfer the money right away. After ending the call, he turned back to the director, bowed deeply, and pleaded for just 1 more week, begging him to give him that small chance. Back in the present, the director grips his head in frustration, regretting that he shouldn't have listened to Sang's request. As the protagonist begins singing, the director sighs internally, thinking it's useless for someone as tone-deaf as he is to sing. But then, something unexpected happens. Sang's voice suddenly takes on a rich, captivating tone that fills the room, leaving both the director and Seung-hyun stunned. His singing flows naturally, as if he were standing in a tranquil autumn forest, lost in the beauty of the moment. When he finally finishes, the room falls silent, and both the director and Seung-hyun stare at him in utter amazement. Seung-hyun, utterly amazed, stands up and enthusiastically exclaims that Sang is incredible. With a broad grin, he pats the director's shoulder, teasingly saying that the director must have been joking when he claimed Sang couldn't sing. Still in awe, Seung-hyun admits that he has never heard anyone sing like this before, praising the tone of Sang's voice as simply breathtaking. Meanwhile, the director, still processing what he just witnessed, wonders curiously how this was possible and, if Sang had been capable of singing this well all along, why he ever pretended he couldn't. Sang internally reflects on the moment he opened the floating book. The page displayed a message welcoming him to the talent library, explaining that within this library, one could borrow talent books to one's heart's content. The terms of use stated that only 2 ability books could be borrowed at once, and any ability placed on the list could be used outside the library. The next page revealed Voice from Heaven, stating that people would be touched by his voice and captivated by his singing, which would boost his singing talent by 30%, and asked if he would borrow the book Voice from Heaven. Sang curiously glanced upward, wondering if he could truly borrow talent. He questioned whether this was real, and if it was, then it was an opportunity he couldn't ignore. As he agreed to accept it, the book in his hand began to glow radiantly. Back in the present, as he stands holding the mic, Seung-hyun asks what the director is saying. When Sang replies that he has practiced, the director stands in disbelief and asks what he meant. With a grin, Sang reveals that he has practiced for a week. Though surprised, director Choi grins and admits that Sang originally sang quite well, then asks if they can see him dance, while Seung-hyun turns to Sang and asks if that's okay with him. Deep down, the director slyly smirks, thinking that even if he doesn't know how Sang became good at singing, he's certain the boy will be terrible at dancing. Meanwhile, standing before them, Sang grows tense. As the music begins to play, all the director's past insults echo in his mind, reminding him that he is nowhere near skilled enough to debut, much less be a trainee here. Nevertheless, he begins to dance with determination, intent on proving himself. Deep down, he recalls that he now possesses the talent numbered 11427 flexible dance machine. As he activates the skill, the painful memories and insults flooding his mind shatter like glass. His movements become sharp yet fluid, flowing seamlessly with the music's rhythm. This utterly startles the director, who can't fathom how this is happening. His eyes widen in disbelief, wondering if it is possible to improve that much in just 1 week. As Sang makes a magnificent leap, Seung-hyun, utterly amazed, calls out for him to wait. When Sang lands, Seung-hyun bursts into a standing ovation and strides toward him, asking director Choi where he has been hiding such a gem. With apparent excitement, he declares that Sang has the skills to debut immediately. Suddenly, director Choi hurriedly tells him to wait and, forcing a nervous chuckle, insists that there must be some kind of mistake. He fakes that Sang isn't the kid who was supposed to audition today. He adds that Sang is supposed to be preparing for his debut, but he got him mixed up with another kid. Trying to justify himself, he explains that there are so many trainees that he sometimes mixes them up. Seung-hyun furrows his brows in disbelief, calling it nonsense and firmly asserting that he can't joke around with things like this. With a sigh, Seung-hyun asks whether the director is acting this way because of the contract and firmly states that, if that's the case, their company will cover the cancellation fees. He gently pushes director Choi aside, declaring that, regardless of whether it was a mistake or not, he came here to see this trainee. Pointing at Sang, he adds that they should hear what this young man has to say. After a brief pause, Sang calmly states his decision, leaving the director startled. Later that evening, in the locker room, Sang packs his stuff from his locker. As he extends his hand to grab a candy with a smile, the director frantically dashes over to him and huffingly insists that he doesn't know what the company offered him, but they should discuss renewing his contract. Sang turns away, stepping to the side, and calmly replies that he has nothing more to say to him. The director, growing desperate, urges him not to act that way and promises to personally support him until he becomes the biggest star. Sang stops, turns back, and softly thanks him for his support. Choi chuckles, saying he knew it, and suggests they head inside to talk. But before he can finish, Sang smiles and politely asks him to continue supporting him just as he is, no matter where he is or what he does. With a respectful bow, Sang thanks the director for everything, leaving Choi momentarily stunned. As Sang walks away, the director quickly rushes after him, calling out his name. Sang walks down the road with a calm grin as the system notifies him that talent number 593, Strong Mentality, has been activated. A few days later, he arrives at the JS Entertainment office, where Seung-hyun informs him that the team will consist of 5 members and that their debut is planned for later this year. He adds that there are already 4 other members, peculiar in their own ways, but not bad kids. Sang nods in understanding and agreement. Holding a cup of tea, Seung-hyun asks Sang if he has any questions. After a brief hesitation, Sang reluctantly asks what kind of person Sang-woon was, startling Seung-hyun with the unexpected question. Before he can respond, the door bursts open as a gray-haired guy in a red jacket storms in, gripping another boy by the head. Calling Seung-hyun director, he pleads for him to talk some sense into the other boy. He angrily accuses the blue-haired guy he's holding, Yu-chan, of eating his snacks again. Chan, looking anxious and flustered, struggles and urges him to let him go. The gray-haired guy tightens his grip on Chan's head while two more members enter the office. One of them, Yi-hyun, cheerfully calls out beer beer, only for the blonde-haired guy beside him to correct him, saying it's not beer. Sang watches the chaotic scene unfold with a curious expression, wondering what's going on. Seung-hyun, though internally screaming for them to stop, tries to maintain his composure in front of Sang. Forcing a calm smile, he explains that the kids are just acting up a bit today. Suddenly, the gray-haired guy glances at Sang and asks who he is. Letting out a sigh, Seung-hyun tells them that Sang is their group's new member, news that instantly startles everyone. Within seconds, they rush toward Sang, excitedly crowding around him. Sang, with a flustered expression, internally finds the situation awkward. Later, he sits beside the 4 team members in the room. The red-jacketed guy leans in closer and asks for his name. When Sang introduces himself, the guy grins and says he's Doyoung, 19 years old. Still smiling, he points toward the blue-haired guy, Yu-chan, and warns Sang that as long as he doesn't touch his snacks like that thief Chan over there, he won't have any problem with him. Yu-chan, 19 years old, continues playing a game on his phone and casually remarks that it's ridiculous to make such a fuss over one snack, which only infuriates Doyoung further. Sang can't help but grin awkwardly at the exchange. At that moment, Jae Sunwoo, 21 years old and seemingly the only normal one among them, smiles and comments that the younger ones are still growing, so of course, they eat a lot. He then gestures toward the 4th member, who's quietly munching on a lollipop, and introduces him as their maknae, Yi-hyun, 17 years old. Sunwoo then points toward the blue-haired guy and tells Sang that he is Yu-chan. As Sunwoo and Sang continue chatting casually, Chan, still focused on the game on his phone, interrupts them, saying excuse me and apologizing for bringing this up during their first meeting. He then bluntly asks Sang if he does drugs. The sudden question stuns everyone in the room. Sunwoo, completely flustered, raises his hand and urges Yu-chan to stop, asking what on earth he's saying. Chan casually replies that he's just being straightforward with his questions. Sunwoo frustratedly berates him, asserting that it's not the problem. Sang, looking confused, raises his hand politely and asks if he is supposed to do drugs, which startles the entire team. Sunwoo quickly waves his hand to clarify, explaining that Chan isn't asking him to do drugs, but rather if he has ever done them before. He adds that, to be honest, one of their former trainees was involved in a drug incident in the past, which led to their debut being cancelled. Yi-hyun taps Sang's shoulder and shows him his phone, displaying a news report about a famous idol drug scandal. 2 years ago, several well-known idols and trainees had been caught using drugs, and the incident had made major headlines. Concluding the topic, Sunwoo gently asks Sang never to get involved with drugs. Doyoung, chuckling, agrees and adds that if Sang ever did, the director would grind his bones to dust. With a grin, Sunwoo reassures Sang that Yu-chan didn't mean his question in a bad way, explaining that he's just cold toward the people he meets for the first time. Doyoung snickers, adding that Chan's personality is just nasty, which immediately irritates Chan, who is standing nearby. Chang, visibly irritated, calls Doyoung a brat, and Doyoung snaps back, demanding to know if he said anything untrue. Sunwoo, maintaining a bright smile, changes the subject by asking Sang if he has toured the company building yet, then offers to show him around. When Sang hesitantly agrees, glancing at the ongoing argument, Sunwoo gently nudges him aside, assuring him it's fine and that Yi-hyun will handle things. Yi-hyun gives a cheerful thumbs up while Doyoung and Chang continue their heated quarrel in the background. Shortly after, in the hallway, Sunwoo gestures to the room, telling Sang that this is the practice room and that over there is the recording studio. While he continues showing around, Sang internally acknowledges that it's much less awkward now that they have dropped honorifics. With a cheerful grin, Sunwoo turns to him, asking if he has any questions he can ask away. He admits it might be awkward at first, but he will get used to the layout fast. As he continues the tour, a boy wearing a cap steps out of a nearby room and stops in front of them. Sunwoo frowns and asks the guy, Alex, what he's doing there. With a sly grin, Yi-jin adjusts his cap and casually asks why he can't be there. Sunwoo, clearly annoyed, responds that he thought Yi-jin had already left. Amidst this, Yi Jin glances at Sang and turns to him, asking if this is the new trainee. With a sly grin, Yi Jin remarks that they only selected Sang because of his looks. He mockingly adds that Sang must have had some good connections to debut so quickly after becoming a trainee. Sunwoo quietly leans toward Sang and whispers for him to ignore Alex, explaining that he's a former trainee from before Sang joined. Internally, Sang realizes that Yi Jin must be the one involved in the drug scandal he heard about earlier. As he glances at Alex, he wonders if the guy thinks he took his place in the group. Gritting his teeth, the guy snaps in irritation, demanding to know what he is staring at. Sang grins faintly, thinking to himself that no matter where one goes, there are always people like this. Seeing his calm smile only fuels Alex's anger further. With a scowl, Yi Jin deliberately bumps his shoulder hard against Sang's as he walks past, muttering for him to move aside. A small pack of pills slips out of Alex's pocket and falls to the floor. Sunwoo quickly steps forward, concerned, asking Sang if he's alright. Sang nods, assuring him that he's fine, but his attention drifts to the pack of pills on the ground. Picking it up, he calls out to Alex, holding it up in his hand and pointing out that he dropped something. Yi Jin ferociously grits his teeth and demands that Sang hand the pills over, hastily asserting that they aren't illegal and urging him to give them back immediately. Sang, thinking that Yi Jin is acting overly defensive when he hadn't even asked, calmly extends his hand to return them. Instead of taking them politely, Yi Jin snatches the pack from his grasp with a sharp motion and turns to walk away. Before he can leave, Sang casually remarks that he shouldn't take too much of it, causing Yi Jin to halt mid-step and glance back at him with visible irritation. Sang calmly explains that it's Tylenol and points out that taking too much of it can be harmful, gently advising Yi Jin to use it in moderation. Yi Jin furrows his brows and grits his teeth in visible frustration before turning away and storming off without a word. Just then, someone calls out to Sang and Sunwoo, urging them to hurry back. Glancing at the phone screen in his hand, Sunwoo informs Sang that they need to head to class and quickly strides off, urging him to follow without delay. Though surprised, Sang agrees, and they walk down the corridor. Meanwhile, Alex, hiding behind a wall with his medicine in hand, watches them. Clenching his jaw, he glances at the medicine and mutters in frustration. As they hurriedly enter the classroom, the teacher curiously asks if he is the new member. Sang bowed politely to greet her, and Sunwoo introduced him, saying that this was their new member, Sang, who was the same age as him. The teacher smiles and says it's nice to meet him. When the protagonist looks at her, he suddenly realizes that she's none other than Yoo Ji-yeon, the vocal trainer and judge from a TV audition show. Grinning, Sang is quietly amazed, while Ji-yeon gestures for them to take their seats. She then leans closer to Sang and mentions that she's heard a bit about him from the director, before excitedly adding that he's really handsome, which makes him light up with excitement as he thanks her. With a thoughtful smile, she continues, saying she's also heard that he's good at singing. Sang, with a hint of humble hesitation, nods in agreement. She then turns to the side with a pleased smile, saying that she likes his confidence. Then, taking her seat beside the piano, she glances back at him and says they should take a look. He hesitantly steps up to the mic and exhales slowly. As she begins to play the piano, he analyzes the melody, noting that it starts low before rising to an explosive high note. Listening carefully, he reflects that even famous singers would struggle to perform this song in its original key, and he realizes it's a difficult song. Still, he grips the mic, activates talent 1672, voice from heaven, and begins to sing softly, his voice flowing effortlessly. Ji-yeon, playing the piano, smiles as if she's enjoying every note, while Sunwoo watches in amazement. Lost in the flow of the music, he continues singing until he suddenly stops upon hearing someone exclaim excitedly that it's insane. He looks around to see the rest of his group members in the room, cheering and applauding enthusiastically. Sang blinks in surprise, unable to grasp when they had arrived. Ji-yeon joins in, clapping with a bright smile and acknowledging that his performance was incredible. She remarks excitedly that while his singing technique still needs some refinement, his voice is perfect, beautiful yet filled with sorrow. With a grin, he thanks her and thinks to himself that he will need to borrow some talent for his singing later. Ji-yeon excitedly suggests that he try singing Ararang later, convinced that tears will surely stream down people's cheeks. She then steps toward the door, announcing that the trainee test has concluded and reminding them that the debut assessment will take place next week, so they should focus on practicing their performance song. The group eagerly agrees and watches her leave. Before exiting, Ji-yeon turns back with a warm smile, saying that she will look forward to it, causing Sang's cheeks to flush slightly. Later that day, he sits on the floor of the ability library, surrounded by piles of books. Glancing at the one in his hand, he thinks that the first thing he needs to do is borrow a talent for dancing. A notification from the system appears, indicating that talent 1,427, flexible dance machine, has been successfully borrowed. He sighs in frustration, realizing that the borrowing period lasts only 2 weeks and that he must wait 3 days before borrowing the same talent again. To make matters worse, he can only borrow 2 talents at a time. He sighs, thinking that it's a bit disappointing. As he holds a green-bound book, the system window displays a question asking whether he would like to return talent 592 strong mentality. He clicks yes to affirm, and the book flies into the air. He then holds another book with a red binding and, with a grin, states that thanks to this, he received a compliment from his vocal teacher. However, as he looks more closely, he realizes that the book is only an introductory volume. He curiously flips through the pages of the book, wondering if there is an advanced volume since this one is only an introduction. His eyes stop at a page that describes Voice from Heaven, a talent that allows the user's voice to deeply move listeners, captivating them with emotion while increasing singing ability by 30%. Beneath the description, he notices the numbers 7,803 out of 100,000 and ponders what they mean. As he continues examining the book, another red-bound volume suddenly rises into the air, which catches his attention. He quickly realizes that the flying book is the singing ability he needs the most. Without hesitation, he dashes toward it and stretches out his hand, managing to grab it mid-air. Holding it tightly against his chest, excitement fills him at the thought of obtaining it. However, a system notification suddenly appears, bound in faint shackles, informing him that at his current stage, it is impossible to borrow this talent. He furrows his brows in confusion, wondering what the current stage means. Then, his eyes widened, and he realized that it must be connected to the 7,803 out of 100,000 indicators. Until that number reaches its full value, the talent will remain locked. The following day, Sang practices singing alone in the melody room, focusing on improving his skill. The system notifies him of an increase in progress, now showing 37 in 600 out of 100,000. He realizes that, as he suspected, he must fill the time bar for Voice from Heaven in order to unlock and borrow the next stage talent, Singing Ability from Heaven. Wiping the sweat from his face, he reflects that if 100,000 is the limit he needs to reach, he will need at least 28 hours of continuous practice. Holding his water bottle, he notes with relief that the bar is filling up faster than he initially expected. He drinks the water, recalling that the director once told him his ability depends on the amount of effort he puts in. A grin forms on his face as he finds the idea encouraging and feels confident in his determination to work hard. However, unbeknownst to him, someone hidden in the shadows quietly watches from outside the slightly open door, observing his every move. The man standing outside is JS Entertainment's director, Seung-hyun, who is sneakily watching Sang sing. Watching him, Seung-hyun thinks it is just as he expected. His voice is flawless. His eyes glimmer in admiration as he takes in Sang's dedication, realizing that despite possessing such a perfect voice, Sang is still practicing late into the night. Stepping into the room, Seung-hyun clears his throat softly, catching Sang off guard. Startled, Sang quickly turns around and smiles upon seeing him. With a gentle grin, Seung-hyun tells him that it's okay to take breaks sometimes. Scratching his head, Sang replies that with the debut assessment coming up, he just feels a bit impatient. Seung-hyun, deeply moved, turns his gaze aside, thinking to himself that there might not be anyone else as devoted as this young man. He takes a moment to think back on Sang's earlier question about his brother, Sang-woon. With a soft expression, he explains that Sang-woon was a kind and remarkably talented person. Placing a reassuring hand on Sang's shoulder, he remarks that seeing him now, he really resembles his older brother Sang-woon. The comment fills Sang with excitement, and a gentle smile appears on his face. With a slight chuckle, he tells Seung-hyun that he and his brother once made a promise to stand together on the same stage someday. Seung-hyun quietly wonders if that promise from his brother is the reason Sang chose to join their company. With a faint grin, he tells Sang that while his skills are impressive, he still comes across as a bit too stiff, which catches Sang off guard. After a brief pause, Seung-hyun adds in a thoughtful tone that the CEO places great importance on eye contact and facial expressions during performances. Then, with a playful wink, he gives Sang a subtle hint. Though momentarily surprised, Sang quickly understands and breaks into a wide grin. Seung-hyun then walks toward the door, reminding Sang to keep working hard. Sang bows respectfully and thanks him. As he leaves, Sang recalls the hint about eye contact and facial expressions. His eyes brightened with determination as he clenched his fist, declaring with excitement that he understood now and that he would ace the debut assessment. At that moment, the system window appears before him, asking if he would like to borrow a new talent. 4 days later, Sang's eyes well up with tears of joy as the system window finally appears before him. After practicing tirelessly for 7 hours every day, maintaining focus despite exhaustion, his efforts have finally paid off. The time bar reaches 100,000 hours, marking the completion of his training. Clutching the red-bound book tightly against his chest, he reflects on how he barely slept for 4 days because of this goal. The system window then notifies him that Talent 11672, Voice from Heaven, has been fully mastered and that his membership status in the talent library has been upgraded to normal rank. The system explains that normal rank allows a borrowing time limit of 2 weeks, increases the number of books he can borrow at once to 3, and allows ordinary rank books to be borrowed. This completely thrills Sang, as everything is unfolding exactly as he anticipated. Overcome with excitement, as he jumps in joy, Yu-chan enters the room, and curiously asks what he is doing. Startled by his abrupt arrival, Sang quickly regains his composure and says with a thoughtful smile that something good just happened. Chan, a bit surprised, tilts his head and remarks that the debut assessment is tomorrow, wondering if Sang is celebrating because he already thinks he messed it up. Letting out a nervous laugh, Sang agrees, admitting that he's just really happy, while internally noting that Chan's blunt, gruff attitude is showing again today. Chan studies Sang's face for a moment, then turns away, casually telling him to keep practicing. Seeing him already heading for the door, Sang curiously asks what's wrong. Chan, avoiding eye contact, mutters under his breath that Sang is talented, so it makes sense for him to feel happy about it. Sang blinks in confusion, unsure of what he just heard. Before leaving, Chan glances back and admits that he's just a little jealous. He walks out, leaving Sang speechless. The following day, on debut assessment D-Day, all 5 members sit tensely on the bench, each visibly conscious of the moment. Sang, equally anxious, admits to himself that his heart won't stop pounding, and that this is incredibly nerve-wracking. Just then, Seung-hyun opens the door and calmly instructs them to come in. They immediately follow his lead into the room, where a man sits at a table with an air of authority. Taking his seat beside the man, Seung-hyun tells the group to prepare right away. Sang is quietly surprised to see that man and recognizes him as the CEO Han, which he finds scary. However, he thinks it's during situations like these and activates Talent 829, Stage Poker Face. With a grin, he determinedly reminds himself that it's time to show off his talent. As the boys take their positions and the performance begins, Sang sings and dances in perfect sync with the others. Watching their flawless movements, the CEO raises an eyebrow, wondering if they have always been this good. He reflects internally that, although they are a debut group, he hadn't expected much from them. However, his attention is drawn to Sang, whose presence he finds striking, recognizing him as a rock star in the making. Meanwhile, Seung-hyun notices the impressed expression on Han's face and grins knowingly. The boys finish their dance with flair, then bow and thank the judges. Observing their expressions, Sang quietly wonders if they performed well. The CEO then remarks that his name was Na Sang-jun, which catches the protagonist off guard, and he reluctantly confirms it. Han thoughtfully adds that he would like to speak with him in private, leaving Sang slightly startled. Later, inside a room, CEO Han hands him a clipboard with a paper titled Idol Audition Program, My Pick. Sang curiously wonders what it is, and Han explains that a new audition program will soon be broadcast on television. Sang glances curiously at the hardboard and asks if he will be part of the program. The CEO nods in confirmation, explaining that it is an opportunity for a group to gain popularity before their official debut. As Sang carefully reads through the pages, he notices a clause stating that if he is selected, he will be placed into a project group. Concerned, he asks what will happen to the current debut group in that case. Startled by his question, Han smiles and tells him not to worry about it. Sang glances at him, unable to grasp what he means. Adjusting his glasses with a sly grin, Han explains that it is because such a situation will never occur. Doyoung's eyes glimmer with excitement upon hearing his confirmed participation in My Pick. He feels so thrilled that his mind is spinning from the excitement. Meanwhile, Sunwoo places a hand on Yihyun's shoulder, reminding him that they will be acting and urging him to ask any questions he has about it. Yihyun casually remarks that it's Sunwoo's first time acting as well. The comment hits Sunwoo straight in the heart like an arrow, and he admits with a dramatic sigh that their maknae has just stabbed him with the truth. Doyoung jumps to the side, dramatically imagining the judges might respond, as if to say they will not let him join so easily. He then tearfully claps his hands, declaring that this is the moment when the trainees will speak. Before he can finish, Yu-chan approaches and lightly chops him on the neck, and his own attendance in my pick is also confirmed. The two immediately start bickering and fighting, while Sang, watching from the side, quietly recalls the CEO's words that it will never happen, and wonders what he truly meant by that. He internally feels relieved that he gets to join the show alongside Doyoung and Yu-chan, but upon seeing them quarrel, he thinks to himself, what a ruckus they are making. At that moment, Seung-hyun places his hands on both their shoulders and coldly asks what they are doing. He pulls their ears, scolding them for fooling around just as he expected. He then questions them about their song choice for the program evaluation, startling Sang, while both Doyoung and Yu-chan rub their ears in pain. Doyoung hesitantly admits that they forgot, causing Sang, standing to the side, to chuckle quietly. With a sigh, Seung-hyun remarks that he knew they would forget, and hands them a clipboard with a sheet of paper attached. As they focus on the list, Sang internally notes that there are indeed many good songs written on it. While Doyoung glances at Sang with excitement, Chan turns to the director and states that this will be their very first performance, to which Seung-hyun calmly agrees. Chan then curiously remarks that they will also need to secure enough screen time on the show, meaning they should do something that stands out, which immediately captures Sang's attention. Sang internally reflects that something unique would indeed set them apart. As their thoughts align, Sang and Chan exchange knowing glances, both seemingly having the same idea. With a grin, Chan sighs, and after a brief pause, Sang mirrors his expression. Without hesitation, Sang hands the clipboard back to the director, startling him enough to ask why they are returning it, unaware that the two already seem to have something more daring in mind. With a bright grin, Sang confidently remarks that they don't really need it. Seung-hyun, clearly exasperated, walks to the side while Doyoung glances at his teammates in confusion, asking if they just need to pick something from the list that others won't choose. Both Sang and Chan shake their heads in disagreement, with Sang enthusiastically declaring that they should create their own song instead. Later, Doyoung, still doubtful, asks if they are truly serious about it. As Sang steps into the room, he firmly affirms that he absolutely is. Doyoung follows them into the practice room, firmly voicing his opposition. He argues that it only sounds easy when Sang says it, and insists there's no way they can compose a full song and create choreography for it within 3 days. Chan, wearing a satisfied grin, declares that he's in, and Sang, smiling calmly, says he's in as well. This frustrates Doyoung, who exclaims that Chan is always like this, but questions why Sang is acting the same way, too. He then demands to know if either of them even knows how to compose a song. When Chan quickly denies it, Doyoung turns to Sang and asks if he is some kind of composing genius. Sang responds with a confident smile, boldly claiming that he's as good as Beethoven. Doyoung scoffs and retorts that if Sang is as good as Beethoven, then he himself must be mozzarella. Chan, tilting his head in confusion, wonders aloud if he is a type of cheese, which only frustrates Doyoung further. He shouts that this isn't what matters right now, and that they all must have lost their minds. As he repeatedly yanks Chan by the collar, Doyoung internally admits that, deep down, they are probably just really anxious about everything. However, Sang points out that this is their first real opportunity to capture the public's attention, and if their performance isn't unique, they won't stand out from the rest. He then asks what kind of mood they want to create. Doyoung, still gripping Chan's collar, pauses and looks at him curiously, unsure of what he means. Pulling up a chair, Sang clarifies that he's referring to the song's overall style, the kind of mood or energy they want to convey. Startled, Doyoung admits he prefers something fast-paced and energetic, like the tropical house genre, because it gives off a bright, refreshing feeling. He then tilts his head and curiously asks if Sang is aiming for something similar, or wants him to recommend a song. However, Sang, already scribbling something down on a sheet of paper with excitement, shakes his head in denial. A golden system notification appears above his head as he continues to write with growing enthusiasm, declaring that he's going to compose the song himself, leaving Doyoung completely stunned. A few days later, at the RCBC studio, the filming of My Pick begins, broadcasting live on television. The host energetically announces the start of Korea's idol-producing survival show, proclaiming that the audience gets to pick their own idol, as the packed crowd erupts in cheers. Backstage, Doyoung trembles nervously after catching a glimpse of the massive audience on the screen. Standing beside him, Sang quickly covers his face and quietly reminds him to be careful with his words in front of the cameras. He then glances around at other participants and internally speculates that there seem to be a lot of popular entertainment companies. Sang then curiously asks his teammates if they are up next, and Chan agrees, saying that management has told them to start getting ready, while Doyoung seems to be standing in a panic. As they approach the stage entrance, the gatekeeper calls out JS Entertainment and politely asks them to wait for a moment. Meanwhile, inside the audition room, one of the judges commented that they had watched YS Entertainment's performance closely, and, to be honest, it was below their expectations. He adds that even though a serious mistake was made in the middle, they ended up falling off in quality after that. Backstage, as a staff member checks Doyoung's outfit, he listens to the judge's comments through his Bluetooth earpiece and nervously mutters that this is terrifying. Hearing the critique, Sang internally reflects that the judges are truly relentless. The judges then announce that everyone in YS Entertainment, except for trainee SEO Yi Jin, will be placed in F grade. Hearing the name Yi Jin, Sang curiously ponders if there was a trainee with that name. Meanwhile, as the YS Entertainment guys walk off the stage, the gatekeeper tells Sang and his teammates from JS Entertainment that they can start to enter. Doyoung immediately panics, while Sang calmly adjusts his mic and tells his teammates with determination that it's time to go. Before they enter, a trainee from YS Entertainment storms out of the door, angrily shouting that getting an F grade makes no sense. Another trainee snaps back, accusing him of being the one who messed up, while a third turns around with a bitter grin and remarks that Yi Jin must be feeling great since he was the only one who received an A grade, calling it unfair. Yi Jin, visibly tense, clenches his teeth in frustration as his eyes fall on the JS Entertainment members standing before him. Meanwhile, Sang and his teammates are startled to see Yi Jin, and the protagonist silently wonders if he hadn't quit being a trainee. Just then, an announcement calls for JS Entertainment to come on stage. Hearing this, they quickly walk past the YS Entertainment group, while Yi Jin turns his head to glance back at them. As they step onto the stage, the judges greet them warmly, saying it's nice to meet them. Meanwhile, a girl in the audience is completely captivated by Chan's charismatic presence, while Doyoung, now wearing a bright grin, confidently waves to the crowd. His charm instantly catches the attention of another girl in the audience, whose eyes sparkle in admiration as her friend leans over to whisper, asking who he is. Meanwhile, Sang calmly observes Doyoung, noting how the same guy who was trembling with nerves just moments ago now appears completely composed and confident. Seeing them standing on the stage, a judge named Kang Ju-won, 35 years old and currently a top star in the entertainment world, with a bright grin, finds Sang handsome. He then asks them what song they prepared for them, and the protagonist confidently responds that they will be performing a self-composed piece titled Night Sea. The judge's expression changes upon hearing this, and Kang thoughtfully contemplates what a self-composed song is, though. Among the audience, a viewer anxiously whispers about the self-composed choice, wondering if the group will really be able to pull it off. As the lights dim and the music begins to play, the three take their positions under the soft glow of the stage. Before singing, Sang silently activates talent 935, 21st century Beethoven. His mind flashes back to the past when Sang joyfully raised a sheet of paper above his head, proudly announcing to his teammates that he had finished writing the song. Doyoung and Chan's faces lit up with excitement, and Doyoung, utterly amazed, exclaimed that it's the most artistic bean sprout he had ever seen. A warm smile spread across Sang's face as he internally felt a strong sense of confidence about the song's potential. Eagerly, Doyoung asked if he could try playing it, and Sang immediately agreed, handing the paper over with enthusiasm. As Doyoung sat down at the piano, Seung-hyun entered the room, his tone calm yet curious as he asked how their self-composed song was coming along. Internally, he reminded himself with a grin that he needed to trust them. Doyoung eagerly replied that Sang-jun had already finished writing the song, which caught Seung-hyun completely off guard. With visible surprise, he repeated the word already, unable to believe it. Sang then looked up and asked if he would like to hear it, and Seung-hyun nodded in agreement, though deep down, he struggled to comprehend how Sang could have finished composing so quickly, especially since it had only been a few hours. Sang rested a reassuring hand on Doyoung's shoulder, telling him that he would be counting on him, and Doyoung responded with a firm nod. Raising his hands, Doyoung began to play the music. Back in the present, the three move flawlessly to the rhythm, their steps perfectly synchronized as Doyoung sings and dances, while Chan and Sang match his energy and timing. The judges appear visibly impressed, thinking that their performance isn't bad at all. Amidst the seamless choreography, Chan takes the mic and steps forward, leading the dance in perfect coordination with his two teammates. He then flawlessly turns to the back, and the protagonist, wearing a bright grin, takes the lead and begins singing with synchronized moves, causing Kang's eyes to widen in amazement. The three continue dancing seamlessly, their movements graceful and perfectly timed, leaving the girls in the crowd utterly captivated. With a final synchronized hand-clasp move, they end their performance and stand, breathing heavily as they wait for the judges' response. Sang becomes visibly excited when one of the judges remarks that they have watched their performance well. Kang then leans forward and asks, since they mentioned composing the song themselves, who among them wrote it? Sang raises his hand and confidently tells him that he wrote it. Two girls in the crowd go wild upon hearing that he can even write songs, exclaiming in disbelief that it's crazy and wondering if they are debuting with that as their title song right now. A long-haired judge compliments that he initially thought a famous songwriter must have written the piece, and Sang, visibly thrilled, thanks him with excitement. The judge then turns to teacher Yoo Ji-yeon and asks for her thoughts, which startles Sang, who recognizes her. After a moment of thought, she remarks that with its refreshing tropical sound and strong melody, Na Sang-jun composed a song that truly suits all of them. She, with a grin, added that just listening to it once got her addicted to the song and that the dance was amazing as well. She praises their group's performance, noting there were no flaws, which excites Sang. Holding the mic, Kang then asserts that he has a question for trainee Sang. With a teasing grin, he asks what kind of person Sang thinks the center should be. Ji-yeon glances at Kang, internally noting that he's starting with the tough questions and hoping that Sang will answer wisely. The protagonist calmly states that the center should be someone who can bear the weight of the crown, a response that takes Kang by surprise. Sang continues, explaining that it's a position that draws the most attention, but also one that allows no room for mistakes. For that very reason, he adds, the person chosen as the center must be capable of enduring the heavy responsibility that comes with it. His composed response startles Doyoung, while Chan internally notes that Sang speaks far better than he expected. Deeply impressed by his words, Judge Kang grins widely and raises a center candidate card, asking with interest how trainee Sang-jun feels about that weight and whether he would like to try carrying it himself. Shortly after, Kang excitedly announces that following the intense grade evaluations, the competition now comes down to the trainees who received the center candidate cards. The selected candidates stand in their designated blocks behind the curtains. Inside his block, Sang clenches his fist and thinks to himself that there are currently 5 center candidates. The rule is simple. Each candidate will choose an opponent and perform in the area where they are most confident. After the performances, the votes will be counted, and the judges' opinions will determine who becomes the center. The position that draws the most attention during music shows, becoming the center of the signal song, would be a huge advantage, and later on, it would influence the number of votes one receives. Kang then excitedly calls the trainee candidates to come forward. Before coming out, Sang internally hopes that he gets an easy opponent. As the 5 candidates emerge from their chambers, Kang announces that the first to perform will be the trainee who was selected earlier, Sang-jun. He then invites anyone willing to step forward and challenge him. The room falls silent as most trainees hesitate, unwilling to make the first move. Then, breaking the tension, Yi-jin confidently raises his hand, a grin spreading across his face as he declares his intent to face Sang. The sudden challenge catches Sang off guard, while the judges react with enthusiasm, clearly thrilled that trainee Seo Yi-jin has decided to take him on. Yi-jin steps forward with confidence, turning his gaze toward Sang. Taking a deep breath, Sang steadies his nerves and tells himself to stay calm and that he can handle this. Extending his hand, he firmly shakes Yi-jin's, accepting the challenge. Kang, visibly thrilled, asks which type of performance Yi-jin wants to compete in. With a cunning grin, Yi-jin throws the question back, asking what Sang is best at. When Sang replies that he is confident in singing, Yi-jin lets out a short, amused laugh and declares that they will compete in singing. The crowd erupts in excitement at the announcement. Kang then gestures for Yi-jin to perform first, and with a smirk, Yi-jin steps up and signals the staff to start the music. As the music begins and the stage glows crimson, Sang is momentarily taken aback upon realizing that the song is a rock ballad from a well-known rock band. Yi-jin begins to sing, his powerful voice filling the studio, and the crowd bursts into cheers. Some of the girls in the audience are completely captivated, gushing that his voice is incredible and declaring that he's now their one pick. Ji-yeon quietly observes from the judges' panel, inwardly noting that, as expected, his skills are impressive. As Yi Jin continues to perform with fiery intensity and flawless control, Sang silently admits that this is a difficult song to pull off, and that with this level of mastery, Yi Jin is undeniably talented. As Yi Jin's powerful voice resonates through the hall, Sang realizes that this must be the reason Yi Jin was chosen as a center candidate. When Yi Jin finishes, one of the judges commends his performance, saying they listened to it well. With a confident grin, Yi Jin turns toward Sang, signaling that it's his turn to perform. Sang steadies his breathing and reminds himself that he has practiced hard and gained confidence from his teacher's advice. So if he stays focused, he can win. With a calm smile, he grips the microphone, raises his hand, and begins to sing. The moment his voice fills the air, the girls in the audience are left stunned, whispering in awe at his incredible singing. One of them adds that there's something distinctly unique about him that sets him apart. Sang continues to sing, his voice weaving a rich atmosphere that draws everyone in. King, observing closely, internally notes that Sang's timbre suits the song perfectly, enhancing its emotional depth. Jeon, listening intently, muses that although the melody carries the softness of a ballad, there's something about it that feels different, almost deceptive in its simplicity. Meanwhile, Yi Jin clenches his teeth in frustration as Sang's performance captivates the room. With calm composure, Sang moves into the next line of the Ararang song, his voice steady and heartfelt as he sings about climbing the tall mountain to greet the rising sun, his tone filled with warmth and quiet strength. My News releases a headline announcing that Jay's Entertainment's Na Sang Jun performs Ararang on my pick. The comments section erupts with excitement and humor. One viewer writes that they never realized they liked Ararang until hearing Sang Jun's version, while another jokes that they hit their forehead listening to the cover and their scoliosis was cured. Another commenter declares that Sang Jun is her hero and her medicine, saying she cried so much during the performance that her dry eye syndrome was healed. Someone nicknames the song Sang Rurang, and another fan passionately expresses her love for him, cheering for his debut. Seeing the comments on his phone with a calm grin, Sang thinks it's just as expected of teacher Yu Jiyeon, who once told him that Ararang is the perfect song for him. Suddenly, Doyoung speaks up and curiously asks how someone who has done drugs can get on the show, referring to Yi Jin. Chan, equally surprised, finds it rather strange as well. Turning to Sang, Doyoung urges him to listen and leans closer, whispering in his ear that Yi Jin is the nephew of Wise Entertainment's CEO. The revelation utterly startles the protagonist. Doyoung swears it is what he has heard, adding that this is how Yi Jin first joined Wise Entertainment and made it onto the show. He goes on to say that they covered up Yi Jin's past with money, asking Sang if any of it makes sense. Doyoung frustratedly grabs his head, asking if he should tell the show's producer, or, if not, should he post about it on social media. Chan calmly advises him to calm down, but Doyoung grits his teeth in frustration, asserting that he can't stand watching someone like that debut. Chan says it seems like Yi Jin is getting a lot of attention this time, but they won't know for sure until the voting results are out. Sang thoughtfully speculates that he thinks Yi Jin will be in the top rankings. At that moment, the Wise Entertainment guys burst into the room, which startles Doyoung. With a sarcastic grin, Yi Jin sits beside Sang and shoves Doyoung to the side, and the protagonist internally wonders what he is trying to do yet again. Yi Jin rests his hand on Sang's shoulder, stating that he's heard Sang can't dance for crap. His teammates burst into mocking laughter, while Yi Jin continues, saying that they also told him Sang is bad at singing too, and asks if that's the reason he chose to sing Ararang. Sang internally recalls the moment when a group of delinquents mocked him, saying his dancing was terrible and his singing was no better. They jeered that he must have come this far only because of his looks, and one of them sneered that if it were him, he would have quit already. Sang, sneaking behind the wall, was utterly distressed hearing that. Back in the present, Doyoung frustratedly yells if Yi Jin is done talking, but Chan quickly urges him to hold it in. Yi Jin smirked, mocking that Sang probably only got into the debut group through connections, then added with a sarcastic edge that it would be the same for the center position, too. Sang stands up, calmly stating that he doesn't care about what he thinks and asserts that he doesn't have anything like that, but admits that he is a bit curious about how it feels to have connections. His remark stuns Yi Jin, who abruptly stands up and snarls, calling him a brat. Suddenly, an announcement is made telling Jay's Entertainment that their interviews will start recording soon and asking them to come out. As Sang walks past with calm confidence, he tells his companions to follow him, and they eagerly do so, thrilled by his poised response. Behind them, Yi Jin angrily yells for them to stop, but his teammates quickly restrain him, urging him to let it go. Later, while the cameraman records, Doyoung sits on the set, speaking on the phone with visible frustration. He tells his brother that he was simply asking for some tips. His brother responds by asking when their recording will end and if he wants to meet for a while afterward. Growing irritated, Doyoung urges him to stop changing the subject and insists that he just give him some advice on what talent he should showcase. Meanwhile, as the videographer continues recording, he quietly whispers to her companion, asking if she heard correctly that Doyoung's brother is an idol. The girl beside him nods softly, confirming that Doyoung is the brother of Black Bean's Cha Yoon-soo. Standing nearby, Sang overhears their conversation and murmurs the group's name under his breath, Black Bean. Noticing his expression, Chan, who is standing beside him, asks what's wrong. Sang smiles faintly, brushing it off, saying it's nothing, before casually asking who Chan plans to call. Looking down at his phone, Chan replies that he isn't sure yet, but will probably just call his parents. He then asks Sang who he plans to call. The protagonist scratches his head with a faint grin, admitting that he isn't going to call anyone since there isn't really anyone he could call. Scrolling through his phone, Chan suggests he should still try calling someone, maybe the director, prompting a reluctant chuckle from Sang. After a brief pause, Sang takes out his phone, stands up, and tells Chan that he's going to the bathroom for a moment. As he steps out of the room, the videographer continues recording while Doyoung, visibly frustrated, asks if he doesn't look handsome on camera. Meanwhile, Sang enters the washroom and stands before the mirror, holding his phone to his ear. The automated voice on the other end informs him that his call is being sent to voicemail. Letting out a quiet sigh, Sang begins to record a message, asking his brother, Na Sang-woon, if everything is going well over there. He explains that the show asked them to call their families for the recording's sake, but he doesn't really have anyone else to call. He adds that it would have been nice if his brother had picked up. He goes on to mention Cha Doyoung, pointing out that his older brother is none other than Cha Yoon-soo. He admits he was genuinely shocked when he found out and still struggles to believe that Doyoung's brother is the leader of Black Bean. After a moment of heavy silence, his composure breaks. His body trembles as he clutches his head, tears welling up. In a trembling voice, he laments that his own brother would have been the one shining in that spotlight if only that tragic accident had never occurred. He reminisced that nearly 3 years ago, during the winter, 16-year-old Sang-woon called his older brother to wish him a happy birthday. Standing in the gym, 18-year-old Sang gratefully thanked him but teased, asking if he was really going to leave it at just words. Standing by the roadside as snow gently fell around him, Sang-woon chuckled and asked if that wasn't good enough. He then added softly that he thought his brother might feel happy if he heard what he was about to say. When Sang asked what he meant, Sang-woon excitedly revealed that he was going to debut, leaving Sang completely stunned. Glancing at his phone in disbelief, Sang asked if he was serious. Sang-woon continued, explaining that the group's name had already been decided and that it would be called Black Bean. Overjoyed, Sang exclaimed that hearing about his brother's debut was the best birthday gift he could ever get. Laughing, Sang-woon asked what he was saying and told him that he had bought a cake for him and that he would wait for him at home. Amidst the call, a guy standing behind called out Sang's name and told him that rest time is over. He quickly ended the call, telling Sang-woon that he would call him again later. Sang-woon, with a bright grin, ended the call, stating that he would see him later. A moment later, still holding the cake box, he stepped onto the road, but suddenly a fast-moving car hit him and sent him and the cake flying across the pavement. Back in the present, Sang stands in the restroom, recording a message with a trembling voice. He says that he has been doing really well and, with tears welling in his eyes, asks his brother if he's curious about how things are going. He then softly adds that the producer doesn't allow them to share any details about the show, so Sang-woon needs to hurry up, wake up, and watch him on TV instead. Meanwhile, in a quiet hospital room, Sang-woon lies unconscious on a stretcher, connected to a ventilator. At my pick, during the first day of practice for the A-grade trainees, everyone, including Yi-jin and Doyoung, follows the beat as they rehearse their dance moves. However, their movements appear shaky and uncoordinated. Watching them closely, Korea's top choreographer and my pick's dance instructor, 40-year-old Sung Di-cheol, raises his voice in frustration. Pointing upward, he firmly instructs that at that particular part, they need to step back and rotate their bodies correctly. All the trainees collapse to the floor, completely drained and gasping for breath. Watching them, the trainer scratches his head, internally noting that, as expected, they are all struggling a bit. He then announces that they will stop for now and take a break. Doyoung, utterly exhausted, groans that it's way too tiring. Dichiol walks over and hands him a water bottle, acknowledging that the routine is tough, but assuring him that if he masters it, the result will look amazing. Doyoung nods in agreement, still catching his breath. Suddenly, Dichiol's attention is diverted to Sang, who, unlike others, is still standing and diligently practicing his moves, prompting the trainer to ponder if that kid doesn't get tired at all. Moments later, Dichiol claps his hands, calling for everyone's attention and encouraging them to give it another go. As the trainees begin moving in rhythm to his count, his gaze instinctively lands on Sang. Just as he expected, Sang's movements are flawless, precise, powerful, and effortlessly in sync with the beat, standing out clearly among the others. Watching him, the trainer feels a quiet sense of astonishment, realizing that Sang isn't an ordinary trainee. The thought crosses his mind that they only received the choreography video yesterday, which means that the kid might have spent the entire night mastering every single move without rest. Meanwhile, amidst dancing, Sang glances at his Radiant System window, displaying that his Talent 1427 flexible dance machine has activated. It enhances memorization skills by 100%, and the user can learn any choreography they have never done before. Sang realizes that he can master the choreography after just a single viewing. Yet the thought of relying only on his talent makes him uneasy. Determined, he flashes a confident grin, deciding that he needs to push himself even harder through practice. Meanwhile, Yi Jin, watching Sang's calm and composed demeanor, feels a surge of irritation. His mind drifts back to the day when Kang announced that my pick's first center position would go to trainee Na Sang-jun, urging him to bear the weight of that responsibility, a moment that had left Sang both startled and speechless. Everyone around erupted into applause, while his friend Doyoung cheered for him with excitement. However, seated behind them, Yi Jin's expression darkened, and his jaw tightened as anger simmered beneath the surface. Back in the present, during training, Yi Jin watches Sang dance with flawless precision and wonders how such a change was even possible. He recalls that Sang was once known for lacking any real skill, and the thought alone infuriates him. His frustration boils over when another trainee accidentally bumps into him, causing Yi Jin to shove the boy to the ground and snap, demanding if he's even trying to do it properly. Seeing this, Sang recognizes the boy as Kim Ha-yoon, a 17-year-old trainee who had only been with ES Entertainment for 3 months. He joined my pick from a small company and received a grade solely on the basis of his potential. However, for him to be on par with the other grade skills is impossible. As Sang watches him, a faint sense of déjà vu washes over him, and Kim reminds him of his own struggling past self. After a moment of silent thought, Sang raises his hand and respectfully asks the trainer if he can help teach Kim, a request that surprises him. The trainer allows and urges him to stand next to him and teach him. With a bright grin, Sang extends his hand toward Kim and gently asks which parts he's struggling with. To Kim, Sang's sudden offer of help feels almost divine, like a god descending before him. Sang patiently begins demonstrating each move, and Kim carefully follows his lead. Their movements start to align in perfect sync, and when Kim finally gets it right, excitement flashes across his face. Encouraged, Sang asks if there's anything else he needs help with, to which Kim eagerly nods, his confidence slowly beginning to bloom. The protagonist patiently guides him through all the moves he had been struggling with, instructing him to move his foot and left hand outward at the same time. With a bright gleam in his eyes, Kim clasps his hands together in admiration, exclaiming that Ha-young feels like a god to him. Sang, however, waves his hand modestly, humbly dismissing the praise. With tears welling up, Kim confides that he simply wants to dance as well as Sang does, explaining softly that he just doesn't want to make any mistakes. After a moment of thought, Sang tells him that there is actually a way to avoid making mistakes. Kim's eyes light up with anticipation as he eagerly asks if that's true. With a playful grin, Sang replies that the method is simple, just repeat it about 40 times. Kim's expression immediately falls in disbelief, only for Sang to teasingly add that maybe 50 would be better, leaving him completely stunned. Sang then claps his hands together, brimming with energy, and suggests they start right away. Later, as Kim's legs tremble from exhaustion after the relentless practice, he laments internally that he had thought Sang was an angel, but now realizes he was clearly mistaken. As Kim collapses to his knees after dancing non-stop for 3 hours, Sang remains full of energy, urging him to hang in there and insisting that he can do it. With unwavering enthusiasm, Sang encourages him to keep going, cheerfully announcing that he only has 20 more rounds to complete. Kim, utterly drained and staring at him in disbelief, internally concludes that Sang isn't an angel after all. He is a complete demon. The following day, all the My Pick candidates stand aligned on stage during the live broadcast, their eyes closed as the crowd cheers for them with excitement. Slowly, Sang opens his eyes and begins to sing, moving in perfect sync with the others. As he performs, a wave of pure happiness washes over him, and he feels an unshakable desire to keep performing like this, again and again, hundreds or even thousands of times more. He feels a firm sense of determination, convinced that with his growing skill, he will surely rise to become a top star. As his singing blends perfectly with everyone's synchronized moves, the crowd bursts into cheers, their energy fueling Sang's excitement even more. Later, on the K-Doll Talk forum, a post appears asking viewers if they watched the My Pick live broadcast. Comments quickly flood in. One praises the center's incredible performance, another gushes that Sang looks like a true visual center with astonishing talent, and yet another jokingly laments that she was banned from Sang Jun's horse riding course because she was too stunned by his face to say anything. One user comments that Sang is the guy who performed Ararang, while another admits to nearly passing out while watching his performance and confesses her love for him. Someone affectionately writes that Rorengi stole their heart at his very first stage. Rorengi is Sang Jun's nickname because he sang Ararang. Another comment passionately declares support, urging everyone to help Sang debut. Sitting among the other trainees, Sang reads through the comments on his tablet with a bright smile, his excitement barely contained. Beside him, Doyoung nudges him playfully with his elbow, teasing him to stop obsessing over the fan reactions. With a playful wink, Sang asks what Doyoung means and insists that he should be the one to stop reading the comments instead. Chan, sitting nearby, agrees that Sang is right and says Doyoung is the one who searches his name every hour. At that moment, Kang enters the room, greeting everyone with a friendly wave as two videographers capture the scene. Smiling warmly, he thanks the trainees for their hard work and dedication during the signal song performance. He then announces that from this point onward, the team missions will commence. Sang quietly reflects on the mention of team missions, recalling that after this stage's competition, the elimination process will begin, which makes him feel a faint sense of unease beneath his calm expression. Turning his head, Sang glances at the other trainees, thinking that it would be great to end up with good teammates. Meanwhile, Kang holds up an envelope in his hand, explaining that it contains both a hint about the song they will perform and the team they will be assigned to. With a bright smile, he urges everyone to step forward when their name is called. One by one, he announces the names Lee Jun-ho, Park Hyun-bin, and others as each trainee walks up to receive their envelope. Doyoung, sitting nearby with his hands clasped together, silently prays for good teammates. Then Kang calls out Sang Jun's name and hands him his envelope. As the protagonist opens the envelope, he finds a card inside with the letter bonnet, prompting him to wonder what this is. Doyoung, holding his own card, curiously asks what Sang got, and the protagonist replies that his card says B. Doyoung's face lights up with excitement as he exclaims that he, too, got B, eagerly suggesting they might be on the same team. Sang, thrilled, turns to Chan and asks what letter he received. With a heavy heart, Chan shows his card, revealing that he's in Team C. Just then, a trainee nearby calls out loudly, asking who's in Team C, and upon hearing this, Doyoung nudges Chan with a grin, telling him that someone's calling for him. Gritting his teeth, Chan mutters in frustration that he knows. As he walks away, Sang watches him go with a light chuckle, internally noting that Chan seems a bit down about being the only one separated from them. Meanwhile, Doyoung excitedly calls out for all Team B members to gather, his voice echoing across the room until Sang gently urges him to tone it down. At that moment, Yi Jin strides toward them, flashing his own B card with a smirk and scoffing that they meet again. This startles Doyoung and slightly catches Sang off guard. However, Sang quickly regains his composure and responds with a bright grin, acknowledging that they seem to have met again after the center candidate competition. Internally, he activates his stage poker face talent, feeling a wave of relief wash over him as he realizes how fortunate he is to have it, and that without it, things might have gone differently. He quietly recalls the old saying that proverbs are never wrong and finds it fitting. His thoughts drift back to the past, when Sunwoo mentioned that he had heard from Doyoung that Seo Yi Jin would also be appearing on My Pick. Sang agreed, saying that it was fine since they didn't really see each other often. Sunwoo anxiously brought up the possibility of Yi Jin ending up on the same team during the team mission. However, Sang, grinning, dismissed his concern, saying there was no way that could happen since there were too many participants, and sarcastically remarked that the chances of them being on the same team were practically non-existent. Back in the present, when Sang sees Yi Jin on his team, He recalls an old Korean proverb, "Words are like seeds that give life to what one speaks," realizing that what he once said has now become reality. At that moment, Kim nervously approaches, holding his card and asking if this is Team B. Seeing him, Sang excitedly waves and welcomes him. At the same time, Kim bows politely, reluctantly introducing himself as Kim from ES Entertainment and saying he will be in Sang's care. Sang excitedly waves his hand, remarking that it seems they are on the same team, while Kim internally panics, recalling the demonic Sang who once trained him to the point of exhaustion. As the four group members take their seats, Doyoung looks around and wonders if everyone has arrived. Then, they thoughtfully note that, when they come to think of it, they still don't know what song they will be performing. Curiously, Kim says that he has no idea either, adding that he only received the information in the envelope. Sang curiously holds the envelope upside down, wondering if there might be a hint inside. Suddenly, something tiny plops onto the ground. He picks it up and is startled to see that it's a bean. Doyoung, puzzled, asks if they are supposed to eat it, while Yi-jin scoffs and mocks him, questioning if he really thinks the show producers are as stupid as he is. The remark infuriates Doyoung, who yells back. As the two argue, Sang glances down at the black bean in his hand, and his eyes widen in shock as a thought flashes through his mind, wondering if it could mean that black bean. Kim, utterly in awe, exclaims that he is a huge fan of black bean and excitedly asks Doyoung if his older brother is the leader of the group, mentioning that he read it in an article. Grinning proudly, Doyoung confirms it, and Kim can't hide his amazement, calling it cool. Yi-jin, growing irritated, urges them to focus and asks what song they will be performing. The question makes Kim visibly uneasy, while Sang sighs internally, thinking to himself that there he goes again. He notes inwardly that with the videographer filming their every move, Yi-jin won't be able to display his usual bad temper, as the camera's presence forces everyone to act more composed. Yi-jin then comments thoughtfully that the task might be difficult since Black Bean has so many hit songs to choose from. Doyoung, brimming with excitement, suggests that he could ask his older brother for a recommendation. Observing the group, Sang reflects that their team's vocal abilities are solid overall, though Kim's dancing still falls slightly short compared to the others. He then suggests Midnight Fantasy, explaining that he thinks its tone is remarkable and would suit their group well. Doyoung takes a moment to ponder the idea, while Kim eagerly expresses that he likes the song too. However, Yi-jin interjects, claiming that the song is too slow, which slightly irritates Doyoung. Maintaining his composure, Sang calmly asks Yi-jin which song he would prefer instead. Without hesitation, Yi-jin replies that if they are performing a Black Bean song, it should be Love Poison. Doyoung looks at him in disbelief, asking if he's serious, while Kim hesitantly points out that the song is notoriously difficult. Yi-jin nonchalantly claims that Love Poison is their most famous song, while Sang thoughtfully expresses his disagreement. He explains that Love Poison is notorious for its complex choreography, and that if they fail to perform it well, they will face harsh comparisons to the original group. Internally, Yi-jin smirks, urging Sang to keep opposing the idea. In his mind, he plans to pretend that he can't beat him and change the song. Then it will make him look like he is skilled and capable of learning hard songs well, and as a leader who respects the opinions of their members on the broadcast. He, with a sly grin, asserts he believes they can do it and asks why Sang is against it, and asks if he thinks she can't do it. Sang internally recognizes this as a challenge, a Sang versus Yi-jin moment, and a faint smile forms on his lips as he realizes how things are about to play out. Accepting the unspoken rivalry, he agrees to perform Love Poison, which catches Yi-jin off guard. Surprised, Yi-jin curiously asks if Sang truly intends to perform Love Poison, and Sang, wearing a confident grin, responds by turning the question back to him, implying that it was what Yi-jin wanted all along. Sang then firmly concludes that it is settled, emphasizing that regardless of how difficult the choreography might be, consistent practice will lead them to success. With a determined smile, he adds that if they rehearse 100 or even 200 times, they will surely perfect it, causing Kim to tremble at the thought. Rising to his feet, Sang remarks that such intense practice will require plenty of time and suggests that they should all head out to begin training. Yi-jin frantically calls out for Sang to wait and quickly stands up, his expression tense and conflicted. With visible hesitation, he pleads for the song to be changed, reluctantly suggesting that they switch to Midnight Fantasy instead. Sang, maintaining a calm and composed demeanor, casually asks why Yi-jin is backing down after insisting on performing Love Poison, hinting that perhaps he simply cannot handle it. In his mind, Sang imagines himself landing a triumphant blow on Yi Jin in an imaginary spar. Hearing Sang's words, Yi Jin clenches his teeth in frustration before raising his voice, insisting that it's not like that and falsely claiming that everyone else doesn't seem interested in the song anyway, so he will graciously concede and agree to change it. Sang casually thanks Yi Jin, inwardly grinning at how easily he backed down. With a confident smile, he turns to the others and cheerfully announces that since Yi Jin has agreed to change the song, they should all do their best together. The group responds enthusiastically, nodding in agreement. Meanwhile, Yi Jin clenches his fists tightly, his expression darkening as he wonders if Sang is deliberately mocking him. Rage simmering beneath the surface, he silently vows that Sang will pay for this and that he won't let it end here. Later, Sang and Doyoung throw themselves into practice with full focus, repeating the choreography over and over. After a while, Doyoung, completely drained, collapses onto the floor, gasping that he feels like he's going to die and that this song isn't easy either. At that moment, a system window appears before Sang, displaying a notification that 200,000 practice hours have been completed, and that Talent 1427 flexible dance machine has been filled. Seeing the glowing system window, Sang grins in satisfaction, thinking that his dance talent has finally reached its peak. He wishes he could lend his dance talent to his teammates. Wondering what his next reward might be, he swipes the window, and a glowing book materializes in his hand. Holding that book, he grins, finding it nice. As Chan walks into the room and spots Sang, he bluntly calls him an idiot. Startled, Sang hurriedly hides the book behind his back, claiming that Chan scared him, while Doyoung glances up and casually notes that Chan has arrived. Once Chan looks away, Sang slyly retrieves the book again, wondering why Chan always seems so cranky. Approaching them with a serious look, Chan asks if they have any idea what just happened. Caught off guard, Sang blinks in confusion and asks what's wrong. Scratching the back of his neck, Chan asks if their team had argued about the song choice earlier. When Sang confirms it, Chan sighs in frustration, muttering that Yi Jin must have caused trouble again, calling him a brat and implying that he is up to something. He recalled walking down the hallway, yawning from exhaustion, when he happened to pass by the producer's room. Through the slightly open door, he noticed a video playing on the laptop. It was Yi Jin's tearful clip, where he claimed that Sang had suddenly forced him into something. Inside, the producer and his secretary were watching the footage closely. Lee Myung-seok, 47 years old and the current producer of My Pick, held a cup in his hand, his gaze fixed intently on the screen as he studied the video. He then gestured toward another laptop where a different video was playing and instructed his secretary to cut that out and replace it with this one. When the secretary hesitantly asked if he really wanted to use the clip, Myung responded with a calm grin that, since last week's first place was Sang Jun, he needed a bit of competition. Taking a slow sip of his tea, he thought to himself that YH Entertainment had given him a generous sum of money, so it was only fair that he delivered results worth their investment. The secretary pointed to the other footage and told the producer that if he looked closely, he would see that SEO Yi Jin had started the dispute. However, Myung brushed off her concern, firmly instructing her to do as he said, emphasizing that the only thing that mattered was how the video looked when it aired. The secretary hesitated, nervously asking if they were really going through with this, while Chan, passing by the doorway, quietly overheard their conversation. Back in the present, hearing all this, Sang holds his head in frustration, realizing what happened, while Doyoung clenches his teeth, saying that it all makes sense now. No wonder Yi Jin had that kind of confidence. Sang admits that he found it strange too, noting that even if Yi Jin is the nephew of YH Entertainment's CEO, it still takes nerve to act like that in front of the cameras. Doyoung's jaw tightens in anger as he processes it all. Sang internally reflects on the situation and realizes that the producer was involved too. He thanks Chan for informing him, but Chan tells him to save the gratitude for later and asks what he plans to do now. Turning around with a calm but determined expression, Sang replies that he needs to start preparing. When Chan curiously asks what he wants, Sang pulls out a tripod mic stand from his bag and, with a confident grin, says it's his trump card. Cha Doyoung nervously started his live stream, adjusted the camera, then brightly introduced himself as a Jay's Entertainment trainee while the chat reacted and his friend watched beside him. Further, Ma Sang-jun and Yu-chan also joined the live stream, cheerfully introducing themselves while Doyoung reacted shyly, and the chat exploded with excitement. Sang answered chat questions, explaining that he had been preparing hard for their next performance. He explained that they had struggled to choose a song because they weren't sure whether to try something new or stick to what they were already good at. He smiled nervously and hinted that explaining the situation might be a bit complicated. He began to reveal the truth, leading into a dramatic flashback that questioned what had happened to Team B that day. Yi-jun suggested that if they were choosing a Black Bean song, it had to be Love Poison, insisting they needed a powerful performance to leave an impression. Sang disagreed, arguing that a song with difficult choreography was too demanding, and that an emotional track like Midnight Fantasy would make a stronger impression instead. The argument escalated as Yi-jun insisted it had to be Love Poison no matter what, while the other snapped back, demanding to know if he was trying to start a fight. Doyoung stepped in to stop the argument, scolding them for fighting in front of Ha-yoon, who clung to him and admitted they were scary. The group fell into tense silence after the argument, leaving Doyoung comforting Ha-yoon while the others backed off in frustration. Sang sighed and argued that since their team's vocals were strong, Midnight Fantasy would best showcase all four of their charms. He reminded them that they all needed to debut, so choosing a song that highlighted everyone's strengths was important, which made Yi-jun finally understand his intention. Both enthusiastically agreed to the suggestion and vowed to put on an amazing performance together, sealing it with an excited high five. They happily walked together through a field of flowers, laughing as the earlier tension faded completely. Now, Sang told the viewers that he was relieved because he felt he had made the right choice, while Doyoung internally cringed at how the story had been explained. The group eagerly prepared to share their new project, though Yu-chan felt anxious and stressed about it. Yu-chan became emotional and apologized because he felt deeply guilty about how Sang-jun was affected. Yu-chan tearfully said that Sang-jun had gone through a lot while preparing for their first performance, and the guilt had overwhelmed him. Flustered by Yu-chan's sudden crying and the confused chat, they hurriedly wrapped up the livestream and ended the broadcast. Sang rushed to comfort Yu-chan, worried and confused as he continued crying after the broadcast ended. Yu-chan was shocked by his teasing as Doyoung joked that if fans saw through his acting, they would all be in trouble. Yu-chan said they had to put in at least this much effort to set the bait, leaving the others tired but resigned. Sang realized the whole emotional scene had just been an act and began to thank them in relief. Yu-chan jokingly told him to show his gratitude by handing over his wallet. They excitedly assumed Sang-jun was treating them, with one immediately requesting beef while Sang-jun panicked. Fans reacted emotionally to the stream where Yu-chan cried, expressing worry, affection, and support while discussing the group's hardships and hoping the members stayed close and continued on a positive path. The manager urgently checked the computer, only for another person to burst in, shocked to discover that the boys had done a live broadcast. A worried staff member asked if they should continue with the original plan after discovering the unexpected live broadcast. An angry superior exploded at the staff, scolding them for suggesting the original plan when the trainees had already acted first. The stressed manager instructed her to imply that the trainees had had a minor dispute that was resolved smoothly. He ordered that Na Sang-jun's screen time be reduced, and the staff member promptly agreed. He sighed tiredly at his desk as the employee hurried away to carry out his orders. He wondered why someone like Na Sang-jun had turned out to be so exceptionally good. He realized that Na Sang-jun was not only skilled, but also flawless, so lowering his ranking through evil editing had been impossible. He wondered what was wrong with the kid when he suddenly saw him confidently start a live broadcast with the others. On the other hand, they sat nervously in the van on the way to the venue. Kim admitted he was shaking, but another reassured him, saying they would do well because they had practiced hard. Doyoung joked that they had practiced way too much, remembering how they were pushed to repeat everything again and again. Yi-jun checked his phone and saw fans commenting that they missed the group and were excited to see them again. Fans eagerly commented about the group, wondering if the members were still getting along, and expressing excitement for their upcoming performance, while he anxiously wondered if their comments would reach the group. Yi-jun clicked his tongue in frustration before coldly telling everyone to get ready for departure. Right after, as they approached their destination, they were ready to step outside the bus. Finally, they arrived for their song cover mission day, and fans cheered excitedly as they walked past the crowd. The group posed for photos as fans showered them with compliments, admiring their looks and teasing Na Sang-jun for looking especially cool. Fans excitedly praised Na Sang-jun for looking cool, drawing attention from others who eagerly tried to get his attention for photos. He caught the girl as she stumbled, and then asked her gently if she was okay. The girl, flustered, handed Na Sang-jun a letter she had written, and he took it with a smile. She excitedly confessed she was a huge fan and had been voting for him every day, to which Na Sang-jun responded with surprise and gratitude. She introduced herself as Seo Erin with a bright smile and asked Na Sang-jun to remember her. Na Sang-jun smiled and promised to remember her, thanking Seo Erin politely for the letter. Seo Erin walked away, still processing the fact that Na Sang-jun had actually said her name, and she couldn't contain her excitement. The group delivered a stunning performance, and afterward, Ju-won excitedly asked if the audience was ready to meet Team Prince Maker. The members of Team Prince Maker walked onto the stage, greeting the audience warmly. Yi-jun excitedly asked the audience if they were ready to enjoy their performance, with the crowd responding enthusiastically. The performance began as the music played, and the group confidently took their positions on stage, ready to captivate the audience. They performed energetically on stage, with the lyrics describing a special moment at midnight, creating a captivating atmosphere for the audience. As they sang, they expressed their desire to become the person who brightens someone else's world, reflecting their dedication and passion for their performance. As Erin watched, deeply moved by their captivating performance, they confidently performed their song, Midnight Fantasy. They continued their energetic performance of Midnight Fantasy, showing great chemistry and synchronized movements. Team Prince Makers struck a final pose at the end of their performance, impressing the audience as they cheered and applauded excitedly. After Team Prince Maker's performance, the announcer hinted at a surprise, asking if the audience would be disappointed if they ended the event there. The crowd loudly cheered in agreement, eager for more. Ju-won teased the audience, saying that for those who felt it was too soon to end, their pick had prepared a special performance, exciting everyone even more. He revealed a surprise, introducing a member solo stage, where trainees would have the chance to showcase their individual talents in a solo performance. He emphasized that only the strongest trainees would survive, and those who successfully completed their assigned missions would earn the opportunity to showcase their skills through a solo performance. The trainees performed their solo acts, with one trainee dramatically showcasing his power of the left arm, claiming to be the Dark Dragon in a comical manner. He wondered why he had chosen to embrace the Dark Dragon persona, and his fellow trainees expressed surprise, suggesting that he must have really wanted to stand out during the performance. The host announced that the trainees' pre-team mission performance was shown on the RCBC's channel and invited everyone to watch it. A performer danced energetically on stage while the cheering crowd waved glowing light sticks in excitement. Yu Chan smiled confidently and waved to the crowd. Ju-won announced trainee Na Sang-jun and asked about his prepared performance, while someone in the audience wondered if he would sing Ararang again. Na Sang-jun announced that he had prepared something completely different this time, and the host expressed curiosity and excitement to see it. The host asked Na Sang-jun to show his performance, and the audience applauded enthusiastically. Na Sang-jun stepped forward and began singing confidently as the crowd watched in anticipation. The audience slowly recognized the tune, and it was revealed that Na Sang-jun was dramatically performing Ararang. Seo Erin felt lucky to witness Na Sang-jun's legendary performance in person. Na Sang-jun unexpectedly turned Ararang into an overly dramatic breakup ballad, leaving the audience completely baffled by his emotional performance. As Na Sang-jun's singing grew unexpectedly intense and chaotic, almost like a heavy metal meltdown, his friends realized in shock that his performance had completely spiraled away from Ararang. The crowd recoiled in overwhelming shock, screaming as Na Sang-jun's chaotic performance reached an explosive, almost catastrophic climax. Breathless and trembling, Na Sang-jun finished his wild performance with an intense, almost unhinged smile, leaving the audience stunned and uneasy. While Yi-jun fumed in disbelief, the crowd erupted into cheers, chanting Na Sang-jun as they celebrated his shocking performance. Over a meal, one man mentioned that his pick had been entertaining lately, but the CEO, Seo Chan-young, cautioned that things were straying far from their original plan. One man joked that the plan was meant to make Yi-jin stand out, and the other replied sarcastically. Yi-jun checked his phone, saw posts praising Sang-rang's unique heavy metal performance, and saw updated rankings showing Na Sang-jun in first place. Fans posted online praising Sang-rang and promoted events, encouraging others to vote for Na Sang-jun as the center. He angrily pointed out that Na Sang-jun was in first place and insisted they should be doing everything possible to lower his ranking. He snapped that he might not debut because of this and demanded who would take responsibility, while his uncle warned him to watch his mouth. Seo Chan-young asked PD Lee how long he had been in the industry, and Lee replied that this year would be his 20th. Chan-young acknowledged PD Lee's 20 years of hard work, thanked him for looking after Yi-jin, but then hinted that there was something else to bring up. Chan Yong warned that if things continued as they were, PD Lee's years of effort would go to waste and urged him to do better. PD Lee agreed to handle the issue properly and said he would fix it by just editing a bit. Yi Jun reminded him that he had tried doing that before and failed. Seo Chan Yong hinted that a more reliable method existed to manipulate the situation. He offered a large sum of money and ordered PD Lee to carry out the plan properly. It was the day of the second round elimination announcement, and the trainees were greeted and praised for their hard work. The trainees were told it would have been nice to stay together, but not everyone would be able to advance. The host announced that a total of 30 trainees passed the second round. They were shocked that only 30 people passed, realizing it meant nearly half of the trainees had been eliminated. Doyoung nervously wondered if he was going to be eliminated this round. Kim recalled a past moment when he anxiously told Sang that his ranking was too low and wondered if he would even be able to debut. The memory reflected his current worry. He lay beside Sang, who said that the only reason he had made it that far was luck. Kim wondered if he would pass the round and admitted he lacked confidence, while his friend stayed quiet. Sang admitted he once struggled with the same worries, and the younger one sought reassurance by asking if that was true. He admitted that his lack of talent once made him want to give up, which the other boy found hard to believe. Sang said he had always been in pain because, despite putting in so much effort, he still felt like he couldn't succeed. He revealed that despite all the pain and lack of progress, he couldn't give up because he had made a promise to someone. He smiled, explaining that despite the struggles, fate had led him to a glimpse of hope, and that's how he became the person he is now. He shared that if they kept pushing forward and didn't give up, Kim Hyun would also have an opportunity to succeed. Sang told him that in order to reach his goal, he would have to practice hard and suggested they take the chance to practice 20 more times, much to his surprise. He urged Kim to get up, while he groaned in exhaustion. Now, the host announced that he would begin revealing the results starting from the 29th place. The announcement started with Kim Young-hoon in 29th place, On Yi-min in 28th place, and Kim Seok-hyun in 27th place, as the trainees expressed gratitude and some showed signs of anxiety. The announcement continued with Yu-chan in 17th place, who thanked the audience, and Cha Doyoung in 12th place, who reacted with excitement and surprise. Cha Doyoung, in 12th place, vowed to always put forth his best effort as he smiled confidently, promising to become a better version of himself. As the trainees anxiously awaited their results, Kim realized that although the rankings had reached 10th place, his name still hadn't been called, and he worried about his chances. The host announced that only the first and second places were left to be revealed, and he was about to announce the candidates running for first place. The announcement revealed that the candidates for first place were trainee Seo Yi-jin and trainee Na Sang-jun. The host asked both trainees to share how they were feeling at that moment. Seo Yi-jin confidently declared that he would secure first place no matter what. Na Sang-jun expressed that while he would like to get first place, there was something else he desired even more. Na Sang-jun expressed his desire to move on to the next round, but this time, he wanted to do it with his little brother, leaving Kim surprised. Na Sang-jun knocked on the practice room door, calling for Kim Hyun, who was sitting inside, clearly distressed. He, in 35th place, was eliminated and emotionally called out to Na Sang-jun, wiping away tears. He congratulated Sang on second place. Na Sang-jun asked him if he was okay, and Kim Hyun responded that he had accepted the result. Kim Hyun reflected that he didn't have much screen time and felt his skills weren't good enough, which likely contributed to his elimination. Kim Hyun expressed that, for someone as ordinary as him, things would remain the same no matter how hard he tried. Na Sang-jun asked Kim Hyun if he was going to give up and told him that if he wanted to, it was his choice. He asked Kim Hyun if he was sure he wouldn't regret giving up, reminding him that he hadn't had his full chance yet, and pointing out that it would be a shame to give up now. But Kim Hyun, feeling defeated, lamented that despite working so hard, he hadn't even made it into the top 30 places. Kim Hyun expressed his doubt, saying he didn't think he had the talent to succeed. Sang recalled the harsh words of the manager telling him he had no talent, which added to his self-doubt. He reassured Kim Hyun with a gentle pat on the head, telling him that he did have talent, despite his doubts. Na Sang-jun sincerely told him that he wasn't just saying it, and that he had genuinely never seen a trainee who had tried as hard as he did. He told him that putting in effort was also a talent, and that's why his dedication was reflected in his results. Na Sang-jun reassured Ha-yoon not to blame himself, offering comfort as Kim Hyun teared up, clearly affected by the situation. He reassured him, telling him he did well. On the other hand, in the room, the Mac screen was on, where the fans were questioning and reacting to Ha-yoon's unexpected elimination from a competition. The fans were shocked and upset that Kim Hee-un was eliminated. In the office, Director Jo was searching for the performance of his trainees, where fans were posting online about how cute the group members looked and expressing their support for them. One of them announced a giveaway of photocards to celebrate the group advancing to the next round. Jo smiled as he commented that their trainees were becoming really popular. He thought about the boys and admitted that even if they were a bit weird, they still looked good. He reflected that although he disliked the idea at first, he eventually accepted it. He hoped everything would continue smoothly without any issues. When an unexpected call came, Jo was startled, realizing he didn't expect it. He answered the call with a smile, saying it had been a while. The call turned out to be from Choi Seo-yi, a broadcast writer. Choi Seo-yi asked him if he had checked the file she sent. Jo confirmed he had seen the file and acknowledged it was about the drama in drama project she had been preparing for. Jo wondered if she planned to cast someone from their group, but she clarified that she wasn't. Choi Seo-yi revealed she wanted to cast trainee Na Sang-jun, which surprised him. Jo mentioned that the entertainment industry was full of rumors. A rumor said that any celebrity chosen by writer Choi Seo-yi was guaranteed to become successful. He was surprised that the writer wanted Sang-jun and admitted he wasn't sure how good Sang-jun was at acting. Choi Seo-yi explained that Sang-jun would start acting classes soon and told the director not to interfere. She explained that since it was a reality show, awkward acting would ruin the overall feel of it. She said she wanted to personally meet Na Sang-jun before moving forward. Jo reacted in shock and tried to explain that Na Sang-jun had not debuted yet. A staff member burst in, calling for the director, interrupting his phone call with the writer. She, thrilled and breathless, was to report urgent and important news to the director. She excitedly announced that something major had happened with my pick, leaving the director shocked and confused. The contestants murmured anxiously as news spread, leaving them worried about what the sudden development might mean for them. The contestants greeted Sang nervously and explained that the internet was currently blowing up with unexpected news. Sang was shocked when he saw the comments of fans, who were questioning how Kim Ha-yoon could have been eliminated despite his rising performance and rankings. He realized the fans were correct. Since Midnight Fantasy won first place, their team received 10% extra votes. He realized that Ha-yoon had originally received only 2,000 votes, which was far too low compared to the previous rounds. People online questioned the rankings, suggesting that Seo-yi-jin's sudden rise was suspicious and might be due to favoritism, while others warned against dragging unrelated trainees into the controversy. Sang realized that the CEO's earlier words made sense because the situation the CEO warned about was never going to happen. He thought to himself that everything had been carefully planned out. Yi-jun wondered in confusion what his uncle could possibly be doing. He was frustrated as his uncle hadn't been answering his calls or reading his texts since earlier. The contestants started discussing the possibility that the competition might be rigged, agreeing that it seemed suspicious no matter how they looked at it. They were surprised because, although everyone expected Sang-jun to take first place, Yi-jin ended up winning instead. There were rumors about Yi-jin using drugs, but it was said that YH Entertainment's CEO covered it up with money. Yi-jin angrily shouted at them, demanding they stop spreading rumors and questioning what they really knew. He continued to yell at them, telling them that if they didn't know anything, they should stop pretending and stay quiet. Seeing the tension, Sang urged him to calm down and asked why he was acting like this. Sang acknowledged that the situation was tense, but questioned him about whether it was really necessary to start a fight over it. Yi-jun snapped back angrily, questioning why anyone would think he was on edge. He furiously questioned what Sang could possibly know about him, clearly frustrated by the situation. He taunted Sang, accusing him of being someone who only sang a strange version of Ararang just to get attention. Sang was taken aback by his harsh comment. Someone called out to Seo-yi-jin, apologizing and urging him to hurry up and come out. As Seo-yi-jin was being pulled away, he protested and demanded to be let go. But the other person urged him to stop arguing and said they needed to leave immediately. Seo-yi-jin was confused and asked what was going on. But the other person explained that they couldn't discuss it there and that the company had ordered him to be brought out. He urgently asked about his uncle, but he was informed that they couldn't reach the CEO and would explain everything later. As they rushed down the hall, the other person urged Seo-yi-jin to hurry and leave. Seo-yi-jin, confused and frustrated, rushed to find out what was happening, unable to reach his uncle and unaware of the situation unfolding. They rushed toward a car, and the person with Seo Yi-jin urgently told him to hurry and get in. As Seo Yi-jin got into the car, a person in uniform greeted him, causing him to freeze in surprise. Seo Yi-jin was shocked and confused as he was led away by two people in uniform. He was informed that he was being arrested for violating drug and solicitation laws. As he was led away, he noticed the serious expression of PD Lee walking beside him, leaving him increasingly confused and anxious. Before they were arrested, the scene was reviewed when PD Lee suggested they keep the rankings as they were for now, possibly to avoid any further complications. Seo Yi-jin reacted in disbelief, clearly frustrated by the situation. Seo Yi-jin was shown on the rankings screen in 8th place, and Lee asked him if he was going to get his money's worth after dropping in rank. Yi-jin sighed in frustration and addressed the PD, noting that with the current situation, things were complicated. He suggested that, despite the ongoing scandal, they could just release the manipulated rankings and claim the contestant maintained first place, as only they knew the true rankings. He smugly told Lee that if he couldn't go through with it, he should return all the money he had received. He coldly threatened the other, implying that if the situation went public, they would be in serious trouble, and that they should comply quietly with whatever he said. Yi-jin seemed caught off guard by the sudden appearance of Choi Seo-yi holding a folder, prompting him to ask in confusion. As he left, PD Lee angrily cursed, calling him a son of a bitch before slamming his hand down in frustration. Frustrated, he ordered to make Seo Yi-jin first place, surprising Choi Seo-yi. She questioned Lee whether he was seriously being asked to place a trainee in first place despite the ongoing drug scandal, even if money was involved. PD Lee, clearly angry, demanded to know what was said about placing the trainee in first place despite the ongoing scandal. He, clearly agitated, snapped, asking her if she was trying to lecture him, while the other quickly denied it. He dismissively said to just do it, noting that YH Entertainment would probably handle the situation. Choi Seo-yi, holding a folder, stood silently outside the door, clearly deep in thought or concern. She sat alone at her desk in a dimly lit room, typing on a keyboard, seemingly focused on something. She wrote an anonymous report exposing YH Entertainment and my pick for manipulating rankings and votes, written by her, who was involved in the production of idol survival shows at RCBC Broadcasting Company. The news report revealed that the program My Pick on the RCBC Broadcasting Company has been exposed for manipulating rankings and vote numbers, causing a huge shock after a producer reported the case internally. The police have initiated their investigation into the My Pick voting scandal, securing evidence from a producer's office and an unnamed entertainment company. Mr. Lee, the leader of the production team for My Pick, along with other staff members, as well as CEOs and trainees, are currently detained for solicitation of bribery. Sang was feeling stressed and uncertain about what to do next in a difficult situation. He reflected on his journey, realizing that he was not as close to debuting as he had thought, especially after being eliminated from the show My Pick. He was contemplating whether achieving certain goals is impossible, even with talent and effort. He reflected on sharing his frustrations with Kim Hyun. He was overwhelmed with self-doubt, questioning if, despite all his efforts, he was truly suited for the path he had chosen. He was surprised or caught off guard by the sudden appearance of two others at the door. He expressed regret or frustration, reflecting on how he had hoped for a debut through the show My Pick, but now felt that opportunity had slipped away. But Yu Chan and Doyoung were confused because the other hadn't been contacted by the director as expected. Sang appeared confused and was contemplating, as shown by his puzzled expression. Three excitedly looked at the colorful files in front of them, reacting with enthusiasm. They had looked at a pile of files and were told that people were going crazy trying to cast them. They had been amazed by how much there was. They had decided to be on a variety show and were working on an ad. The director, Joe, thoughtfully praised them as incredible, and he, who had worried after the scandal, realized they had nothing to be concerned about. He had pointed out that, in addition to everything, more ads were coming in. Sang had been confused and wondered if it was all just a dream. He asked if there had been any ads for him as well. He was told he got an ad for Sikhai, where he would sing Ararang at the opening, which was said to be a perfect fit for him. He was asked if he would consider doing an ad for a washing machine. He told Sang that the ad would be something like Sedaki Gone, with a washing machine involved. He imagined the concept of the ad, which was about a washing machine leaving him if he missed a sale. Doyoung and Yu Chan reflected on the idea of doing a home appliance ad, which they think would become a regrettable part of their past. Sang wondered why he always came up with such concepts. He reflected positively, thinking that despite everything, He had the chance to start over again. He was encouraged by Doyoung, who told him he would look really cool and urged him to try it once. Sang asked him if he wanted to film it, and he jokingly said he would give him Heavy Metal Hyun's identity in exchange. Yu Chan sighed and wondered if there was anything normal in the situation around him. The man seemed deep in thought as he considered something. He shared that a variety show wanted to cast Sang Jun, which surprised the others, who reacted with excitement. He presented a brochure, and as the group sparked curiosity and surprise, he revealed that a variety show titled Drama in Drama had shown interest. Right after, as Sang came to the director's office, he called out to him, who responded with concern, to which he asked if something was wrong and if he was unwell. The director Joe explained that he was feeling nervous because it was the first time in a while that he had to meet writer Choi, to which Sang asked what kind of person they were. He described writer Choi as very scary, which left Sang surprised. He described her gaze as if she were hunting for prey, like she was about to catch and eat them. He reassured Sang Jun that he would protect him, but then expressed concern for him, asking if he was okay. Right after, Joe steeled himself with the thought that he could survive even in a dangerous place as long as he stayed focused. He greeted Miss Choi warmly, mentioning that he had been waiting for her, but she instantly ignored him and ran towards Sang. Choi Seo-yi, the writer for Drama in Drama, introduced himself with a friendly greeting. She mentioned that she had heard a lot about the other person, who responded with a warm greeting, saying it was nice to meet him. She politely asked if she could ask a few questions, to which the other person responded affirmatively. She asked about his blood type and then inquired if he had any hobbies, to which Sang replied that he didn't really have any hobbies. She inquired of Sang about how he spends his free time, and he explained that after practice, he doesn't engage in any activities at home except for resting. When asked about his favorite food, Choi Seo-yi humorously revealed that her secret hobby was standing idols. She apologized, saying she got too excited. She asked Sang Jun what made him choose their program, noting that he had received offers from many different places. Sang Jun shared that he liked the program because it reflects current media trends, with cast members getting the chance to create their own drama, which also becomes a box office hit. He explained that the program was planned by producer Ju Won-chol-won and directed by Baek Seung-ho, with the cast members still undecided. However, the proposal suggested that the show could be turned into a documentary, and he believed it would require skilled actors, making the program stand out compared to others. Choi Seo-yi asked in surprise if Sang Jun had memorized everything on the document, to which he confirmed that he had. She thought Sang Jun had a unique character, but she realized he also had a clumsy side. She realized that Sang Jun would unexpectedly make a good variety show character. She expressed excitement about seeing him on set, and he thanked her in response. Now, Joe spoke, addressed Choi Seo-yi, and mentioned that, in addition to Sang Jun appearing on the show, they would like to add a condition on their end. Choi Seo-yi looked puzzled after hearing about the addition of a condition. An explosion erupted, signaling a chaotic and dangerous situation. In the midst of the turmoil, a soldier urgently demanded a solution, warning that they would lose if things continued as they were. One of them confidently declared that he would solve the problem, while another soldier urgently called out for him to wait. A soldier urgently called out, "Corporal Lee Yi-hyun," as he ran through the chaos. Now, Lee Yi-hyun playfully pretended to shoot, holding something in his hand and striking a pose, as if celebrating a victory. Choi Seo-yi observed him and commented that he was having fun by himself. Lee Yi-hyun coughed and expressed that if he were to die, he wanted to be buried next to her. They remarked, surprised, that Lee Yi-hyun was better at acting than expected, mentioning that he had recently appeared in a popular web drama called Love High School, which was popular among students. Yi-hyun rushed towards them and urgently warned the director that it was dangerous. Joe grabbed him behind his collar and cautioned him to stay still, reminding him they had a guest, as they carefully handled the situation. Yi-hyun greeted the group, while another responded indifferently. Choi Seo-yi, after observing the situation, remarked that it was the combination of a sincere psychopath and an innocent psychopath. As director Joe saw her, the writer, feeling uneasy, watched him and reacted with a mischievous laugh. After seeing her, Joe made a silly face. On the day of Drama in Drama's first meeting, two trainees were having a casual conversation, with one calling the other to get their attention. Yi-hyun asked if there was a hamburger place near the broadcasting station, and the other responded by asking if he was hungry. Yi-hyun wondered which franchise had the best hamburgers and then mentioned that rice burgers were also good. He said that rice burgers were just rice balls and added that it wasn't like he wanted to eat them with his hands. Sang expressed that sometimes he couldn't understand what Yi Hyun was thinking. They greeted each other with surprise, and he was excited upon seeing senior Ju-won. Yoon Sol, a 29-year-old actor with 15 years of experience, complimented Sang on his singing, saying she enjoyed watching my pick and that he sang very well. Sang expressed being a big fan and complimented the other on their performance in a recently released movie, while another encouraged him to become wealthy and debut quickly. Sang expressed that being on a variety show with such famous people felt like a dream. He questioned if it was a dream, then pinched himself in surprise. He nervously greeted Kim Ha-yoon, and after recognizing him, excitedly called out his name. As they met and greeted each other, Ha-yoon was surprised to find out his Hyung was also on the show. Sang excitedly introduced Yi-hyun, and Yi-hyun greeted them politely. He encouraged him to work hard, and Ha-yoon agreed enthusiastically. Seo Erin nervously greeted the group, drawing attention. The others were surprised and remarked on the new face. Seo Erin introduced herself as the main vocalist of You Fly and shared that the group would debut in the first half of the year. She expressed her willingness to be in their care, and others responded with a warm welcome. She expressed amazement at meeting so many people they had usually only seen on TV. She was surprised to find that Nae Sang-jin was also there. She was shocked and excited, saying she had no idea she would be on a variety show with Sang-jun. He realized that Seo Erin was a trainee, thinking he didn't recognize her because she was wearing a school uniform at the time. He reflected on the reunion, realizing how they had crossed paths once more. Choi Seo-yi, the writer, greeted the group and asked if they had read the program's proposal. She explained that Drama in Drama was a show where the participants would create their own drama while being filmed throughout the entire process. Choi Seo-yi emphasized that there was no script and the production staff did not intervene at any point during the process. She mentioned that the participants only need to do something. One of them said that the instructions say to act naturally. Sang commented that they had thought it was the writer herself speaking. They decided to begin by deciding their roles. Ju-won said that the roles in the show are divided as directors, main writers, assistant writers, producers, camera directors, and audio directors. He explained that the 6 roles are divided in a specific way. He commented that there are more roles than they expected and asked if anyone had a role in mind. After the questions about roles, the participants sat quietly, with one looking uneasy and another feeling embarrassed. Ju-won observed that the room was quiet because everyone was still trying to figure out the atmosphere. He asked if it would be okay for him to be the first to speak. Yi Hyun eagerly raised his hand and said he wanted to be the camera director. Sang asked him if he knew how to film after he expressed interest in being the camera director. Yi Hyun replied that he didn't know how to film, but he was confident he could do well. Yoon Sol agreed to let Yi Hyun do whatever he wanted, and he expressed his gratitude. Sang thought to himself that, as expected, Yi Hyun was really assertive. Yi Hyun asked him what role he wanted, and the other, surprised, questioned if he was being asked. Sang started to say he wanted to be a writer, but Yi Hyun quickly interrupted, announcing that he wanted to be the main writer. The seniors encouraged them, saying the role suited him well and that he would do great, imagining him as the writer Na Sang-jun. They enthusiastically chanted Na Sang-jun, encouraging him, and he responded, deciding to give it a try, while the others watched in excitement. Ju-won mentioned that it looked like all the roles had been decided, and he showed a list of assigned positions, including director, producer, main writer, assistant writer, cameraman, and sound engineer. He suggested they start discussing the project, while Seo Erin happily thought about getting to work as a writer alongside Sang-jun. Seo Erin decided to work hard so she wouldn't be a bother to Sang-jun. Sang asked if anyone had a project they liked to use as a reference, and Yoon Sol quickly responded that she had one, surprising him. She shared her enthusiasm for the recently aired show Grim Reaper and expressed how much she enjoyed that type of romance. She gushed about how cool the Grim Reaper character on the show was, and Sang noted it. Kim expressed a desire to do something touching, sharing his idea with the group. He mentioned enjoying an old movie where the main character was part of an audition show, and Ju-won replied that he had watched it too. He reflected on how it reminded him of the times when he was still a trainee, and the word audition caught Sang's attention. He asked what kind of persona the others would want in a show, then confidently said he would prefer one that is both charismatic and cool, adding that he's also a director. He mentioned a show called Queensman and compared it to a character like Hagrid, leaving Erin stunned. Yoon Sol expressed her desire to take on a sexy role, mentioning that she had only played innocent and pure characters before. But Seo Erin seemed to be feeling uncertain and nervous, struggling with what to say in a situation where she felt compelled to speak up. But she reflected on Sang Jun, a trainee like herself, and seemed to understand something about him. She admired the professionalism of Sang Jun, impressed by his actions. She reflected that Sang Jun was not just another hardworking newcomer but stood out for his exceptional qualities. She admired Sang Jun for his professionalism and perfection, believing he was outstanding. Erin was asked about the kind of character she wanted. She seemed surprised by the question and was unsure of how to answer. She glimpsed her past when the trainer emphasized the importance of showing presence, urging everyone to do so, no matter what. He scolded them for not realizing the rare opportunity and urged them to seize it and make the group famous. Now, Erin desired the character with a strong presence. She expressed her desire for a character with a strong presence, which made others laugh due to her ambition. Sang Jun responded to Erin's request, promising to keep it in mind. Erin was excited after hearing that she wanted a character with a strong presence, showing her enthusiasm for the idea. She expressed her desire to have a character with a certain level of importance, showing her ambition and thoughtful consideration. In a few days, they received an unexpected set of instructions, leading to confusion as they anxiously checked their papers. Despite the uncertainty, they all appeared shocked and concerned. They were left in confusion after receiving an unexpected file, with Erin especially perplexed by the details. The main character, Kim Joo-seung, auditions for a job as a Grim Reaper, amid a dramatic, fiery backdrop, highlighting the intensity of the scene. In his quest to secure first place, Kim Joo-seung must face and defeat 43 other competitors. A movie-like description of a fun and emotional story, with romance included, is set to be the latest blockbuster. A poster for a fictional reality show called Grim Reaper Deuce 44. Sang presented the story he had worked on, claiming to have included all of the ideas provided. Joo-won asked for feedback on which part of his work needed improvement, expressing uncertainty. He had assigned the charismatic role of the King of Hell to Senior Joo-won, which confused others. He assigned Senior Yoon-sol the role of a sexy nine-tailed fox. Kim Hyun and Yi Hyun were contestants in the audition show. Kim Hyun questioned his role, which seemed very different from Yi Hyun's. Sang suggested that a story should include someone who has gone through a lot of emotional struggles. He reassured them that since they did well during my pick, they would perform well in this situation, too. He realized that people called him Salty Kim Hyun during my pick because of his behavior. Seo Erin asked about her role and what her part in the situation was. Sang asked her if she had watched a lot of horror movies. She told the idea that in the night, a person approached a woman and asked for directions. He put his hand on her shoulder and called out to the woman, but she reacted strangely and seemed to be doing something unusual. As she turned her face, the man was terrified because he saw her with a dangerous, horrible look. Erin screamed in distress, while another gave instructions confidently. She expressed frustration about unexpectedly being given a virgin ghost role, while another commented that it definitely had presence. Kurang doubted whether they could proceed with the material, and another suddenly leaned in to see it, startling him. Right after, Miss Choi asked Sang Jun if it was his first time writing a scene, and he admitted it was and nervously asked if it was bad. She checked the script, thinking it should be flawed, but was stunned as he wondered why it turned out good. She realized the script had a detailed first half, a refreshing second half, and well-placed comedic moments throughout. She noted that, on top of everything else, the script even included dramatic scenes like a fiery volcanic setting followed by a tense moment with traditionally dressed figures. Further, an included regal figure sat on a throne while a fox-tailed woman sat below him. Miss Choi had read the script before, but standing in the grand hall before the ruler made it feel as if he was truly living inside the story. She excitedly praised the student's script, asking if they had written the entire drama-quality story by themselves. Sang shyly admitted that there was more to the story than everyone thought. A few days earlier, Sang sat in his room, wondering how he had unexpectedly ended up as the main writer. He brainstormed ideas for a Grim Reaper audition show and tried to create roles everyone would enjoy. He realized his plan wasn't working and decided he had no choice but to try a different method. He stepped through the portal and suddenly found himself transported into a grand library-like room. He wandered through the vast library, trying to recall where he had seen what he was looking for. He finally spotted the book he had been searching for and exclaimed that he had found it. He selected yes to borrow from Shakespeare's scenario, triggering a burst of glowing screens that engulfed him. Now, he shyly explained that he had read a simple scenario online and wrote his script in a similar way. Miss Choi was stunned, thinking Sang wasn't just a sincere psychopath, but an unexpectedly talented one who far exceeded his expectations. She happily agreed to move forward with Sang's script, sealing their collaboration with shared excitement. The staff were shocked by the news, while two of them nervously questioned whether the sudden decision was really right. Sang reassured everyone that the writer approved the script, lifting their worries and motivating them to give their best. Sang energized everyone by leading a cheerful team cheer, proudly shouting their project name and boosting the group's spirit. The group hesitantly echoed Sang's cheer, still unsure but trying to match his enthusiasm. In the shooting of Grim Reaper Deuce 44, Kim Joo-seung was suddenly called out amid scenes of chaos. He suddenly heard his name being shouted and woke in shock to find himself thrown into a fiery, chaotic scene. He sat up in confusion, wondering where he had ended up after being jolted awake amid the chaos. He learned that he had arrived in the afterlife, standing before a regal figure who revealed the truth of where mortals go after death. Kim Joo-seung panicked as he realized that being in the afterlife likely meant he had already died. The ruler solemnly explained that the boy had died young, yet his fate was unchangeable. He acknowledged the boy's kindness in life and granted him a rare second chance. He declared that Kim Joo-seung was now chosen to take a test to become a Grim Reaper. He told Kim Joo-seung that if he ranked first among the 43 candidates, he would grant his wish and allow him to be reborn. He flinched in shock when the director suddenly shouted to stop everything. The director scolded Joo-won, startling the confused boy beside him. She reminded the actor to be serious for the scene, while Joo-won asked if he hadn't done well earlier. She scolded him, saying he looked insignificant and careless on camera. She told him to watch and learn from Sang-jun. She praised Sang-jun's acting and asked if he ever planned to become an actor instead of an idol. Sang wondered aloud if he should try becoming an actor idol after his acting genius's famous line, "Talent activated." He admired the studio setup in amazement as his image appeared inside the top star's talent library interface. He praised Yi Hyun for filming well, and Yi Hyun modestly replied that he had received help from the camera director. The camera director praised Yi Hyun for doing well on his first try, saying he captured everything clearly and would improve even more with a bit more composure. They complimented Yi Hyun enthusiastically, and Sang felt relieved because the role suited him perfectly. Sang noticed Kim Ha-yoon practicing intensely and wondered if he had been at it the entire time. Ha-yoon asked Sang if it was his first time taking the Grim Reaper test, leaving him confused. Sang reassured him not to be nervous, and Ha-yoon replied that he had practiced a lot. The crew prepared the scene, and the director signaled the start of filming. Yi Hyun wandered around confused, wondering why he was suddenly told to take a test and where he was supposed to go. He was suddenly stopped by another man calling out for him to wait. Ha-yoon nervously asked him if he was going to take the Grim Reaper test. Joo-won suddenly yelled cut to stop the scene, clearly frustrated by how it was going. Kim Hyun apologized and promised to try again as he pointed out his nervousness, wondering why he performed better during practice. He stumbled over his line while trying to ask about the test, leading Joo-won to call for another cut. He kept messing up first by slipping, and then by freezing, forcing Joo-won to shout cut again. Joo-won calmly restarted the scene, urging them to try again before calling for action. Ha-yoon anxiously asked Yi Hyun whether he intended to take the Grim Reaper test. He awkwardly introduced himself as Lee Seung-hee and said he would also be taking the test, leaving the others unsure of how to handle him. They complained that bringing in so many inexperienced trainees was a bad idea and doubted whether they could finish everything by today. Kim Hyun shyly offered to take the Grim Reaper test together, thinking he had stayed up all night preparing. He admitted he was too nervous to perform the role properly. Yoon-sol suggested they switch to filming a different scene, and he agreed. They asked Ha-yoon to practice more, and Kim Hyun apologized as he stepped aside. Joo-won moved on to Yoon-sol's scene, while Sang quietly called out to the discouraged Ha-yoon. Seeing Kim Hyun on the verge of tears, Sang panicked and rushed off to get tissues for him. Sang stepped into the room, gathered himself at the sink, and pulled out his great teacher notes, hoping they might help him get back on track. He offered him a tissue with a quiet, considerate gesture. He reassured the worried Ha-yoon that first attempts rarely succeed, while he admitted feeling disappointed because he had practiced hard to do well. Ha-yoon said he became nervous in front of the cameras and wasn't sure if he conveyed his role properly. Sang tried to encourage him by offering a new suggestion to help him improve. Kim Hyun was asked what Lee Seung-hee was like, and he paused in surprise as he wondered how to answer. Ha-yoon described the character as kind and slightly clumsy, yet possessing a strong sense of confidence. Sang pointed out that the character resembled him, leaving him surprised and unsure how to respond. He recalled how Kim Hyun was kind yet often clumsy, just like the character being described. Sang explained that Lee Seung-hee was someone who worked so hard and persevered so much that his own determination sometimes became harmful to him. He said that Lee Seung-hee always rose after hardships and worked hard, then pointed out that this resilience was exactly what he excelled at, too. He encouraged Ha-yoon to think of the role as simply showing his true self, as his great teacher talent activated. He explained that the great teacher's ability boosted anyone he taught, and Kim Hyun, first shocked, then lit up with excitement at the idea. Now, Ju-won announced they would reshoot the scene with Kim Jae-seung and Lee Seung-hee, and then he called for action. Lee Seung-hee stopped the other and asked if he was on his way to take the Grim Reaper test. The other cautiously asked the stranger's identity, and the other warmly introduced himself as Lee Seung-hee, explaining that he was also on his way to take the test. He cheerfully invited him to head to the test together, offering companionship if he was okay with it. The two observers were surprised, noting that Ha-yoon's acting suddenly improved and his whole aura felt completely different from before. Lee Seung-hee urgently led the way to the testing site, moving with determination while the other followed with a confident, focused expression. Lee Seung-hee smiled brightly, clearly enjoying the moment with genuine excitement. A few days later, Ju-won excitedly asked Yoon-sol if she had watched the first broadcast of their program that aired the day before. He said the views were incredible, and many people wanted to watch the show quickly, while Yoon-sol agreed, saying she had been contacted non-stop about it. She proudly mentioned that people had specifically asked her to arrange a meeting with the guys from the show. She complained that although people contacted her, they didn't mention her at all, which clearly frustrated her. She hugged Seo Erin tightly and affectionately insisted that, no matter what others asked, she would never let anyone meet them. Kim Hyun and Sang watched the positive reactions surrounding them, and they remarked with relief that the show had been well received. Ha-yoon happily showed his phone to his friend because he saw that people had posted excited and supportive comments about him. He felt proud and said that he had made a good decision by joining the program. Sang felt relieved because he saw that Kim Hyun was in a better mood. A fiery, chaotic scene shifted to someone weakly walking near water, gasping for breath. Two exhausted men walked away from the destruction, saying they barely escaped even though, ironically, they were already dead. The stunned Ju-won read the story, which sounded unnatural, congratulating the group on returning safely and warning that many people were now watching them. Yoon-sol burst into laughter as she teased Ju-won for speaking so stiffly, saying he sounded like he was reading straight from a textbook. She teased him for sounding unnatural, laughing as they pointed out that no one normally talks like that. Ju-won admitted he had expected to perform better this time. Sang realized he had to speak with more dignity because the king of the underworld was expected to sound serious and grand. He realized that after using the acting genius's famous line, the biggest lesson was that acting turned out to be far more complex than he had expected. Sang reflected that, just like layering strokes in an oil painting, an actor must keep building and refining until the character finally takes shape. He asked his senior if he had imagined a clear picture of the character in his mind. Sang imagined a fiery scene and a huge audience, and he realized that wielding the scepter confidently in such chaos showed truly high-level charisma. Jo-won murmured charisma as he tried to figure out how to deliver his line with more confidence. He tried to say the line with dignity, but he immediately stopped, realizing it still didn't sound right. Jo-won envisioned himself delivering the line with perfect regal confidence, speaking as if he truly embodied the king's commanding presence. Yoon-sol said that his performance was much better than it had been during practice. Both actors stuttered in shock. They wondered why there were so many ghosts. Jo-won realized that Sang-jun's words made his acting seem more natural. He realized that Sang was not only skilled at acting, but also impressive at teaching, which truly amazed him. Now, Seo Erin unexpectedly praised Kim Ju-seung aloud, causing a thrilled fan to scream with joy while holding a sign expressing her love for him. Ju-won nervously asked if calling her transparent was strange, leaving her surprised and confused by his comment. She explained that she made the ghost transparent because she didn't think ghosts should have a solid color. Sang told her he actually liked the idea, while another guy quietly thought Erin also wasn't normal. The staff hurried over and called out to his older brother in a panic. Ju-won excitedly gathered everyone and announced that they were heading to the very first premiere of Grim Reaper Deuce 44. After that, Yoon-sol admitted that she had been confused about what Ju-won meant by premiere. She realized this was what he meant. and Ju-won happily suggested that it would be fun to watch it together with everyone. Kim admitted that he felt nervous as they prepared to watch together. Aaron wondered in confusion where he suddenly got the popcorn from. Jo-won hushed everyone as the premiere was just beginning. A colorful countdown from 3 to 1 signaled the start of the premiere. Kim Joo-seung looked around in confusion, wondering where this strange and eerie place was. The king told Kim Joo-seung that from this moment on, he would be taking a test to become a Grim Reaper. The boy warmly introduced himself as Lee Seung-hee and invited him to join him. A mystical woman warned them that to continue forward, they first had to cross the dangerous river safely. They immediately lost their footing in the rushing water and cried out desperately for someone to save them. Another guy calmly reminded them that they were already dead, making it impossible for him to save them. The sudden appearance of the ghostly figure terrified the group, making them scream in panic. The group watched the replay of the terrified reactions on the screen and sat there awkwardly, letting out a stunned silence. Ha-yoon happily said it was fun seeing it on screen, while she wondered in surprise if the scene had really looked that natural. He excitedly asked if she had seen the final scene and praised Aaron's strong presence, while she repeated the word in awe, clearly impressed. Miss Choi felt satisfied with the cast and reflected that, although creating good work was meant to be difficult, they had succeeded in doing so from the very start. She thought that she had never encountered a trainee as talented as this one before. They excitedly celebrated their video surpassing 100,000 views. Yi Hyun mentioned that there were many comments as well. Fans flooded the comments with praise for the acting, story, and script, urging Sang-jun to debut soon. Sang-jun felt relieved and grateful, realizing that even after my pick ended, many people were still supporting him. He strengthened his resolve, determined to debut as soon as possible and showcase something cool. The actors were surprised as they looked up and realized the building in front of them was their new dorm. They worried the building seemed too old, but hoped it might just look that way from the outside. They reassured themselves that old buildings are often remodeled these days, so the inside might still be perfectly fine. They walked inside expecting a nice remodel, but were shocked to find the room old and disappointing instead. Doyeon complained that the dorm looked lifeless, but one of them reminded him that their group wasn't even on Blackpin's level yet. Doyeon admitted he didn't like the dorm at all because it was clearly old. Jo jokingly suggested throwing the whole room away, but then started sulking, leaving the others confused about why he was upset again. He got defensive, saying he couldn't force them to stay if they didn't like the place, prompting Doyeon to quickly reassure him that they actually loved it and were only joking. They hurried to cover up any complaints, forcing a laugh and insisting the dorm was charming and cute. They all awkwardly laughed together, trying hard to pretend they were perfectly fine with the old dorm. Jo told them to settle into their new home, and once he walked away, they sighed in relief. As they came into their new home, Jo excitedly claimed the top bunk, surprising the others with how quickly his mood changed. Another guy quickly protested, saying he wanted the top bunk for himself, while the others headed inside to check out the room. Now, Sang stepped inside with wide-eyed excitement, realizing this was his very first dorm. Jo clapped for attention and reminded everyone that now that they had a dorm, their debut was getting closer. He announced that their debut was scheduled for the 21st of June, just 2 months away. Jo told them that they would work hard together until their debut day arrived. Sang and Yi Hyun greeted everyone brightly and confidently introduced themselves as top boys, aiming to rise to the top. They announced that their debut date was confirmed, and everyone around them reacted with excitement and congratulated them. Yoon Sol asked Yi Hyun if he would give them an album copy once the song was released. He assured them it would not happen when they asked if he would stop meeting them after becoming famous. They joked together as they reassured him that Sang-jun never did such things. Aaron excitedly asked him if he had made a fan club. Sang explained that he couldn't start a fan club because he hadn't debuted yet. Aaron insisted that she had to be the first to join his fan club. Kim Hyun mentioned that Yi Hyun had moved into his own dorm, though it was a small one. Ju-won recalled his very first cramped dorm where he and the other members spent every day together. He reminisced about his early days in a small dorm with a broken air conditioner but still felt grateful. Yoon Sol told them to ignore his rambling and asked everyone to rehearse the script for that day's filming. Yi Hyun said it seemed like Ha-yoon would struggle a lot this time. Kim Hyun suddenly understood they were referring to him and reacted with surprised confusion. He was suddenly thrown into the chaotic scene and crashed painfully to the ground. Ju-won called for a break as Ha-yoon's clumsy mishap made everyone realize how unlucky he was. Sang praised Ha-yoon's performance, but Ha-yoon grew annoyed and grumbled in frustration. Ha-yoon complained that his scenes were too difficult that day. Sang reminded him that he had once said such a character was necessary for a touching story, though he hadn't expected it to go that far. He hesitated to explain, while Ha-yoon urgently asked him to tell him. He showed Ha-yoon a clip he called charming, but Ha-yoon angrily protested that nothing was charming about it. He realized that posting the clip with a pitiful angle actually drew an even stronger, more emotional response from viewers, leaving Ha-yoon embarrassed. Ha-yoon said he wanted to look cool like his older brother, and like Yi Hyun too. He declared determinedly that he would eventually take his revenge. Sang realized that Ha-yoon talked big, but he continued putting in the same sincere effort. He reminded himself to keep working hard, believing that his long-desired career would eventually come true. He thought about his debut and felt genuinely blissful. The scene transitioned at Jay's entertainment, where a meeting was already underway. The staff member began discussing with the team how they should decide the group's title song and overall concept. Joe informed the others that the title song had already been finalized. He revealed that the group's title track would be a self-produced song created by trainee Na Sang-jun. The room fell silent and tense as everyone reacted with surprise to the announcement about Na Sang-jun's self-produced title track. One of the staff members slammed the table, protesting that using a trainee's self-composed song for the debut album was far too risky. Another staff member agreed, warning that if they relied on a trainee's song, the debuting group might fail so badly they'd be finished the moment they started. The executive acknowledged everyone's concerns but tried to calm the room, admitting he understood why they felt uncertain about using a trainee's song. Young Chan, the composer, stepped in to calm everyone down and suggested they simply listen to the trainee's song before making any judgments. The staff member questioned why Young Chan was supporting the idea, but Young Chan simply insisted they should listen to the song before making any decision. Young Chan confidently vouched for the song and reassured everyone that his involvement was essential to ensure its success. A few days earlier, the distressed Doyoung sat in the recording room, trembling and on the verge of tears. They sat together, trying to calm Doyoung, who panicked about meeting their debut composer soon. He excitedly tried to guess which famous composer would handle their debut song, growing restless. He panicked and yelped after being startled, only for the producer to walk in calmly and check whether everyone was behaving properly. Joe introduced the trainees to Young Chan, the renowned composer behind many K-pop hits, leaving the boys shocked and awestruck. The trainees bowed deeply and asked the composer to take good care of them. Joe introduced the composer, explaining that he was the person he had mentioned earlier. The composer stepped toward Sang, standing in front of him and looking down at him intently. Sang stared up at the towering composer, thinking in awe that he was incredibly large and intimidating. Young Chan studied the boy closely and reacted with a tense, silent stare. He glimpsed his past when he was watching the show. The host answered the judge's question by saying that the song Jay's Entertainment prepared was a self-composed track titled Night Sea. Young Chan watched the broadcast and reacted with surprise, wondering if the song was really self-composed. He reluctantly decided to watch something he was about to skip, even though he wasn't looking forward to it. Young Chan heard the music, looked up in surprise, and sat tensely on the couch as it played. He saw a flashy idol performance start playing and reacted in shocked disbelief. A holographic vision of the dancing idol appeared before Young Chan, and it suddenly made him remember the Night Sea. Young Chan was amazed by the high-quality song and couldn't believe a trainee had composed it. He learned that the trainee himself had written the song and was shocked that JS Entertainment had someone like that. He realized the trainee's name was Na Sang-jun and began to wonder if that guy actually had real talent. Now, he confronted Na Sang-jun and told him he had one question to ask, making the trainee tense up and answer immediately. Young Chan began questioning him by bringing up the song Night Sea from the previous My Pick episode. He asked Sang-jun if he had really written the song completely on his own. Sang-jun remembered how he had worked on the song and then nervously insisted that yes, he really did write it alone. Doyoung excitedly jumped in and proudly claimed that Sang-jun had written the whole song by himself, but complained that people didn't believe it. Yu Chan explained that it was natural for people to doubt it since Sang-jun hadn't even debuted yet, but insisted it was true Sang-jun really wrote the song by himself. Some of the trainees were shocked to learn Sang-jun had written the song, while another scolded Yi Hyun for not knowing. Yi Hyun admitted he had assumed the director provided the song, and the others quickly insisted that wasn't the case. Doyoung revealed that Sang-jun had finished the entire song in just 2 to 3 hours, leaving everyone amazed at how anyone could do that. He excitedly claimed it was all thanks to the mozzarella. only for Yi Hyan to point out that mozzarella is just cheese. The trainees kept bickering while the manager tried to calm them down, and Yang Chan could only chuckle at the chaos. Yang Chan burst into loud laughter and told the group that they were all really funny. He laughed and explained that he'd only asked out of curiosity and hadn't meant to intimidate anyone. He joked that people often misunderstood him because he was tall, while Sang muttered that it probably wasn't just his height. Yang Chan confirmed that Sang Jun wrote it and then called him forward, leaving Sang Jun looking tense. He pointed at Sang Jun and asked him to compose a song with him. They all looked shocked when he chose Sang Jun. Yang Chan calmly instructed Sang to sit down. Joe admitted that Sang Jun's songwriting was good, but reminded himself that Sang Jun was still just a trainee. Yang Chan asked him how he usually composed music. Sang hesitated as he tried to think of an answer. Yang Chan wanted to know about what emotions he wanted to portray. It showed the day they made Night Sea, and Sang asked what mood they wanted for the performance version of the song. Doyoung expressed his preference for fast, exciting songs, which prompted the idea of using a tropical house style for their track. Sang agreed with the idea and decided they should go with that energetic vibe. Now, he explained that his usual process was to choose a theme and create a song that fit that theme. Yang Chan asked if any theme would work, and Sang Jun confidently replied that he could handle any of them. He then challenged Sang Jun to compose a song with him as the theme. Sang reacted in shock, realizing the theme had to be his mentor himself. He was asked whether he could truly handle making a song with his mentor as the theme. Sang Jun's 21st century Beethoven talent activated just as he prepared to compose. Gaining confidence, he stepped forward and decided to try making the song himself. He worked intensely on the computer, rapidly putting the song together. After finishing the final touches, he leaned back and said it was done. The composer was amazed that the young producer completed an entire song in just minutes using only his mouse. He agreed to play the track and clicked the button to let them hear it. He listened in awe to the rich tone and steady, comforting beat of the music. He felt an indescribable connection to the melody, as if it reflected his own self the moment he heard it. He realized that Sang had interpreted the theme in a uniquely meaningful way. Yang Chan praised the work, asking if Sang Jun could create a few more songs, and Sang Jun confidently agreed to handle it. Doyoung teased him for being confident and immediately suggested an idea for him to try next. They excitedly bombarded him with more ideas to make, and he panicked, asking them to wait. Sang became overwhelmed and exhausted as their non-stop requests drained him. Sang Jun revealed that he had already completed about 6 songs, leaving his mentor amazed at how effortlessly he could produce them. Yang Chan asked if they should listen to all the songs, but Sang Jun said there was no need, leaving him confused about which song he meant. Yang Chan realized without listening that all 6 songs matched each member's unique style and identity perfectly. He selected one track from the 6 and decided, with confidence, that they would use that song. They held another meeting about Top Boy's debut album, agreeing that choosing Mr. Yang Chan's song would be the safer choice. Yang Chan reassured them he would contribute his own recorded songs, but insisted that the title track should be the one the young composer made. He admitted that he no longer had confidence in writing songs, leaving the other man confused. The chief grew frustrated and shocked, wondering what kind of song could possibly be so good. He reluctantly agreed to listen to the song, surprising everyone around him. He warned that if the new song didn't feel like a true title track, they would have to choose Mr. Yang Chan's song instead. He acknowledged the condition and then played the song on his device. A burst of music streamed out through the open window, filling the bright, breezy scene. Music drifted gently through a bright, peaceful room. Everyone in the office turned toward the music, surprised and impressed. They gathered around the table and listened intently as the music played during the meeting. They were stunned to discover that the impressive song had actually been composed by a trainee. The chief was overwhelmed as he reflected on the song's dark guitar tone, jazzy rhythm, and addictive chorus. He felt his mood instantly lift just from listening to the song. They admitted they were worried at first, but after hearing it, they said they genuinely liked the trainee's song. They tried to explain the song's vibe by saying it felt like a morning mood. They agreed that the statement was correct. Now, Yang Chan recalled his past when Yu Chan explained that the song felt energizing enough to wake someone up, just like a morning alarm. Doyoung joked that they used to hate waking up early, making the morning alarm feeling of the song surprisingly fitting. He teased that the only reason one of them didn't struggle with waking up was because of the older member's extreme dedication. Sang laughed and said he understood, realizing the song gave off a morning call kind of vibe. Joe pointed out that the song would sound even better with all 5 members' voices combined. He described each performer's distinct vocal tone: Sang-jun's light voice, Doyoung's bright vocals, Yi-hyun's deep voice, and Yu-chan and Sunwoo's deep voice rap. He suggested that it would be good for top boys to debut with that song. One of the member staff noticed the chief, who appeared stressed and frustrated. Joe excitedly decided to proceed with the chosen song and encouraged everyone to work hard to make it great. Yang-chan realized that for a trainee song to earn such praise, he must possess something truly extraordinary. It was the debut album photoshoot day, where Doyoung excitedly congratulated Sang-jun for composing their title track. They admired Sang-jun's achievement and jokingly asked if they should start calling him a composer. Sang modestly denied the praise, saying he was only lucky. He agreed to pass along his thanks, acknowledging that the success was due to Mr. Yang-chan's help. Joe excitedly revealed that Top's official Twitter account had just been created. Doyoung excitedly reacted to the news about their official account, and the manager reminded them that their debut was just around the corner. Joe explained that they could now interact with fans through their new account, encouraging them to post often, even simple things like complimenting their own outfits. He suggested that they should kick things off by uploading their very first post today. In the shooting room, Sunwoo asked if the photo they took was okay, and the other offered to check it for him. Yu-chan said the photo looked fine, but the other trainee honestly felt it seemed a little awkward. He admitted the photo was probably still better than the one he took. Doyoung posed awkwardly, prompting his friends to laugh and call it cringy until another told them to be quiet. He asked if he always took selfies quickly, and Yu-chan teased him for obsessively taking dozens of them in a row. Doyoung confidently claimed to know better, and told him to watch how he expertly took a selfie. He rapidly struck multiple poses, quickly edited the shots, and proudly announced that he had finished the selfies. He posted an overly polished, idol-like selfie with a dramatic caption, leaving the others stunned and wondering who he was pretending to be. They marveled at how unbelievably good the selfie looked, crediting it to the phone's technology, while Doyoung, who took it, pouted proudly. Doyoung proudly said he was simply using the fan communication platform as expected, and wondered if this effort was just the basic requirement. He rushed over excitedly when he heard Yi-hyun had already uploaded his post and eagerly asked to see it. They were shocked to see Yi-hyun upload only a plain photo, and while the others scolded him for posting something so simple, he confidently replied that simplicity was the best. He complained to the director about Yi-hyun's post, while the director insisted that the picture looked perfectly nice and cute. He asked Sang-jun if his selfie turned out well, and although Doyoung confidently bragged about him, Sang-jun hesitated awkwardly. They were shocked by Sang-jun's selfie, questioning his strange angle and uncomfortable expression as if something was seriously wrong with him. It turned out that Sang-jun simply wasn't good at taking pictures. Sang explained that he began taking photos while flashing a peace sign, but was told that the peace sign itself was the real problem. Doyoung decided he'd seen enough and offered to teach him how to use the camera app, asking for his phone. He guided Sang step by step, showing how to angle the phone at 45 degrees and use good lighting before taking the photo. He showed him the result, revealing a bright, well-angled selfie that impressed everyone. Doyoung told him to practice on his own now. They wondered why the others were putting in so much effort, but neither of them knew the reason. After both of them collapsed exhausted on the floor, Doyoung stared at his phone in disbelief, admitting it was his first time seeing someone fail even after receiving so much hands-on training. Determined despite their exhaustion, Sang pushed himself up and insisted on trying one more time, while the other groaned in disbelief that they had to do it again. Doyoung begged to keep trying despite struggling, while the other, equally exhausted, pleaded for a break because he was suffering too. Sang accepted the situation quietly, while Doyoung reassured him by offering to take his pictures for now, prompting a soft, resigned response. After returning at night, Sang washed up and then looked up with a calm, slightly thoughtful expression as he dried his face. He thought that taking a picture at that moment would probably turn out well. He nervously took a selfie, his heart pounding as he checked the photo on his phone. He sighed in frustration, stepping outside and admitting he hadn't wanted to rely on this method but felt he had no choice. Sunwoo quietly drank his morning drink in the cafeteria until someone suddenly approached, startling him. 3 exhausted-looking boys approached, leaving Sunwoo shocked and confused. The tired friends explained that they hardly slept because mysterious clicking noises kept them awake until dawn. As Sang appeared outside the room, Doyoung teased that Sang looked like a ghost haunting the dorm because he had worn himself out taking so many pictures. Sang laughed awkwardly while the other boy glared at him in irritation. He hesitated as Doyoung asked him to honestly admit how many pictures he had taken. They stared at him in stunned silence as Sang revealed that he had taken so many photos that his phone storage was completely full. Sang admitted, flustered, that he had even taken photos while covering the speaker, leaving his exhausted friend shouting in disbelief over how far he had gone just for pictures. Doyoung reminded him that he had already promised to take the photos for now, while he stood there looking embarrassed and apologetic. He grabbed his phone and demanded to check how much Sang had improved after just one day. He opened the gallery and was shocked to see Sang posing flawlessly amid a burst of bright flowers, looking unexpectedly perfect. They stared at the phone in disbelief, shocked that all the pictures had turned out looking unbelievably perfect like that. Sang calmly walked as the others marveled, assuming he must have secretly known how to take good photos all along, and praising how quickly he picked it up. Doyoung looked at his phone in shock as he read fans' hilarious comments praising the photo and joking that it should be preserved for future generations. Yi Hyun eagerly asked him to take beautiful photos of him as well after seeing how good his picture turned out. Doyoung insisted he should get his photo taken first because he had helped Sang so much, while the blue-haired guy doubted that ever happened. They all crowded around the one holding the phone, each begging to have their picture taken first, while Sang stood there, puzzled. Sang activated his miracle photographer talent and cheerfully suggested that they all take a group photo together. They proudly posted their cheerful group selfie online to introduce themselves as top boys and invited everyone to meet them soon. The director shocked the trainees by announcing that, with their debut approaching, they were all being sent on a vacation together. The group reacted excitedly to the news, though one member still questioned whether they could really go on vacation since there was supposed to be a lot left to practice. The director casually claimed he needed a break, too, leaving Sang thinking the excuse seemed a bit shady. As Yi Hyun started to question whether the director would be busy tomorrow, he suddenly paused and ate the lollipop. Jo defensively insisted he was sending them on vacation and even offered Yi Hyun more candy, which only made things seem even shadier. Flustered by everyone's reactions, Doyoung insisted with a shout that Yi Hyun definitely did not want any more candy. Yu Chan asked if the director would be joining the trip, and the director replied that he wouldn't be coming and hinted that someone else would go instead. Jo welcomed a newcomer who arrived right on time and told the group to introduce themselves, explaining that this person would be responsible for them from now on. Song Junhui, a 29-year-old who has only been the top boys manager for 3 days, turned around. They loaded boxes into a vehicle while Junhui politely declined help. Doyoung loudly boasted from the van that he was going on vacation, while his embarrassed friend urged him to stop. Yu Chan forgot his motion sickness pills, so another handed him some after hearing he got sick easily. Yi Hyun demanded his candy, and Junhui brought it over while asking if he usually ate 3 a day. Doyoung searched frantically for his earphones until the manager picked him up from the floor and asked if they were his. Junhui listed all the thoughtful items he had packed for everyone, like apple chips and coffee for Sang Jun and a laptop charger in the front pouch, and even brought an extra coat for Yu Chan, leaving the group amazed. Sang admired their manager as an incredibly trustworthy person. Doyoung praised the manager's great taste while he instructed everyone to wear their seatbelts as they prepared to depart. They cheered excitedly as the van drove off to begin their trip. After night fell, Doyoung flopped down exhausted and complained that he was so darn tired. They all collapsed from exhaustion, but Yu Chan noted it was still a relief that they had arrived before it got late. Sang realized with dismay that their manager, who struggled with navigation, had likely gotten them lost. He recalled his past when they hiked wearily through the woods. Yi Hyun asked his Hyung if he wasn't tired, and the exhausted older brother insisted he was fine. Sang asked the manager which way to go next, only to realize he had stopped responding. They realized the manager Junhui had no idea where they were, leading the others to panic that they were completely lost. Under the moonlit sky, they panicked that they were completely screwed and possibly stranded. Panicking about being lost in the dark, the boys begged Junhui for guidance as they feared they might have to sleep there or retrace their steps. But Junhui got confused about the direction and suddenly collapsed, causing the team to rush to him in alarm. Now, Sang unexpectedly showed a surprising talent for navigation and confidently led the group forward. Junhui apologized for confidently guiding them the wrong way, admitting he only thought he knew the route. They reassured the manager that the mistake wasn't his fault, while he apologized again. Sang awkwardly suggested they go eat to lighten the mood, and the group eagerly agreed since they were starving. Doyoung was asked to take the pork belly out of the box, but he looked confused and asked what box they were talking about. He suddenly realized Yu Chan had packed the food box himself and panicked, saying they were screwed. Doyoung admitted he had left the food box in the car, shocking everyone and earning their frustrated scolding. Yi Hyan jokingly suggested catching a pig for food, leaving his friend baffled by the absurd idea. Yi Hyan guessed there might be a wild boar in the mountains, but his friend warned that they had been the ones getting caught instead. Sang found only basic ingredients like green onions, kimchi, chicken eggs, and instant rice in the box, realizing there was nothing else to cook with. The manager tried to volunteer to go back down for the forgotten food box, but the boys jumped on him in a panic and firmly refused. Sang stopped them by revealing he had already brought the missing food bag inside. Doyoung and Yu Chan tussled over whether ramen would be enough, while another member cheerfully assured them that his cooking would make the meal worthwhile. Yu Chan remarked that ramen only required boiling, while Sang casually responded that it didn't have to be made so precisely. He confidently activated his passion-filled cooking genius talent and declared that he would make them a vitality ramen. He chopped the vegetables into pieces. He boiled the water with flair and stylishly dropped the ramen block into the pot. He finished cooking and proudly presented the completed ramen to everyone. The boys admired the pot of ramen with eggs as they stood around it in amazement. Doyoung stepped forward confidently and asked if he should be the one to try the ramen. He tasted the ramen, widened his eyes in surprise, and declared that it was delicious. They praised the meal, saying it was the best ramen they had ever eaten and noting that the noodles were springy and the soup's flavor was rich. They remarked that Sang Jun had proven to be a skilled cook, enjoying the meal so much that it brought relief to the one who prepared it. Jui Hui thought the ramen tasted naturally refreshing with spring onion in the broth, and the chewy bits of kimchi made it feel like a true delicacy. He praised Sang Jun's cooking so much that he said Sang could even appear on a future cooking show. They joked that Sang Jun would be recommended to the director, while teasing the excited guy beside him for not even being able to boil ramen properly. Juihin teased Sang Jun after he offered to tell the director, as one boy excitedly asked to be recommended too, while another remarked that he couldn't even boil ramen properly. Juihui angrily insisted he had been better than the other as the whole group kept eating together around the table. In the morning, one boy woke up the others as they sleepily greeted the new day. Sang sat up and asked about the missing manager, while the others remained sprawled on the floor. They wondered if the manager got lost again while Yi Hyan checked his phone. He found the manager had simply messaged that he was on the living room floor. Doyoung asked what was said, learned the manager sent the message, and then tried to dismiss the mention of the living room floor. As Sang came outside the room, he found a note. He read the note explaining that the beautiful and untouched mountain Chilbok was a place meant to be showcased, inviting everyone to film their own music video there. He asked in surprised confusion about filming a music video. They reacted in shock, realizing the vacation was actually an assignment to film their own music video. Sunwoo realized the manager had disappeared and wasn't answering calls, making them suspect he had run away. Doyoung protested in frustration, wondering how they were supposed to take the photos on their own. Sang realized it wasn't surprising, since the director had been scouting for many variety shows lately. He sighed and told them to get ready, leaving the others surprised that they were actually going through with it. Sang confidently activated his miracle photographer talent and reassured the others, saying he and Yi Hyun had acting experience. Right after, he suggested they first decide on a concept and asked what image came to mind when thinking of Top Boys. Doyoung confidently said he had an idea for Top Boys, while another teased him, expecting he'd say refreshing again. Doyoung got flustered when teased about his idea and demanded to know what was wrong. Sunwoo suggested a leisure-themed concept inspired by their current trip. Yu Chan agreed, saying the concept would come across naturally. Doyoung suggested a cheerful weekend morning concept to match their song Morning Call, and the others were surprised but agreed it was a good idea. He and Yu Chan teased that getting him motivated was easy because a small compliment already brightened his mood. They all agreed that the suggested concept was a genuinely good idea. Yu Chan admitted that the idea wasn't bad. They finalized their plan and decided to move forward with that concept. Right after, Doyoung peacefully lay under the shifting sunlight as the music and breeze set the perfect mood for their video. He woke up gently to warm sunlight and drifting music, stretching peacefully as the melody filled the garden. They filmed him stretching in the garden while agreeing that the scene looked nice. Doyoung eagerly showed off his pose and happily received his friend's cheerful praise. But Yu Chan warned him to keep quiet, which immediately sparked an angry reaction. As both of them were fighting each other, Sunwoo encouraged them to get along, while Sang wondered if the next target would be Yu Chan. He asked Yu Chan whether he brought a soccer ball, and he confidently replied that he did. Sang asked him if he wanted to play with the soccer ball, leaving Yu Chan unsure about doing it right there. They encouraged Yu Chan to kick the ball hard, prompting him to start dribbling confidently. He kicked the ball with full force, sending it flying across the yard. He realized he'd kicked the ball too hard, panicked over losing it, while Doyoung else praised how strong his kick was. Sang proposed that they move on and let everyone take their turn. As they listened to the music, each of them relaxed into their own quiet activity, reading, daydreaming, or drawing, creating a peaceful shared moment. Sang checked the footage and felt it was sufficient, yet he couldn't shake the sense that an important piece was still missing. Yi Hyun approached and reminded him that they still needed to film their dance scene. Sang excitedly praised Yi Hyun for suggesting the dance scene, realizing it was the missing piece he'd overlooked. He called everyone together and announced that they should film a dance video. Two of them wondered excitedly if this would be their first performance, while also questioning why they were dancing in the yard of all places. Doyoung tried to hype everyone up by setting the mood, while the others calmed him down and suggested they begin. They energetically began their dance routine, each performing their moves with confidence as the lyrics played in the background. They danced joyfully in sync, each member stepping forward as the lyrics played, creating a bright and heartfelt performance. They finished filming and felt proud as they realized they truly looked and acted like real idols. Manager Ju Hui suddenly showed up at the door and greeted them, surprising the group. They confronted the manager about disappearing, and he apologized, explaining he was following the director's orders and had brought them a gift to make up for it. They looked at the box in surprise and asked if he had really brought them a present. Afterward, Doyoung grilled sizzling pieces of meat over open flames, exclaiming that it tasted incredibly good. He called Sang Jun and Yi Hyun to hurry over, and Sang answered that he would finish what he was doing first. He showed Yi Hyun the footage on his phone and asked if he thought it looked pretty. Yi Hyun earnestly replied that the pork belly looked pretty, leaving him speechless. Ju Hui proudly assured the boys that they had recorded the video well as they gathered around the table full of food. The manager praised their hard work and encouraged them to eat well because another shoot awaited them when they returned. Sunwoo mentioned they were debuting soon, and another reflected that things had been tough at the agency but admitted he would have quit without Sunwoo's support. Ju Hui told them that they genuinely amazed him. He admitted that good teams like theirs are rare, adding that they all grew closer because Doyoung and Yu Chan were already close. Doyoung joked that they were close only because they'd known each other since they were young, while Yu Chan teasingly complained that he was tired of seeing him for so long. Doyoung excitedly asked the manager if he knew what Yu Chan had said when he first saw Sang Jun. He teasingly recalled that Yu Chan had once blurted out an awkward question, asking if Sang Jun did drugs, causing Yu Chan to panic and tell Doyoung to stop because he only said that back when he didn't know him well. They sincerely admired that now he understood just how kind Sang Jun was, leaving Sang Jun looking touched and surprised. The group praised Sang Jun for being kind, diligent, and someone who brought many good things to the team. They expressed that after he joined, it felt like their team finally filled what it had been missing. Sang Jun got teary-eyed and hiccuped from emotion, overwhelmed by their heartfelt words. Then he looked at them fondly and called out to them with gratitude. Sang Jun expressed how grateful he was to debut with his teammates and, overwhelmed with emotion, hugged them and proclaimed his love for them. Amid the burning ruins, a regal figure congratulated the kneeling Kim Joo-seung on his victory, acknowledging how far he had finally come. He told Kim Joo-seung that following the glowing light would lead him to a reincarnation shaped by his own wish. The regal figure asked if living the same life again would be alright, and after being warned that it meant dying just as early as before, he replied that it didn't matter. He asked him if he was afraid to die, and Kim Joo-seung replied that he wasn't, adding that he had realized something important. He admitted that he had complained about his life but realized he had never truly tried his best. The king acknowledged the young man's resolve and sent him forward, telling him that his new life awaited him. Kim Joo-seung walked toward the light, smiled in gratitude, and thanked the man who gave him a new chance. He vanished into the light, and the scene abruptly ended with the director calling cut. The crew praised the scene from start to end and thanked Ju-won for his hard work. They reflected on how quickly the project ended, appreciated the experience they shared, and sincerely praised Ju-won for his excellent performance. Miss Choi excitedly suggested celebrating the day by treating everyone to a delicious meal, and showed the company credit card. She invited everyone to a company dinner and decided to pay for it, exciting the whole group. They gathered at a restaurant, toasted together, and acknowledged everyone's hard work until the end. Ju-won praised him, saying he had known from the beginning that Sang-jun would do well. He loudly insisted he had a good eye for people, while Sang-jun pointed out that he was drunk. The female staff told Sang-jun that the show became a big hit, saying the first broadcast got an amazing response, and that, thanks to the well-written script, the YouTube views were very high. They all celebrated their success together, with Sang-jun humbly crediting the whole team, while others admitted that his presence had boosted their popularity. Both of them hesitated to speak, causing Erin to tear up in emotional anticipation. She cried at the thought of it being their last day together, and another comforted her by saying they'd meet again. Ju-won told Yoon-sol to call whenever she wanted to see him and promised to answer, while she doubted that someone younger would actually want to contact them. He admitted she had a point, but she insisted that she would call him every day. Sang noticed that Kim Hyun was leaving the gathering staff. As he came outside, Sang arrived towards him and gently called out to him. Sang asked him why he walked out, and Ha-yoon explained that he just wanted to get some fresh air. He joined Kim Hyun on the bench, saying he would sit with him for a while, too. Sang remarked that it felt as if the drama in drama had only started yesterday, even though it had already ended, and Ha-yoon softly agreed while they looked up at the night sky. He asked Kim Hyun about his plans after the show, and Ha-yoon explained that he received an offer from another variety program and planned to accept it. He teased Sang about being busy with debut preparations, and Sang admitted with a tired gesture that things had been really difficult. He reflected that despite the long and difficult trainee period, he genuinely found the experience enjoyable. He silently listened as Kim Hyun sincerely admitted that he had always been grateful to him. He said he felt completely lost and uncertain about his future when the My Pick controversy broke out. A few months after the My Pick incident, the scene showed activity as people talked inside the Ease Entertainment building. The two men wondered if he was the person whose My Pick rigging scandal was exposed. They recognized him as Kim Ha-yoon and noted that he was still around. They commented that Kim Hyun failed simply because he wasn't talented enough. They disliked him, saying he would have been eliminated anyway, and noting he hadn't even been there a year. They speculated that he might have risen in status only because of favoritism. Ha-yoon stayed silent but was clearly holding back his emotions. He broke down in frustration, wondering why he had to hear such hurtful words when he had always worked hard. He cried as he thought about having to return to school. He panicked when someone suddenly approached, but she warmly greeted him, saying she had finally found Kim Ha-yoon. She introduced herself as Choi Seo-yi, leaving him in shock. Now, Ha-yoon recalled how intimidating the writer seemed at first, realizing she was actually a writer. He said that if she hadn't come, he might have given up on his dream. He reflected that appearing in drama and receiving so much love deeply transformed him. He agreed with Sang, saying it simply hadn't been his time yet. Sang thought that, just like his past self, Kim Hyun would have given up if he had faced the same situation. He realized that no matter how hard he practiced day and night, he didn't improve at all. He understood the pain of working hard without progress while enduring constant criticism from others. He wondered whether he would have given up if someone had reached out to him back then. He realized that discovering the talent library allowed him to help Ha-yoon, thanks to the great teacher ability. He felt relieved after that. They happily encouraged each other, acknowledging that both of them had worked really hard. They joked together, with one saying he was sad he couldn't tease Kim Hyun anymore and the other admitting he'd feel more at ease without him. They teased each other playfully until one told the other to stop, making him laugh and apologize. When they heard that the meet would be gone if they didn't come soon, the two of them panicked and quickly hurried over together. Kim Hyun smiled brightly and agreed with Yi Hyun enthusiastically. Time passed quickly as they continued practicing together. They continued to train and work together, steadily improving over time. On June 21, the boys excitedly celebrated the long-awaited day of their official debut. A director approached Jeonhui in the hallway, and Jeonhui greeted him respectfully. Jo asked if the kids were all set, and the other man hesitated as he began to answer. Doyoung suddenly felt awkward while another member supported him, asking if he was okay. Yu Chan reassured the others that Doyoung would be fine once he got on stage, while another worriedly called out to him. They pointed out that Yu Chan didn't look well either, as he stood trembling and visibly anxious. Yu Chan admitted he suddenly couldn't breathe, prompting the staff to panic and urge him to breathe. Jo nervously asked Doyoung if he was worried, and Doyoung wondered what would happen if they made a mistake on stage. The director joked that he wasn't embarrassed anymore because he'd been called short his whole life, leaving Doyoung surprised. He cheerfully told them not to worry and just have fun, as a colleague called out that it was the top boys' turn next. The boys panicked as their turn approached, scrambling over hair, mics, and even backward clothes in a chaotic rush to get ready. Joe rallied the nervous boys, urging them to give it their all and deliver a great performance. The top boys, filled with excitement and confidence, prepared to give their best performance. The announcer expressed their gratitude to the fans attending their showcase, thanking them for their dedication and support. The top boys were amazed by the loud cheering, commenting on how it seemed like a lot of people had come to watch their performance. Doyoung nervously admitted he was getting anxious again, just before their performance. As they prepared to perform, Sang suggested they cheer together first to boost their spirits. They cheerfully agreed to pose for a picture together, showing their enthusiasm before the performance. They gathered in a circle, reflecting on their struggles and agreeing to stay strong for their first performance, giving each other a motivating cheer. They enthusiastically cheered each other before being called to the stage for their performance. They walked on stage, greeted by a sea of blue lights and cheers from the audience. As they prepared for their first performance, Sang reflected that it would likely be a moment he would remember for the rest of his life. As they bowed after their performance, Sang was asked if he was watching, and he proudly told them that he had finally debuted today. Someone joked, asking if he had taken too long as he joined them on stage. Sang mentioned that he had met a lot of good people so far and expressed his desire to introduce them to the others soon. He remarked that the director must miss the boy a lot, implying he hadn't seen him in a while. He, feeling guilty, apologized for leaving the boy alone while he was busy preparing for his debut, thinking that the director must miss them a lot. Lying in a hospital bed with an oxygen mask, Sang softly asked him if he would still forgive him, despite everything that had happened. One of the boys explained that their Hyung wrote the title song called Morning Call, just as the announcement was made that the top boys' morning call performance was about to start. As the song played, they expressed their hope that the person he missed would wake up to hear it, wishing for the day when they could stand on the same stage together to come soon. As the song Morning Call began, the top boys danced energetically, with the lyrics urging someone to wake up from their sleep like a morning alarm. With a joyful expression, Doyoung sang the lyrics, sharing a heartfelt moment during their performance. Energetically, Yoo Chan expressed about waking up and the world changing, capturing the transformative feeling of the moment. Sang was singing about calling and an unexpected event happening. They were expressing a desire to be heard and not wanting to wait, by asking if others would listen to what they had to say. They were singing about wanting to hear someone's voice. They energetically sang about their morning alarm and morning call, creating a lively and upbeat atmosphere. At last, they ended their performance with a powerful line, "Morning Call," as the crowd erupted in excitement, cheering loudly. The scene shifted to a cityscape by the river, followed by commuters on the subway, where one man slept while holding his bag, unaware of the busy surroundings. He woke up from his nap, was intrigued by a song playing overhead, and wondered about it. The crowded subway station bustled with people as the announcement echoed. The doors are now closing, signaling the end of boarding. The subway operator yawned and sighed, commenting that he was tired again today as he continued his shift. He decided to play a song to help pass the time and ease his tiredness. The girls on the subway noticed music playing and wondered if it was an accidental broadcast, as they were surprised to hear it. One of them excitedly exclaimed how amazing it was and suggested taking a video to post online, laughing as she did so. They discussed the song, with one explaining that it was by Top Boys, the group featured on My Pick, and the other wondered if it was an advertisement. Despite the confusion, one of the girls happily commented that, regardless of what it was, the song was really nice. As the song played on the subway, one person, even swaying to the music, lost in the moment, and the few passengers began to quietly enjoy it. The subway operator was shocked to see the microphone and panicked when it suddenly caused issues. The train operator announced that a brief microphone accident had occurred, and a passenger remarked that the broadcast really had been an accident. Two girls sat together, and one said it was a shame because listening to that song had felt great, while the other agreed. They snapped a photo on their phone and soon received a single like. On the other hand, as they sat in a car, the top boys looked at an online news article about the subway broadcasting accident and were amazed by how widely it had spread. Doyoung held up his phone and asked if the others had seen something. Two friends looked at a phone and learned that their song had been accidentally broadcast on the subway, and they were excited that people seemed to like it. They explained that the accidental subway broadcast actually helped their soundtrack rise in the rankings, and Sunwoo wondered just how much it could have increased. He checked the music chart on their phone and was shocked to see their song had climbed all the way to 7th place. Doyoung wondered if the chart ranking was a mistake, but another told him to check the evidence on the phone. Yu-chan explained that their song had gone viral on social media, and another excitedly imagined them becoming worldwide stars because of their debut track. He teased Doyoung for getting carried away again, and Doyoung insisted he secretly felt just as excited. Yu-chan shyly denied being excited, but Doyoung, who knew him well, told him he should just admit it if he was happy. Yu-chan got annoyed and told Doyoung to be quiet, but he playfully refused. Sang stepped in to calm everyone down and told them to get ready to get off. They suddenly arrived at a crowded area, startling them as people snapped photos around them. Sunwoo and Sang were confused and nervous, wondering why such a large crowd had gathered since there hadn't been nearly this many people congratulating them before. Juihui warned them to be careful, and they were shocked to learn that the huge crowd waiting outside was actually their fans. Fans screamed in excitement as the group Top Boys walked through the crowd. Sang greeted the crowd slyly, and the fans screamed his name excitedly as he waved. A fan eagerly handed Sang Jun a gift, and he was surprised, asking if it was really for him. Doyoung commented that Sang Jun was really popular, playfully admitting he felt jealous. The girls suddenly turned their attention to Doyoung. They started excitedly offering him gifts, letters, and treats, clearly delighted by him, as Doyoung looked overwhelmed and flustered as multiple presents were pushed into his hands. He happily accepted all the gifts and thanked everyone with a big smile. Sang smiled brightly at the fans and posed for them when they asked him to look their way. The fans called for attention, and Doyoung happily posed for them with a bright, cheerful smile. They posed playfully in the fan gifts, clearly having a lot of fun. The hosts announced that a new group, Top Boys, had become a candidate for first place with their debut song Morning Call. The Top Boys greeted everyone energetically as they introduced themselves. The crowd lit up with glowing light sticks to see the Top Boys. The hosts remarked that Top Boys had gained incredible cheers and had already become first-place candidates just 3 weeks after their debut. While noting there was another group competing for the top spot, they announced that Dream Street, who had finally released a new song after a long break, was also a strong contender for first place and congratulated them. Dream Street's leader, Taehyun, introduced the group confidently on stage. The hosts asked Dream Street to introduce their new song, Be More. Taehyun explained that everyone has dreams, but sometimes can't reach them due to unexpected events, and their new song expresses the courage needed during those moments. He added that the song was dedicated to their fans, dreamings, and encouraged everyone to listen to it together with high spirits. Sang observed that Dream Street seemed very natural on stage, likely thanks to their 3 years of experience since their debut. He encouraged himself, believing he would do well as long as he performed just like he had practiced. The host asked Top Boys about their debut song Morning Call, mentioning that Sang Jun had written it himself, and then requested him to explain what kind of song it was. Sang Jun explained that Morning Call was an outstanding, wake-up-themed song with good acoustics, a bass, and a subtle drum beat, lasting 3 minutes and 27 seconds. Doyoung thought that Sang was getting carried away again. Sang proudly announced that he had composed the song while Yongyang Chan had written the lyrics, leaving his members flustered. Sang Jun's introduction as the composer was met with a teasing response from the host, who humorously thanked him, leaving him a bit surprised. Sang Jun reacted with surprise and embarrassment as the fans posted playful comments online, teasing him about being a composer. The host encouraged everyone to continue watching the performance to find out which group would take first place for the first week of July. Sang Jun nervously touched his face, looking flustered and embarrassed by the situation. Taehyun stared ahead with a serious expression, looking focused and intense. The group playfully showed off the gifts they received, including candy and a box of lavender-scented items. The host announced that it was time to reveal the winner of first place, wondering whether it would be Top Boys or Dream Street. They eagerly asked for the scores to be revealed to determine who would take first place. This moment built suspense as the members of Dream Street and Top Boys anxiously awaited the announcement of first place. Top Boys took first place with a total score of 6,984 for their debut song Morning Call, surpassing Dream Street, who scored 4,602. Doyoung joyfully celebrated their victory, shouting that they were number one, while another expressed amazement at the achievement. The members of Top Boys were surrounded by confetti, and one of them looked in awe, while another smiled happily at the moment. The members of Top Boys expressed their heartfelt thanks to everyone who supported them, overwhelmed with gratitude. The fans cheered and congratulated Top Boys for being number 1, expressing their love and support for the group. Top Boys promised to work even harder in the future as they thanked their fans for their support. Taehyun, who had looked forward to their victory, realized that after working hard for 3 years, his group, Dream Street, finally became a candidate for first place for the first time. He wondered how a new group that had only debuted less than a month ago could become a strong contender for first place. Dream Street's leader, determined, declared that they would see how things unfold with Top Boys, showing confidence in the competition. A few days later, on a variety cooking show set, Sang-jun was congratulated by Yoon-sol for his first win. Sang-jun junked Yoon-sol for her congratulations and asked if she would be on the show, to which she confidently responded, affirming her participation. Yoon-sol was surprised to learn that Sang-jun would be appearing on the show, and he confidently shared that he was the cook for his team, even mentioning how popular the kimchi fried rice he made for them was. Sang-jun proudly presented the kimchi fried rice he had made, and his teammate was impressed, asking if he had really cooked it himself. Sang-jun mentioned that he made the kimchi fried rice that morning and offered some to the director Jo, who eagerly accepted, as they were feeling a little hungry. Jo cautiously took a bite of the kimchi fried rice, then suddenly looked up with a serious expression. He called out to Sang-jun, who responded, unsure of what was wrong. After trying the kimchi fried rice, he excitedly praised Sang-jun's cooking and suggested he should appear on a cooking program. Right after, Sang asked Yoon-sol if she was good at cooking, and she confidently answered that she could. Yoon-sol said that she previously appeared as an actress in Jewel of the Palace. She mentioned that she heard another idol similar to Sang was going to debut. She suggested that he might have already seen the person they were talking about. Taehyun appeared in front of them and introduced their group as Dream Street, and he respectfully greeted them and asked for their support. Yoon-sol realized and pointed out that the person they were talking about was actually that guy. Taehyun recognized Sang and started recalling when he had seen him before. They introduced themselves to Taehyun, and everyone greeted each other warmly, saying they should get along. Sang and Taehyun sealed their introduction with a firm handshake. Taehyun responded seriously that he already knew, which left the other guy surprised. He shook his hand sincerely and said they should get along well. The host announced the Start of Stars recipe and revealed that the first dish's theme would be vegetables. He explained that their goal was to create a vegetable-based dish that even people who dislike vegetables would enjoy. They were given 90 minutes to prepare a dish that fit the theme. Everyone prepared themselves at their places, and the cooking round officially began. They immediately started cooking, chopping vegetables, and preparing their dishes with focus and effort. Sang-jun hesitated over the vegetable theme, remembering how much his members disliked vegetables in the past. He remembered his friends suggesting potatoes because even people who dislike vegetables usually enjoy them. Sang-jun realized the suggestion was actually a good one and began considering potato-based dishes. He suddenly remembered potato dory, and the idea sparked a bright inspiration for his dish. He activated his cooking talent and, inspired by the idea, confidently believed he could win first place. Taehyun watched him cooking with intense energy and was reminded of how flashy and overwhelming he looked on stage. He recalled that he even attended a cooking academy just so he could become skilled enough to beat that guy. Fueled by determination, he vowed to beat him this time and threw himself into cooking with fiery intensity as they both competed side by side. Yoon-sol suddenly felt the temperature rise and wondered why it was so hot. Flames burst out around her cooking area, and Taehyun, nearby, noticed there was a fire. Taehyun panicked when the pan suddenly caught fire, flailed around helplessly, and didn't know what to do. Sang poured water on the flaming pan, creating a big splash and stunning the other guy. Taehyun looked down at the pan and saw that his food was completely burnt. He looked shaken as Sang checked on him and asked if he was alright. Taehyun realized in shock that his dish was completely ruined and cried out in dismay. A moment later, Sang-jun was congratulated for winning first place at the restaurant, but he shyly tried to say that it wasn't solely his achievement. Yoon-sol praised Sang-jun's cooking so much that one even joked he should quit being an idol to become their personal chef, leaving Sang-jun flustered. Taehyun poured himself a drink and admitted in frustration that, in the end, he lost again. He lamented that Sang-jun took first place from him twice and blamed his loss on the accidental fire that broke out during the competition. He angrily insisted that if Sang-jun hadn't dumped water into his burning dish, he would have won the cooking contest. He grew frustrated and upset as he remembered losing again. He drank from his bottle in frustration, thinking he couldn't stay silent any longer. He looked at Sang Jun fiercely and grimaced in frustration, vowing to get his revenge. He drunkenly called out Na Sang Jun's name, and someone nearby pointed out that he had probably drunk too much. But he drunkenly waved it off, claiming that drinking this much was nothing. The guy questioned why someone who usually didn't drink drank so much, and Taehyun insisted they were fine. He sighed and told Taehyun to sit still and wait as they decided to go home. Taehyun stressed or was deep in thought, and witnessed both of them, who were more relaxed and celebrated their victory. With a serious look on his face, he called out to Na Sang Jun, while Na Sang Jun looked up in surprise as he sat with them. He suddenly demanded that Na Sang Jun drink with him, leaving him surprised and confused. Taehyun insisted again that they drink together, while Na Sang Jun, noticing his behavior, thought to himself that he must be completely drunk. Na Sang Jun apologized for not handling alcohol well, while Yoon Sol, nearby, speculated that Taehyun was trying to get closer to him by drinking together. Na Sang Jun thanked Yoon Sol for offering him a drink, politely saying that just one glass would be fine, while Yoon Sol poured the drink for him. They all raised their glasses and cheered, while Na Sang Jun remained silent, not joining in the celebration. Yoon Sol happily told them to drink comfortably while she left, but he called out for her to wait a second. Na Sang Jun nervously sat in silence while Taehyun chuckled beside him. Na Sang Jun hesitated for a moment and was asked about his birth month. He joked about Taehyun asking for his birth month instead of the year, and he responded that he was born in March. Taehyun teased him that being born earlier than him was pointless, leaving him surprised. Na Sang Jun asked him about his birth month, but Taehyun, annoyed, told him to forget it and stop calling him Sunbi. Na Sang Jun called out to him informally, which caused Taehyun to scold him for dropping the honorifics and not showing respect, prompting Sang to quickly apologize. Taehyun insisted he wasn't going to apologize, telling Sang Jun to speak freely, and scolded him for not using honorifics. Sang responded by asking what exactly he was supposed to do. Taehyun reflected bitterly that Sang was an unlikable fellow. Sang turned around and asked him why he had found him so unlikable and whether he had ever done anything wrong to him. Taehyun laughed bitterly and said he disliked Sang because Sang's group had kept his team from getting first place. He explained that it took his group 3 years just to get nominated, while Sang's group got first place as soon as they debuted. He said that his team put him on the program to cheer them up, and said that Sang had covered his dish with water. He admitted with frustration that he had put a lot of effort into the dish despite how badly it turned out. He told Sang Jun that he was annoying, but after seeing Taehyun break down, Sang realized he had misjudged him and began to feel sorry for him. He reached out to Taehyun and apologized for making him feel that way. Taehyun demanded he drink as an apology, and Sang reluctantly downed the drink while he watched. Sang winced from the drink, but then cheerfully signaled that he was ready for the next round. Taehyun poured him another drink, and Sang became furious after being pushed to drink even more. At that time, both of them turned their drinking into a playful competition to see who could outdrink the other. They kept drinking together, gradually getting more competitive and silly. Taehyun's ally grew frustrated, wondering where his leader had disappeared to again. He asked Yoon Sol if she had seen Taehyun, worried because he had gone missing. Yoon Sol said Taehyun was with Sang Jun, but then realized both of them had suddenly disappeared. The woman pointed out that the two had just gone outside, leaving Yoon Sol surprised. They rushed outside and found Taehyun and Sang still loudly pressuring each other to drink. Taehyun reminded Sang he had work the next day, but Sang just laughed it off and bragged about being popular as they kept drinking together. Yoon Sol watched them in disbelief, wondering why the two were behaving like that. Both staggered around arm in arm, loudly chanting for more drinks as the others looked on. They clung to each other, laughing loudly as they kept cheering for more drinks. It was the morning of Top Boy's first fan sign event, and the group waited in the lobby while Sang received constant phone notifications. Doyoung sat with his head down as the phone kept buzzing non-stop. He yelled that the constant buzzing was bothering him, while Sang apologized nervously. Yu-chan asked if it was Taehyun messaging him and suggested turning off the notifications and checking them later. Sang explained that the last time he turned off his notifications, but Taehyun waited for him outside the waiting room, so he didn't want that to happen again. The group commented in surprise about how impressively close the two people seem, noting even couples weren't that close. After hearing that, Sang was stunned. Yi Hyan imagined that Taehyun was the lover of Sang, who quickly denied it and scolded him for imagining such things. They questioned how the two grew so close and admitted that, at their first meeting, they believed Taehyun disliked the Top Boys. Sang tried to explain what happened, remembering how he apologized repeatedly while his friend drunkenly insisted he had done well. He wondered how he could explain the situation. He suddenly stood up, thinking someone was calling him, but Yu Chan responded that he hadn't heard anything. Sang confidently insisted he had clearly heard the call and cheerfully suggested they should get going soon. Afterward, his group confidently declared that the truth always prevails. Nevertheless, the top boys appeared in the fan sign event with a large audience, where they sat at the front, and Yu Chan appeared flustered while interacting with a fan. Yi Hyun was surprised and embarrassed as his fan playfully offered him a candy. When asked what was currently in season, Doyoung, wearing a sunflower headband, confidently answered that oysters were in season. He, in his sunflower headband, cheerfully posed playfully among the sunflowers. The fan expressed excitement over Doyoung, calling him amazing, while the staff members signaled to move on to the next part of the event. A fan appeared and called out to Sungjun, who greeted them in a friendly manner. She complimented Sangjun, saying he looked handsome again today, to which he graciously thanked her. She expressed that she hated getting tired, but after meeting Sangjun, she felt motivated to keep going every day. She, blushing, mentioned how she runs even on rainy days, and Sangjun kindly responded, encouraging her that her physical health would improve and she'd get healthier overall. She seemed surprised and flustered by something said to her as she looked toward Sangjun. As the staff member moved on to the next fan, the girl silently thought to herself that she hadn't gotten to say what she really wanted. Sangjun asked if he had said something wrong, while Doyoung teasingly commented that no other idol would take things as seriously as he did. Doyoung mischievously replied nothing when asked what he had said, as a fan approached him. He greeted the fan cheerfully, but then noticed her complexion looked quite pale, making him concerned. He asked the fan if she was feeling sick after noticing her pale complexion, but she quickly denied it. She explained that she was feeling nervous because she missed someone, as she anxiously fiddled with the bag in her hands. Doyoung playfully asked if she was referring to him, but the fan sat there in silence, unsure of how to respond. He thanked the fan for coming, while Sangjun nervously tried to gather himself. Sang was surprised by his reaction and wondered if the fan disliked acting cute. He thought he should refrain from doing it. He informed her of a sign, which seemed to trigger a reaction from the fan, who blushed in response. Sang asked the fan if she was all right, and she apologized, expressing regret for losing her composure. She expressed surprise, saying that Sang really looked similar, but Sang looked confused by the previous statement. The fan reflected, saying that back then, she used to follow a friend to watch audition programs. In the RCBC, the singer asked if everyone would give their support, and the crowd responded energetically. He announced he was going to debut soon and asked everyone not to forget it, to which the crowd enthusiastically responded loudly. One fan admired his cuteness, while the other expressed concern, saying they shouldn't be there. She reassured the other that skipping studying for one day wouldn't have serious consequences. She glimpsed her past when her mother angrily confronted her about the report card she had brought. She worried about needing to stay up all night to study later. The singer announced the start of their performance and began playing the guitar, with the scene highlighting the sound of raindrops and their footsteps. He passionately sang, "Let the rain wash away all the pain of yesterday," conveying a message of healing and renewal, while the listener was deeply affected, possibly reminded of their own past struggles. He sang with empathy, offering comfort to others, while expressing a sense of healing with "Let the rain wash away all the pain of yesterday," deeply resonating with the audience, who responded with excitement. One fan excitedly asked the other if they thought the singer performed really well, while the other, overwhelmed with emotion, reacted with surprise and confusion. She asked why the other was crying, and the other explained that the lyrics of the song sung that day felt like a ray of hope. Now, the fan expressed how happy she was to hear about someone's debut, but when she came to see Sangjun, she ended up missing him and apologized. Sang reassured the other that it was okay and suggested making sure to meet with Sangwon next time, as he was probably waiting for that moment too. The fan wiped away a tear with a tissue and then smiled softly, seemingly moved by the moment. She handed over the open box to Sang and explained that it was something she prepared whenever she started missing him. She asked Sang if he could send the item to him on her behalf. Sang smiled after receiving the item and assured the fan that he would be sure to send it. He announced that they would be doing a question and answer session with the questions sent by the audience. Sunwoo asked which question to pick, and another suggested a question for Yihyun. Doyoung excitedly announced the question, "Members vs. Candy," and wondered what Yihyun's choice would be. They reacted to the members vs. Candy question, with one expressing surprise at the question and the other playfully asking if they thought they would lose to Candy. Yi Hyun was lost in thought while considering the questions, and another, noticing this, asked about his thoughts. Doyoung humorously asked if he was being told he was worse than Candy, while another playfully called him mean, as the audience laughed at the exchange. Yi Hyun noticed an interesting question and revealed that it was for Yu Chan. He read a question asking Yu Chan to do an impression of a crow from the showcase, leaving him surprised. Yu Chan asked if the fans really wrote the question, and the other confirmed, showing that it was indeed written there. The audience, along with his friend, eagerly urged Yu Chan to show an impression of a crow from the showcase as they waited for the performance to begin. After a brief pause, he energetically performed the crow impression, shouting and mimicking the sound of cawing with enthusiasm. Doyoung, slightly embarrassed, watched Yu Chan perform the crow impression. He laughed heartily and suggested giving Yu Chan a round of applause to cheer him up, as Yu Chan reacted with embarrassment. Doyoung, smiling, suggested picking another question, expressing how fun the activity was. They, filled with excitement, enjoyed the moment as they interacted with each other, with fans cheering and holding signs for their favorite members, including Sangjun and Yihyun. Sang discussed whether they should look for a question for Sunwoo, with one asking the other if they should. Sunwoo exclaimed that it was their turn and decided to answer in a fun way, just like the kids. Sang asked if he should pick a particular question, wondering what the answer would be, and the response was that Sunwoo wanted to take a trip to the sea with the members, which impressed the audience. Sunwoo excitedly asked the audience if they knew where the coldest sea was. Doyoung, surprised, reacted with confusion, wondering if Sunwoo was being taken to the coldest sea, but then one of them hesitated, realizing it might not be the case. Sunwoo revealed the answer with a cheerful smile was chilly. They were shocked to hear that answer. Sunwoo, with a slightly nervous expression, wondered what was wrong with the audience's reaction. He explained that the coldest sea is chilly, causing the audience to react with boredom. Doyoung jokingly criticized him, calling it a dad joke, while others teased Sunwoo for being nervous. Sunwoo, feeling awkward, nervously asked if the joke wasn't funny and explained that it was a popular joke these days. Doyoung jokingly suggested to Sunwoo that they look for another question, teasing him to avoid any more dad jokes. Behind them, Juehyui, holding a sign, urged them to finish the question and answer session. Sang declared that the question and answer session was ending, while he comforted the audience with a lighthearted, assuring them not to be sad, to keep the mood positive. He announced that they would now show the audience the stage for Morning Call, which Top Boys had prepared. Right after, the Top Boys performed energetically to the Morning Call song's lyrics, expressing a desire to hear someone's voice and the excitement of waking up in the morning. The audience passionately cheered and excitedly shouted Top Boys in support. They performed with enthusiasm, expressing their impatience to wait until the afternoon, and expressed that they had a lot to say. As they demonstrated their performance, one of them, Sunwoo, suddenly tripped and fell, losing his balance and causing a loud crash. They were confused as Sunwoo stumbled and fell, collapsing to the ground in pain. The audience expressed concern as they noticed Sunwoo had fallen, worried about the loud noise, and wondered if he was okay. Yu Chan asked if Sunwoo was okay after his fall, and Sunwoo reassured him, saying he was pretty fair. Sunwoo stood up confidently, never giving up. He expressed concern about not wanting to reveal something in front of the fans. The performance continued with the lyrics Morning Call, as the excited crowd cheered, and Sunwoo, with energy, raised his arm, giving his all despite the earlier embarrassment. After returning home at night, Doyoung expressed how great it felt to be home, while another praised everyone for their hard work that day. Yi Hyun expressed hunger and a craving for jjajangmyeon, but the other informed them that the Chinese restaurant was likely closed due to the late hour. Sang excitedly pointed out that they had jjajang ramen at home, offering a solution to their hunger. Yi Hyun stepped forward to cook the jjajang ramen, but another quickly stopped him, warning that Yihyun was really bad at cooking. He confidently declared that he was the cook for the jjajang ramen today, but Doyoung urgently protested, asking Sunwoo to stop him. Lost in thought, Sunwoo suddenly heard Sang calling him, and he looked up to ask whether Sang had called. They, noticing something was wrong, asked if it was because of the earlier fall, expressing concern and wondering if Sunwoo was hurt. Sunwoo reassured everyone, saying he was just a little tired and not injured, waving off their concerns with a smile. Juehyui expressed concern, asking if Sunwoo was truly okay and suggesting he take it easy, but Sunwoo reassured them, saying he was fine and just tired, so he would go in first. Sang wished Sunwoo a good night's sleep, expressing concern for his well-being. Sunwoo, exhausted, lay down on his bed, preparing to sleep. But before closing his eyes, he checked his phone. He saw the post on the Top Boys fan page, which featured comments on their first fan signing event, including jokes about the members and compliments on their performances. He also noticed a heartfelt message about giving Yi-hyun a gift for his success at the event. After seeing the post, he let out a deep sigh. Sunwoo, feeling uncertain, wondered if he was doing things right, reflecting on how everyone else has their own personality and strengths. He reflected on his own insecurities, admitting that he wasn't particularly good at singing or dancing. He, reflecting on himself, thought that he didn't have a great sense of humor, and felt like he was simply too boring compared to the others. He thought to himself that he had made a mistake on stage earlier that day, adding to his feelings of insecurity. He questioned whether he could continue as the leader of the team, reflecting on his doubts. Sunwoo, troubled by his thoughts, cried in his sleep, experiencing hiccups and feeling frustrated as he struggled with his emotions. The next day, the director Joe was met with a cheerful greeting as he asked the boys how the previous day's fan signing event went, with Sunwoo responding enthusiastically, saying it was very fun and he was looking forward to the next one. Joe told Sunwoo to calm down a little, explaining that he was going to get overwhelmed by the situation for a while. Joe was surprised by Sunwoo's appearance and asked about his strange face. Sunwoo blushed, saying a mosquito had bitten him, but his manager was confused by how severe the bite appeared. It turned out that the mistake made at the fan sign event the previous day had a big effect, and according to Sangjun, Sunwoo had cried the entire night. Joe expressed concern about what to do if Sunwoo put that much emotion into something. He reflected that in such a tough world, it must have been difficult to be an idol if Sunwoo had cried so easily. He realized a feeling that if things were left like this, it would start causing a bad effect later, and thought of something that could cheer Sunwoo up. He suddenly realized the solution and smiled. At night, two people are communicating and discussing a recent performance of Top's boy group, with one praising it as good. Choi Hyejin, a 32-year-old PD producer-director and director Joe's college junior, was told that the professional they were preparing might have been chosen from their own group, and he thought that would have been acceptable. She mentioned that she was not the one choosing the good singers. In the conversation, Joe acknowledged and told her to find a kid with a kind personality, reassuring her that their group was nice, though Hyejin seemed to have some reservations. She asked Joe if he was thinking about recommending that Sangjun kid. She mentioned that the kid had the exact image he was looking for, but a new face might be a bit of an issue, though Joe was thinking about recommending a different kid. Hyejin was surprised by the different kid, but the other person reassured her, saying that the kid was a good one. Joe asked her if she was interested in giving the idea a try, suggesting the possibility of moving forward with it. The radio show Jonggo's Radio went on air, and the host announced that the rising rookie group, Top Boys, had arrived, and the group greeted the audience with a hello. The Top Boys introduced themselves to the audience while striking a pose. When asked to introduce themselves, Na Sangjun greeted the listeners and described himself as the face that would make them stand Top Boys. Doyoung introduced himself as refreshing and full of charm like a crush, with a cheerful smile. Sunwoo introduced himself as Top Boys' leader and greeted everyone while waving. Hyejin asked the director if the person they were discussing was named Sunwoo, and the other person confirmed, jokingly asking if she had read his mind. Hyejin remarked that an idol's appearance was as expected, pretty. She observed that the conversation had seemed to flow smoothly. She remarked that Sunwoo didn't seem to have as strong a presence compared to the other members. She commented that, although he looked nice, he was too basic, while the other person wondered why Sunbeam seemed to feel differently. The host mentioned that she enjoyed listening to the latest release, Morning Call, and liked it so much that she set it as her alarm tone. She mentioned that they heard some new songs, including one that hadn't been released yet, and the other person confirmed, saying it was a lyrical ballad called I'll Stand By You. Sang explained that the song was written for their fan club, On Top, who have shown them a lot of love. The host person remarked that it made sense for the song to be a present that fans could hear, and another person agreed, saying it would be great if everyone liked it. She mentioned that everyone in the chat was eager to hear the song, and the host asked if they should play it now, signaling Top Boys to get ready. She introduced Top Boys' song, I'll Stand By You, announcing that they would listen to it live, and mentioned that part 1 would end here, with part 2 coming after the advertisement. The Top Boys were shown performing their song, standing at the microphones and preparing to sing. Sunwoo reflected on the live performance and how it was a song for the fans, while comments from fans appeared, expressing their excitement and support for Top Boys. He was determined not to make a mistake that time, holding the microphone with a serious expression. Sangjun sang the lyrics that expressed gratitude and affection for the fans who have patiently waited, with him promising to never forget their support. In the song, Doyoung smiled as he sang about the expression that reminded him of the first time, promising to always stay by the fans' side, highlighting the deep bond and unwavering support he would provide. Sunwoo expressed that every day, as he sang, he would focus on one important thing, symbolizing his dedication and commitment to the fans. Hyejin observed that the skills of the group were better than expected, but despite this, she didn't feel any special emotion toward them. Sunwoo passionately expressed a desire to be with the one who adores them, singing with intensity as he reached the powerful line, but all in vain. He realized he had made another mistake during the performance and expressed frustration, wondering why he kept making mistakes lately. He, feeling frustrated, reflected on how he kept making mistakes during the performance, despite being in charge. He, feeling frustrated, thought it would have been better if Sangjun had become the leader in the first place, hinting at self-doubt. He decided to run away from the stage. Jo was shocked to see Sunwoo, who had left the performance stage. Hyejin reflected that making mistakes is almost inevitable for newbies, and it would actually be stranger if they didn't make any. She reflected that, since Sunbi had recommended Sunwoo, she had expected there to be something more impressive about him. She felt that it was a bit disappointing, feeling let down by the situation. After a while, Doyoung seemed to be struggling, letting out a sound of discomfort, while another member looked at him in concern. Hyejin looked at Sunwoo in shock, while the other person seemed equally startled. He, dealing with hiccups, wondered what the issue was while looking frustrated. A few days ago, Doyoung advised Yihyun to eat because the entertainment show recording would be long, but Yihyun refused, saying he didn't want to eat. Yu Chan commented that someone couldn't even eat this morning, while another reminded them that they would be doing a food advertisement today. Ju Hui asked if everyone was ready, while Doyoung, seeming a bit flustered, asked for a moment to prepare. He, surprised, realized he couldn't find his earphones after it was mentioned, while Ju Hui sighed in response. Sunwoo found the earphones in the nook of the sofa and handed them to him, who gratefully thanked Sunwoo for finding them. Sunwoo reminded him not to fight with Yihyun at the filming area and to take good care of him, while the other person responded. Ju Hui enthusiastically urged the group to come together. They were saying goodbye to Sunwoo, and Sang mentioned they would contact them once they arrived and would meet for dinner. They exchanged farewells, one saying they would be back, and the other left, wishing Sunwoo a nice day. Right after, in a studio, they prepared to read a story that was sent by a viewer during their broadcast. Sunwoo was asked to read a story, but he hesitated, worrying about making another mistake. Sunwoo introduced himself, stating that he was a 19-year-old high school student living in Dongjaku. He expressed his admiration for all the members of Top Boys, but one of them specifically mentioned that Sunwoo was his favorite. Sunwoo explained that the reason for the fans' preference was related to something that had happened during Top Boy's fan meeting. He glimpsed the first fan sign event when he was asked about his school experience, and he responded that he thought it was quite fun. He was asked if he was good at studies, and he humorously responded that, although it was only once, he had achieved 9th place in the whole school. The fan praised him for getting 9th place in the whole school, but he explained that it happened in middle school, and his academic performance had not been as good afterward. She expressed jealousy and then shared that she had a childhood friend she was very close with since she was a kid. She mentioned that her friend was good at both studies and sports during his school days. She said that her friend was someone who could do everything, and she admitted that she always wanted to be just like him. Lena recalled studying together every day and putting in a lot of effort to keep up. She reflected on her efforts, saying she still couldn't achieve a good result, but then something changed one day. While studying together, her friend showed the correct way to solve a problem, jokingly expressing concern that he might catch the other person's dumbness. He teasingly asked what her dummy would do without him. In frustration, she angrily declared that he could just stop studying with her if he kept teasing her. She, looking frustrated, questioned whether someone would be doing this kind of studying just because they wanted to. The boy apologized, saying his previous comment was a joke, but she, frustrated, decided to do things on her own. Lena, visibly upset, declared that she no longer needed anyone's help. Now, the fan reflected on how, normally, they would joke around with their friend. But on that day, she suddenly became furious and felt like she had grown apart due to studies. Sunwoo humorously declared that her boyfriend was at fault, while the fan reacted with amusement. He expressed frustration about how people could say such things, but she acknowledged that even though he had to work hard, he was kind and had helped a lot with studying. Lena fondly recalled that, more than anyone else, her boyfriend understood how hard she was trying. But she suddenly realized something. Sunwoo pointed out that, despite everything, the friend knew she was working hard and had tried to cheer her up by joking around when she was upset. He reassured Lena not to worry too much about her studies, reminding her that she was already doing well enough by working hard. He shared that he had once questioned himself because he didn't get the results he wanted, despite working so hard. He reflected that, even though he had doubts, being with his members allowed him to be on stage, much like how the other character worked hard with her friend to achieve success. Sunwoo reassured her that although they couldn't see it now, there would definitely be a good result soon. He reassured the other that she didn't need to worry about her friend. Lena recalled her past when she sat in the classroom. Her boyfriend offered something to her, and Lena asked what it was. He offered Lena some notes he had made while studying, thinking they might help, and she thanked him. He looked surprised or frustrated, and Lena apologized. She looked confused, and her friend explained that he knew she was working hard and apologized for speaking to her that way. Now, he expressed that he felt like he rushed things because he wanted to attend the same college as Lena. He offered to help Lena, saying they would power through it together. Lena smiled and thanked him, feeling grateful for his help. She reflected that, thanks to Sunwoo's sincere and supportive nature, she was able to reconcile with her friend. She proudly shared that, after studying harder, her academic records had improved. She expressed concern, noting that Sunwoo seemed to have changed a bit recently. She reflected that Sunwoo is usually bright and cool, but recently, he seemed to be going through a difficult time, which hurt her heart. She expressed a desire to tell Sunwoo something, likely to support or reassure him. Sunwoo reassured Lena, telling him that she was already doing well enough. They showed signs of distress, with one of them visibly upset, and the others expressing discomfort. Sunwoo apologized, looking distressed, while Doyoung offered him some comfort. Hyejin recalled her past when she asked about Sunwoo, and Jo explained that he had been on the same team as Sangjun and had been the leader of Top Boys. She was surprised to learn that Sangjun wasn't the leader, and they laughed, acknowledging that everyone would have misunderstood that. Jo explained that, although Sunwoo isn't very active nowadays, there is no one more suitable to be the leader than him. He described Sunwoo as a rare example of innocence in the rough world of showbiz, highlighting that he always works hard. It was mentioned that Sunwoo is always sweet to his members, and they all rely on him a lot. Jo expressed that Sunwoo's kindness even worried them, but added that Top Boys couldn't exist without him. Now, as well as Hyejin, reflected on Sunwoo's kind-hearted nature, noting that he was always thankful, even for the smallest things. She reflected that, despite everything, they were still searching for a new face full of passion, and she finally felt like she had found it. The show appeared on TV channels, where they posed together in a promotional shot for Real Variety. Trip to another, as they travel through various vacation spots in the country. They began a mission to earn spending money for the trip, but Sunwoo expressed frustration and exhaustion. He fell to the ground with an exaggerated reaction. He expressed feeling dizzy, saying the world was spinning, after his fall during the mission. Sunwoo tried hard but ended up falling, humorously depicted as he stumbled and was helped by others. Sunwoo, lying on the ground and exhausted, repeatedly said, "Enough," while others around him wondered if he was okay. The group watched Sunwoo on the screen, and one of them commented that even when playing games, he still fails, while others laughed at the situation. Doyoung laughed at Sunwoo's clumsiness, with one of them commenting on how clumsy he really was, while Sunwoo groaned in frustration. Yihyun expressed disappointment in Sunwoo and playfully teased him, causing Sunwoo to feel hurt and call Yihyun mean. Doyoung jokingly suggested Sunwoo start working out right away, teasing him about looking lame next week, which caused Sunwoo to be surprised. It was noted that Sunwoo seemed a little brighter and more cheerful after the show premiered. It was mentioned that Sunwoo was even cast for a role right after the radio show ended, and Hyejin asked if he was interested in entertainment programs, suggesting he could do well in that field. Sunwoo's hidden talent had been recognized, likely referring to his ability to excel in entertainment programs. As they came to Joe's office, he instructed everyone to be silent as they presented the casting invites, which had already been sorted for everyone to review. He informed Sangjun that he had received a casting invite for a drama, which surprised him. He mentioned that Sangjun was offered a cameo in a medical drama called Thoracic Surgery, Memory's Time, and Doyoung realized it was the same drama his brother was currently filming. He explained that the director thought featuring Sangjun in the drama would be a good promotional move, and Sangjun then wondered if Yoonsu was also starring in the drama. He was holding the casting invite, looking silently thoughtful. Right after, during the video call, Sang-jun mentioned that he wasn't nervous about the upcoming event, just a bit awkward. Do-young reassured him, saying he had wiped them all out, while the other asked if it was a survival game. Yi-hyun asked Sang-jun to get Melongna a famous Korean ice cream when he returned, but Sang-jun pointed out that it would melt by then. Yi-hyun and another wished Sang-jun well, with one of them asking him to say hi to his brother. Sang-jun responded cheerfully, saying he'd see them later. Now, he found motivation and strength from his friends. He reflected that he hadn't seen Yoon-soo in a while, indicating a sense of longing or desire to reconnect. He remembered when Sang-woon, as a trainee, would frequently bring Yoon-soo over, hinting at their close past interactions. He recalled how close they were back then, but after Sang-woon's accident, he hadn't seen him around. He felt uncertain about meeting after a long time, wondering if it would be awkward between them. He was surprised to see Yoon-soo, Do-young's older brother and Blackpin's leader, who also recognized him, calling him Sang-jun, indicating their past connection. Sang-jun greeted Yoon-soo warmly, expressing how long it had been since they last met, prompting him to question what he was doing there. Sang-jun replied that he was there to shoot a cameo that day. He complimented Yoon-soo for becoming even cooler over the years, attributing it to his success as a top idol. He reminisced about the fun times when Yoon-soo used to visit his place with Sang-woon, highlighting their close bond back then. He, realizing the change in their relationship, jokingly wondered if he should now address Yoon-soo with a more formal title, Sunbeam. He, noticing something was off, asked Yoon-soo what had happened just as another person called for Yoon-soo's attention. He, sensing the need for privacy, accepted Yoon-soo's apology and agreed to talk later, showing understanding of the situation. He noticed the awkwardness between them after a long time and wondered if he had been too eager, reflecting on his actions. He, mindful of Yoon-soo, decided to practice first to avoid causing any unnecessary disturbance. He, recognizing the significance of the role, expressed his determination to perform well, showing his commitment and care. Yoon-soo, after encountering a hospital building, was urgently calling out to someone, possibly seeking help or attention. Cha Ji-won, in a moment of distress, urgently pleaded with a doctor to save someone named Jimin, showing his deep concern and desperation. He, in a vulnerable moment, shared that his sister aspired to be a doctor like Yoon-soo. He fondly spoke about Jiminy, mentioning how well-behaved and sweet she was, describing her as a child who didn't throw tantrums or fuss about her food. He, in a moment of desperation, urgently pleaded for help, but Yoon-soo regretfully called out to him. Cha Ji-won, in a heartbreaking moment, heard the doctor apologize, admitting that there was nothing more they could do for his sister, adding to his distress. He was overwhelmed with guilt and sorrow, and repeatedly apologized for not saving his sister. Cha Ji-won, in a moment of intense grief, reflected on his failure to protect his sister, feeling as though he was seeing a reflection of his own sorrow and regret. Sang, after a dramatic scene, was revealed to be part of a production set, with the director calling cut and praising everyone for their work, showing that the intense emotions were part of the filming process. Sang-jun received praise for his acting, with the director complimenting him for his impressive performance on set, which he humbly acknowledged with a smile. But Yoon-soo hid his emotions as he walked away, but the expression on his face showed a deeper, more emotional side. Sang-jun received praise for his performance, and as someone mentioned, they would head to the car first. Sang-jun responded enthusiastically, showing his readiness to leave. He, reflecting on his first time appearing in a drama as a cameo, expressed both his nervousness beforehand and his relief after feeling he had done well. He, upon seeing Yoon-soo, excitedly praised him, showing his support and admiration for Yoon-soo's work. He, after being witnessed by Yoon-soo's fury, reacted in surprise and confusion, calling out to him to understand what was going on. Yoon-soo, after a moment of contemplation, questioned Sang-jun with a serious tone, asking whether he truly thought the role he was playing was suitable for him. Yoon-soo looked at him with a serious expression, objecting to this drama role. Sang-jun, sensing something was off, wondered aloud if he had made a mistake during the day, and after realizing he might have done something wrong, quickly apologized. But Yoon-soo, in a moment of frustration or misunderstanding, sharply denied the assumption made about him, raising his voice in response. He, after a moment of tension, decided to dismiss the issue, telling Sang-jun not to bother and to forget about it. Sang-jun, frustrated by Yoon-soo's words, called out to him to wait, expressing disbelief and refusal to just let things go. He, noticing something was wrong with Yoon-soo, urged him to share what was going on, recalling how in the past, Yoon-soo would always confide in him and Sang-woon when facing problems. But Yoonsu, after starting to express his thoughts, quickly dismissed the situation, saying he needed to get back on set, to which he called out for Yoonsu to wait. Sang-jun, in a moment of concern, assured Yoonsu that he would always be there to listen, and asked him to contact him whenever needed, showing his support as Yoonsu walked away. Right after, Yoonsu, after walking through a building and moving into a more secluded space, sat down, possibly reflecting or waiting for something important. He, in a moment of stress, removed his mask. In a moment of regret and realization, he reflected on having said cruel things about Yoonsu without knowing the full situation, showing his remorse. He, while watching over a situation, expressed frustration at how Na Sang-woon could sleep through such a serious moment, urging him to wake up quickly. But Na Sang-woon was lying unconscious, possibly in a fragile condition. Yoonsu, feeling remorseful, apologized to him for being rude to his brother and reflected on the need to improve his behavior in situations like this. He, in a moment of vulnerability, asked Sang-woon to talk to his brother for him, acknowledging their ability to comfort others and seeking their help. He, with a smile, reflected on how Sang-woon had helped him in the past, expressing gratitude and trust in their ability to support others once again. He, reflecting on the past, remembered meeting Sang-woon for the first time 5 years ago during the summer, marking a significant moment in their relationship. Na Sang-woon introduced himself warmly, expressing his hope that they would get along. The group was reminded by a senior to get along well with everyone and avoid fighting, which they agreed to with enthusiasm. Sang-woon, upon hearing that Yoonsu was tasked with taking care of him, expressed genuine surprise and curiosity. Yoonsu, recalling his first interaction with Sang-woon, noted that he had initially approached him in a friendly manner, showing the beginning of their relationship. Sang-woon cheerfully requested that he be taken care of. Yoonsu, after meeting a new trainee, expressed skepticism and curiosity about how long he would stay, reflecting his experience with many trainees who had come and gone before. Sang-woon, as part of a training session, was instructed to watch and observe since it was his first time, showing the beginning of his learning process. Yoonsu, during a dance rehearsal, confidently counted and performed the moves, showcasing his rhythm and coordination in the training session. After performing a dance move, he struck a confident pose. The instructor, after Yoonsu performed well, complimented him with enthusiasm, praising him for a job well done. He asked if Sang-woon could follow along with the training, and Sang-woon reassured him that he could handle it. But Yoonsu expressed disbelief and doubt, thinking it was impossible for Sang-woon to replicate the movements so quickly after just seeing them. After seeing his determination, the instructor encouraged him to continue and follow along step by step. While training, Yoonsu realized the difficulty of the song, emphasizing that both the fast beat and the complex footwork were challenging even for original idol artists. He, in a moment of disbelief, questioned how Sang-woon could follow along after just one view of it. The trainee, noticing something unusual or impressive, expressed his surprise, to which Yoonsu asked what was going on. Yoonsu, reflecting on his time as a trainee, expressed his pride in being the one who received the most attention, stating that he never met another trainee who could surpass him. Sang-woon, in a vibrant and energetic way, showcased his charm and confidence while dancing. Yoonsu, after meeting someone new, recognized his exceptional talent, admitting that for the first time, he had encountered someone capable of surpassing him. He, after witnessing Sang-woon follow along with the choreography after just one viewing, expressed his surprise, questioning how he was able to do it so well. After seeing Sang-woon's impressive skills, the instructor expressed his astonishment, acknowledging that the praise from the CEO was well-deserved, and that Sang-woon truly was a genius. But Yoonsu, with a serious expression, was deep in thought and frustrated. Right after, in the training arena, he, in a moment of action, swiftly turned around and did a dance rehearsal like Sang-woon. After attempting the dance, he realized that the result was not what he had expected. He, after realizing he hadn't been putting in enough effort, decided to dedicate himself fully to practicing every day, pushing himself to improve and make up for lost time. He, despite his intense dedication to practicing, felt discouraged as he couldn't catch up to Sang-woon. He realized, with frustration, that his sincere efforts might not have been enough. Yoonsu was confused when he found Sang-woon else in the practice room, only to learn that the person had just noticed the light was on while passing by. He was sarcastically questioning the need for training, implying that Sang-woon, likely already skilled, wouldn't need any. He complimented Sang-woon, recognizing his impressive abilities, like memorizing choreography quickly and singing well, but he called him the ace among the trainees. Yoonsu, after receiving the compliment, appeared amused or skeptical, responding with disbelief, questioning what ace the other person was referring to. But Sangwon reassured him, telling him that he's already good enough and questioning why he's not satisfied, explaining that being an idol isn't about comparing who's better than others. Yoonsu expressed a harsh reality about the entertainment industry, stating that if Sangwon were not visually appealing and couldn't debut, that's just how the celebrity world works, and if he's not prepared to compete, he should give up. Sangwon pointed out that idols don't just compete, they bring joy to their fans after debuting, suggesting that to do so, one must first be happy. He observed that Yoonsu didn't seem to be enjoying himself, hinting that his frustration was showing. Yoonsu acknowledged the harsh reality, but he countered, saying that it's only true if you haven't tried. Sangwon encouraged him to listen to the music again and let go of his stress, suggesting that he should simply dance and have fun, as he's already doing well. Yoonsu reflected his feelings of loneliness and longing as he expressed a desire for someone who could walk beside him and support him. They danced together, as they enjoyed the moment and had fun rather than stressing about perfection. Sangwon energetically danced and enjoyed the moment, showing off his moves while encouraging Yoonsu to join in the fun and not take things too seriously. Yoonsu reflected on his journey, realizing that the person who would walk beside him and support him, holding his hand, was none other than Sangwon. He reflected on Sangwon's words, realizing that, like him, he too would be able to enjoy being on stage one day, a moment filled with fulfillment and joy. Now, he sat beside Sangwon's hospital bed, expressing gratitude, acknowledging that it was because of him that he was able to make it this far. Yoonsu, with a bittersweet smile, expressed that it would have been nice if Sangwon could have stayed with him, highlighting the emotional connection and longing. He imagined a future where he and his friends would debut together and receive the Rookie Award, a dream of shared success and recognition. He envisioned performing together with his group, imagining the excitement of standing on stage. He sat in silence beside a hospital bed, gazing at the person he cared for, who was lying unconscious, possibly in a fragile condition. He sighed softly, expressing that he was still waiting for the person to wake up, showing his emotional vulnerability and longing. He, frustrated and hurt, clenched his fist, questioning how his Hyung could be so unfazed and not have visited even once, showing his feelings of abandonment and confusion. He expressed his confusion and frustration, unable to understand why things had turned out the way they did. He, feeling isolated and disconnected, lamented that he seemed to be the only one still stuck in the past, highlighting his sense of being left behind. A moment later, he, standing up and preparing to leave the hospital room, announced he was leaving, possibly signaling his decision to move on. He, half jokingly but determined, mentioned that next time he would bring the person along with their older brother, even if he had to drag him there forcefully. He, looking serious yet soft, urged Sangwon to wake up soon before he accidentally collapsed at Sangjun. Sangjun, caught off guard by the unexpected presence of someone else, apologized and explained that he didn't think anyone would be inside. He, surprised to see Yoonsu, asked why he was there, clearly caught off guard by his unexpected presence in the room. Right after, Sangjun and Yoonsu sat silently beside the patient in the hospital, sharing a quiet moment of reflection and respect. Sangjun, still processing things, asked Yoonsu why they never ran into each other while he had been visiting Sangwon, revealing his confusion about their separate visits. Yoonsu, noticing something in his hand, asked what it was, and he was about to explain it. Sangjun explained that he was holding a gift from one of Sangwon's fans, but Yoonsu reminded him that he had been meaning to bring the item but had forgotten, pointing out that he had been thinking about it but never followed through. Sangjun, realizing the situation, understood that there was no one to talk to or share a meal with at the hospital. He, smiling slightly, shared that despite the circumstances, it made him happy to know there was still a fan who remembered Sangwon. Yoonsu, reflecting on the situation, realized that he had assumed Sangjun hadn't visited Sangwon even once, but now he understood things differently. He, surprised, asked why the fruit basket he bought hadn't been removed, leaving for Sangjun to ask if he was the one who had brought it. Sangjun, embarrassed, admitted that he had mistaken the fruit basket for decoration, while Yoonsu teasingly called him stupid for not realizing its purpose. Sangjun revealed that the reason the fruit basket hadn't rotted was that Yoonsu bought a new one every time. He admitted that he hadn't even known that Sangjun had been keeping track of his fruit basket habit, surprised by the small detail. Sangjun, noticing Yoonsu's moment of vulnerability, asked if he was okay now. Yoonsu, after seeing Sangjun's puzzled reaction, learned that Sangjun had been concerned about his health because his complexion had looked off at the filming site. But now that he seemed fine, he felt relieved. Yoonsu, looking somewhat embarrassed or caught off guard, responded with a sigh as he tried to explain himself, possibly feeling a bit awkward about the situation. Yoonsu, feeling a bit frustrated, admitted that he had been worried because his Hyung had completely forgotten about Sangwon, while he had continued bringing the fruit basket exactly as it was every time he visited the ward. He expressed his disappointment, thinking his Hyung would never visit the hospital, revealing his feelings of abandonment and frustration. Yoonsu, reflecting on the past, admitted feeling resentful when he saw his Hyung smiling and doing promotions after joining the company, despite the tension between them. He admitted that he was still struggling with his emotions, especially since Sang-jun always appeared unfazed, making it harder for him to express his own feelings. Yoonsu realized that his assumptions were wrong and apologized, acknowledging that it was all just his imagination. Sang-jun reflected on a past conversation, as he questioned him about whether the character he was portraying truly suited him, while recalling how his grief over Cha Ji-won's sister's death had overwhelmed him, leading to Yoonsu's emotional state. Sang-jun, expressing deep emotion, clarified that he cared about Sangwon deeply because he was his only family, and he felt anxious about the possibility of losing him, highlighting his fear and attachment. Sang-jun, with determination and hope, reminded Yoonsu of the promise he made with Sangwon to stand on the same stage, expressing his desire to keep that promise until Sangwon wakes up. Sang-jun confessed to him that he hadn't been able to visit Sangwon often lately due to his packed schedule, showing his regret and sense of guilt over not being there as much as he wanted. Yoonsu, feeling a bit of relief, thanked him for staying by Sangwon's side and keeping him company, knowing he wasn't alone despite his own absence. Sang-jun, with a grateful smile, thanked Yoonsu for all his support, feeling appreciative of his presence and help during such a difficult time. But Yoonsu, with a hint of regret, realized that he should have contacted Sang-jun earlier, possibly feeling guilty for not reaching out sooner. Sang-jun, feeling hungry, cheerfully suggested grabbing a meal together as a treat, lightening the mood after their earlier conversation. As they left together, Yoonsu jokingly said he'd be eating something expensive instead, while Sang, slightly amused, cautioned him to hold back a little on that. Sang-jun reflected on how he once thought he was the only one waiting, but now realized many people were waiting for him. With a heartfelt plea, he urged Sangwon to wake up so he could fulfill their promise of standing on stage together. He, with a hopeful smile, softly said that he would be waiting, showing his unwavering patience and belief in Sangwon's eventual recovery. As they left, a gifted jar was glowing softly on the bedside table. The shattered pieces inside it were glowing constantly. Seo Erin recalled her trainee days, when she spent long hours practicing, often until dawn. Even though the training was exhausting, she believed she could endure it because debuting felt worth every hardship. She imagined that once she debuted, she would finally be happy and all her efforts would pay off. However, after her debut, her reality became harsh, as staff members shouted at her and the other girls the moment they arrived. They scolded them for not coming early, for not greeting staff properly, and for not going around to greet others in the building. Along with the other girls, she was criticized for lacking skills and told she should at least practice properly. The staff reminded them that if they continued this way, no broadcast station would want to call them, making her realize how different debut life was from what she had hoped. The manager complained loudly, wondering why he had to deal with kids like them. One of the girls started to tear up, quietly hiccuping as she tried to hold back her emotions. The manager noticed and bluntly asked if she was crying. The girl denied it weakly while still trembling and hiccuping, but the manager mocked her, saying she cried over and over again and questioning what she even did well besides crying. He scolded her for crying just because he spoke in a slightly harsher tone, asking how she would survive celebrity life. He told her that if she couldn't handle this, she should just quit now. He angrily asked the girls if they thought everything he said was pointless, reminding them that only a few people on that floor were seniors like him, and scolded them for causing trouble. He blamed the agency for always producing kids like them, showing his frustration openly, and ordered them to carry out their promotions properly before storming off. Seo Erin stood together, trembling and apologizing, with one girl still wiping her tears. The girls answered the manager weakly with a yes, and apologized again as he walked away. The scene then shifted to a bright outdoor stage where a cheerful boy group called Top Boys greeted the crowd energetically. Fans greeted them warmly during an event. Sunwoo thanked them for coming, and the fans reassured them that they were happy to attend. When fans asked for longer promotions, Doyoung explained that the company decided to limit this cycle to 1 month. The fans looked heartbroken at the thought of the group leaving again, Sang-jun promised that they would return even cooler for their next promotions. Finally, he gently asked the fans to wait for them, reassuring them with a warm smile. The fans looked at him lightheartedly and agreed with him with a warm smile. The top boys group discussed Sang-jun, who was skilled at doing things subconsciously, and one person wondered if that could be scary. Excitedly, another group declared that they were flying as they walked through a crowd. They introduced themselves to those around them as you fly. Yi Hyun asked about Aaron, curious about who they were. Yu Chan explained that Aaron had played a female ghost in a drama, which sparked recognition from them, who remembered the role. Sunwoo Aaron was also a trainee, which sparked recognition among the group. Sang-jun recalled that it was their first time seeing her after her debut and realized how their recent schedules had been packed with activities, making it hard to catch up. He noticed some fans excitedly reacting to the sight of idols walking by. Two people waited with cameras, asking when Say-won would arrive, while a group of women stood together before the fans. Both fans expressed disbelief, asking if such idols really existed. Sang-jun wondered why the fans were reacting so exaggeratedly. Right after, in the room, he, while observing his surroundings, reflected on the new girl group U-Fly, which had debuted in July, and thought about their innocent and bright concept. Sang-jun, after reading about the new girl group U-Fly, reflected on their catchy name and concept, which represented their desire to fly alongside their fans toward their dreams. He, while browsing his phone, reflected on the promotional activities of the group U-Fly, noticing that this week marked their last show, but they had also been promoting their follow-up songs. He, while interacting with Doyoung, was greeted excitedly and then had a humorous, exaggerated reaction, possibly in response to a silly moment. Doyoung, noticing something concerning, apologized as Sunwoo grabbed his phone and expressed concern for Doyoung, reminding him to be careful. Sunwoo and Yu Chan, noticing something about the group U-Fly, casually asked about them. Sang-jun, after discussing U-Fly, explained that while the group debuted around the same time as theirs, the public's reactions to the two groups were very different, which piqued his curiosity about the contrasting experiences. Yu Chan, while discussing the success of different groups, suggested that U-Fly might not be doing as well because of its lower grade, acknowledging the harsh reality that many other groups face in the industry. Yi Hyun appeared and asked about their discussions, but Sunwoo admitted his emotions seemed stirred up after seeing U-Fly on the way in, and Sang's feelings became a topic of discussion among others. Yi Hyun, after hearing a remark, paused to reflect, then revealed that he had overheard something interesting moments before, hinting at a new insight or realization. He mentioned his earlier actions when, while walking, he seemed to be thinking about the manager's whereabouts, possibly wondering why they hadn't shown up yet. He secretly heard two people discussing, who expressed concern about the harsh atmosphere in the U-Fly waiting room, commenting that it was still brutal, suggesting tension or difficulty for the group. They discussed the lengthy and difficult training session of U-Fly, expressing sympathy for the girls' struggle. They further discussed EVA Entertainment preparing a new boy group while recalling how long it's been since U-Fly debuted. They were speculating about the reasons behind EVA Entertainment's decision to form a new boy group, possibly influenced by Top Boy's recent success, and questioning the fate of the girl groups. The woman realized it might be challenging for EVA Entertainment to manage and promote both its new boy group and its girl groups simultaneously, given the company's smaller size. Now, after hearing that, the Top Boys were shocked after hearing that, and looked at Yi Hyun. Yu Chan expressed skepticism about the changes in idol groups, pointing out the CEO of EVA Entertainment's history of reshuffling idols and mentioning a group called Universe before U-Fly. Doyoung commented on how brutal the situation seemed, but Sang-jun observed a situation and commented that it was becoming even stranger. He was worried about the difficulty of doing promotions, expressing concern over the challenges ahead. A few days later, in the Star's Recipe recording studio, the judge explained the rules for a cooking challenge, where the contestants must create two dishes, one that is popular on social media, paired with a complementary dish to go along with it. He announced that the round would be a special team challenge and suggested starting with the team Truly Dalgona. Sang-jun, part of the Truly Dalgona team, was wondering what type of food they would prepare while working alongside another teammate. The judge asked about the dish that they made, and Sang shared that it was called Dalgona Brunch. He explained that the dish being made is inspired by Dalgona coffee, which was once popular on social media, along with a dish they developed called Dalgona Toast. The judge commented on Taehyun's passionate effort in making Dalgona coffee and expressed concern, wondering if he might collapse from overexerting himself. He expressed anticipation for the truly Dalgona team's Dalgona brunch, and the team thanked him in response. Taehyun, while working, asked how much longer they would have to continue, showing a bit of frustration or exhaustion. Sang-jun revealed that, according to Yi-hyun, the task required whisking 20,000 times, prompting surprise and disbelief from Taehyun. Taehyun complained about being assigned the hard task, questioning why he was given it while his teammate did the easier one, with the response being that he was considered worse at cooking. But Taehyun was frustrated or strained to do it. He questioned why they had to do a particular task when there were so many other dishes to choose from. 2 days ago, Yi-hyun was preparing Dalgona coffee, stirring it with a focused expression. Yu-chan was curious about his actions and was informed that he was making Dalgona. Sang-jun was asked why Hyun was making Dalgona all of a sudden and responded that he was not sure. Sunwoo offered to buy Dalgona for Yi-hyun to stop the task, but Yi-hyun declined, saying he didn't want it. They were advising Yi-hyun to take a break after working non-stop for an hour, warning that if he kept going, his arm might fall off. Yi-hyun, after expressing reluctance, decided to take matters into his own hands and make the dish himself, following the motto, "No pain, no gain." He proudly left the room, having finished his task, while the others reacted to the loud sound of a door slamming. His members denied causing the door to slam, blaming it on the wind, while Yu-chan was confused by his reaction. Now, Taehyun questioned what was going on with the youngest member, to which the other replied that it might be puberty. He, after hearing an explanation, was confused and asked what it had to do with the current situation. But Sang-jun explained that after seeing Yi-hyun's actions, he was inspired to make Dalgona too, while happily commenting on how tasty it is. Taehyun expressed frustration, comparing Sang to Maknae, prompting Sang to point out to him that he had previously praised the Dalgona toast. Taehyun acknowledged being wrong, reflecting on how he couldn't foresee his current situation. He sighed, expressing frustration at having to do a program with a particular person again, and the other asked for clarification. He said he heard Sang-jun would be on the Law of the Deserted Island, a variety program focused on survival and self-sufficiency. He confirmed Sang-jun would be on the Law of the Deserted Island and revealed that he was also part of the program's cast. Taehyun listed some of the diverse cast members for the show, starting with himself and Sang-jun, followed by announcer Jang Namju, volleyball player Kim Hyuk, and actress Han Ji-woo. He mentioned that a female idol would also be joining the show, while Sang-jun observed that he seemed excited about it. Taehyun excitedly mentioned that Fly's Seo Erin would also be joining the show. Sang-jun expressed surprise and asked whether Seo Erin was part of the cast, and the other person confirmed that she was. He reflected on how it's been a while since Seo Erin appeared on a show, with her last appearance being on Drama in Drama. Sang-jun recalled the rumors, which expressed concern that it would be difficult to support both activities, and wondered whether it would now be harder to promote. He realized that if the situation is as it seems, the casting must be very important to Erin, showing concern for her. He wondered if there was anything they could do to be of help. Right after, he felt nervous as he prepared for his first filming on a deserted island. Sang-jun looked over the floating scroll and decided he should add some useful items to the list. He saw the highly gifted individual whose lent talents were clearly listed and described in the library's record. He admitted it was a bit disappointing that he could only have 15 talents, but felt it was still better than nothing. He understood that without the function, he would have spent his time searching for a mirror on the deserted island. He looked around the vast library to check if there was anything worth borrowing. Sang-jun searched through the shelves until he found a book that caught his interest. He then sat down in the library and began reading it attentively. After reading this book, he sighed in disappointment as he put the book back, finding nothing truly useful. He wondered if he should move on and check the next level. He walked upstairs, hoping he could find at least a few decent talents on the next level. He bumped into an invisible barrier and cried out in pain. He then wondered why the path to the next level was suddenly blocked. He discovered that the third level was restricted to those with an advanced grade or higher. Sang-jun realized he needed an advanced grade and accepted that accessing the area would take more time. He worried that he didn't have much time left before the filming began. He clenched his fist, steeled his resolve, and decided there was no other choice left. Right after, Doyoung and his friends lay in the dark dorm room, shifting constantly in his bunk as the night remained silent around him. Unable to sleep, Doyoung groaned in discomfort while tossing and turning under his blanket. Sang-jun burst into the room with his phone's light on, begging Doyoung, who screamed in shock, to go to sleep finally. Sang-jun apologized for the noise while his irritated Hyun snapped at him. demanding to know why he was taking selfies so early in the morning. He explained with a smile that the fans had asked him to upload a selfie, while the frustrated Doyoung insisted he could just take one in the morning instead of waking everyone up now. He tried to get Sunwoo Hyun to speak up, but Sunwoo slept soundly through all the chaos, completely unfazed. Doyoung stared at him in disbelief, wondering how he could possibly sleep in such a situation. He told Sang-jun to stop it already, and Sang-jun apologized with an embarrassed smile. After waving him, Sang-jun pressed yes to switch his phone to silent mode and then sat on his bed. A golden light burst out around him, informing him that the miracle photographer embodiment had almost reached its requirement. The next morning, they approached the deserted island for their first filming, The Law of the Deserted Island. As the boat sped, Taehyun felt extremely seasick and sat hunched over, groaning with discomfort. He and the others were miserable on the long boat ride, and he complained that they had been told it wouldn't take much time to arrive. Someone then offered him water as he struggled with seasickness. Jang Namju, a kind announcer and cast member, reassured Taehyun that pausing filming was the right call and encouraged him to hold on a little longer as he offered him a bottle of water. Kim Hyuk, looking flushed and exhausted on the boat, said he felt better after drinking some water when asked if he was alright. Everyone on the boat looked exhausted and unwell, prompting Jang Namju to note that no one was in good shape. He noticed that while everyone else on the boat looked sick and exhausted, Sang-jun stood confidently and completely unaffected, leading him to comment that he must simply not get seasick. Sang-jun cheerfully announced that it was his first time on a boat and suddenly awakened the sea's mate talent, acting as if he naturally had the spirit of a true sea rider. He told them to stand up and enjoy the wind and sea, but most of them struggled to keep their balance, while one person grew increasingly frustrated and told the others to stay still. Sang-jun excitedly suggested that they play a game, and cheered in agreement, but the seasick cast members were shocked that he wanted to play anything in their miserable condition. He suggested they play a game, but Taehyun complained the camera wasn't even rolling and the boat was rocking too much. So Sang-jun proposed a game where they could lie down and not move, calling it Veg Out. He, unusually energetic and playful, kept insisting they play a game, leaving Taehyun confused and wondering what was wrong with him today. Seo Erin noticed that Sang-jun adapted incredibly quickly, even to the unstable situation on the rocking boat. She remembered a group photo that the top boys were taking and thought bitterly that only people like that became famous. Erin quietly curled up at the edge of the boat and admitted to herself that she was jealous. The actress approached her and politely asked if she was Erin, startling her, who quickly stood and confirmed. Han Ji-woo apologized, saying she had noticed Erin stayed quiet for a while and thought she might have been seasick. Erin hurriedly reassured her that she wasn't seasick because she had taken medicine beforehand, and she thanked her even though Ji-woo said she didn't actually do anything for her. She put her arm around Erin and suggested they look out for each other, which made them both blush and laugh together. Han Ji-woo decided to join their game, and Erin agreed happily. She held Erin's hand and told her they should go. Erin reassured herself that everything was fine and tried to stay positive. She believed she could handle things just like Sang-jun did. The group finally reached the deserted island. Taehyun dramatically threw himself onto the sand and said he didn't know how long he had waited for it, acting overly emotional and relieved to be off the boat. The man greeted the group cheerfully as everyone turned to face her. Lee Eun-young, the 37-year-old writer of The Law of the Deserted Island, welcomed the group warmly and thanked them for coming to the deserted island. He greeted Jang Namju warmly and told him he had struggled on the trip, while he laughed it off and insisted there had been no difficulties. Lee Eun-young explained that there was no script when the cast asked if they were going to start filming the opening right away. He told them they were free to act however they wanted. The group was shocked when the writer suddenly told them there was no script and that they were free to do their activities however they liked. He explained that on the deserted island, there were no assigned roles, and the cast had to decide everything on their own without receiving any help. He told them that the production team would not interfere at all with any of their actions. Taehyun was shocked as he realized that everything shown on the program had actually happened for real. The cast panicked on the shore, lamenting their situation and begging for help as they realized the harsh conditions they now had to face on their own. Sang-jun stepped forward and told everyone to calm down. He explained that he had memorized the island's characteristics before coming. He enthusiastically explained the island's features, mentioning its size, coastline, rocky terrain, and the small forest in the middle. But when he joked about catching fatty mackerel in the west, they quickly disagreed. But Kim Hyuk and Han Ji-woo were practical. level-headed members of the group who questioned irrelevant information and focused on what was actually useful. Sang-jun often recalled bits of information and shared them with the group when needed. He mentioned that caterpillars were a good source of protein, which ended up frightening the whole group. Sang-jun pointed out a nearby caterpillar, unintentionally startling the others before Han Ji-woo shifted the group's focus back to starting a fire. Sang-jun skillfully started a fire using simple tools, impressing the others who doubted they could do the same. He successfully lit the fire, and the rest of the group quickly supported him by bringing more branches. Jang Namju suggested improving their campsite before sunset, and he confidently stated that he knew how to build a shelter. Sang-jun was encouraged by the others to try building a shelter, even though one teammate dismissed the skill as pointless. Sang-jun eagerly agreed to build the shelter and promised the group that he would finish it quickly. He called Taehyun to join him in building the shelter, dragging him along even though Taehyun reluctantly agreed. Sang-jun instructed him to dig within the outlined area. Sang-jun continued digging energetically, leaving Taehyun struggling to keep up with his pace. He shoveled with impressive speed and skill, proving once again that he handled every task effortlessly. The group watched in surprise as Sang-jun shoveled skillfully, realizing he wasn't just good at singing but impressively capable in unexpected tasks. Even as Jang Namju admitted Sang-jun was great at shoveling, they doubted whether he could actually build a sturdy shelter. After working hard, finally, Sang-jun proudly finished building the shelter, surprising everyone with how sturdy and well-made it turned out. He impressed the group with the quality of the shelter he built, and Han Ji-woo also announced that dinner was ready. The staff realized the game they had prepared was no longer needed, leaving the writer disappointed that the plan fell apart. Sang-jun's impressive craftsmanship amazed everyone, leading them to question whether he was truly an idol because of how skilled he seemed. He surprised everyone with his unexpected strength and survival skills, making them wonder if he had actually lived on a deserted island before. Sang-jun explained that he had never lived on a deserted island and simply learned everything by researching survival skills on the internet before the trip. Han Ji-woo acknowledged Taehyun's effort, giving him credit for helping build the shelter. But Seo Erin sighed in frustration as she realized an entire day had passed without her getting a single moment of screen time. She was disappointed because she wanted to do something well on the island, but ended up feeling unnoticed. She resolved not to let things end like that and became determined to take action. On the second day on the deserted island, Sang-jun worked hard as he shoveled and dug with full focus. He received praise for how skillfully he shoveled. He grew suspicious of the compliment, feeling like he was being mocked even though Taehyun insisted it was innocent. Sang-jun dug the ground again, making everyone wonder if he planned to build another house. He explained that he was digging to create a way to store drinking water, impressing everyone with his practical survival knowledge. Erin brought the supplies he had requested, and he praised her for doing a good job. Sang-jun checked the progress and said he still needed to dig a little deeper. Erin eagerly agreed to help, proudly mentioning she once won a sand castle building award as a kid. She enthusiastically volunteered to help, confidently taking over the task with excitement. She worked so energetically at digging that the others noticed her enthusiasm and wondered if she was overdoing it. Han Ji-woo shrugged off Erin's intense enthusiasm, saying it didn't really matter. She was shocked when she realized that Erin had suddenly collapsed from overexertion while digging, prompting everyone to rush over in concern, even as Erin insisted she was alright. Taehyun observed that the shovel had hit a rock and snapped. Sang-jun decided it wasn't acceptable, so he said he would handle the digging himself and told Erin to take a break. But Erin stopped Namju as he was about to go fishing because she wanted to ask him for something. She offered to come along and help, but others gently reminded her that she had worked hard since morning and suggested she rest instead. Erin said she was alright and told them not to worry. They watched her go, wondering if she was pushing herself too hard. Right after that night, Sang-jun wandered restlessly under the night sky, unable to sleep because the camp had changed locations. Erin was sitting alone at night, looking troubled, when he noticed her and approached, calling her name. Sang-jun asked her why she wasn't sleeping, and she said she was making sure the fire didn't get blown out by the wind. Erin stayed awake to keep the fire from going out so everyone wouldn't feel cold, and he was impressed by how mature she seemed for being only 19. He thought about how Doyeon was the same age as Erin, yet he behaved like a little kid. Erin happily pointed out how beautiful the stars looked, making the moment feel calm and peaceful between them. They were amazed at the clear night sky, and talked about how they had never seen so many stars because the city lights in Seoul were always too bright. Erin reflected that countless stars shine on their own, and people often forget that simple beauty amid the everyday. She asked Sang-jun if he knew why she became his fan, surprising him. She remembered that when she first saw him, he appeared as radiant and captivating as a shining star. She recalled that Sang effortlessly drew everyone's attention just by standing there, and she felt jealous of how cool he was. She felt inadequate because she believed she could never shine as brightly as Sang-jun did. But the manager scolded the group, telling them to stop fooling around and practice because they need to perform well in order to get promoted. Aaron explained that they had rested only briefly after practicing non-stop for 3 hours, but he snapped back, saying they had no time to rest. The manager reminded them that many new groups were debuting and scolded them for resting when, in his view, they should be working harder instead. He pressured them by saying that was exactly why they needed to work harder, and they reluctantly agreed. He ordered them to hurry back to practice if they understood, and the girls responded obediently that they did. Aaron reflected that their group was just one of many new idol teams, while harsh voices from the manager mocked the girls for failing to debut and wasting company funds, calling them all worthless. She expressed that despite all her effort, she felt unnoticed in a world full of people who seemed to shine more brightly than she ever could. Sang-jun looked at her in worried silence and gently reached out, softly saying her name. She suddenly stood up with determination and declared that, despite everything, she would prove her worth. She affirmed her resolve, but also regretted how much time she had already wasted believing in those discouraging words. She remembered those harsh words when he belittled her by saying that in a world full of talent, countless singers outshone someone like her. She was hurt by his words, but strengthened her resolve, vowing that she would not fail like this. She confidently declared that they should watch her, because she would become a star who shone brighter than anyone else. She vowed with confidence that she would definitely become the brightest star. But Sang-jun was reassuring her that she had already been doing well and didn't need to try harder to stand out. He offered to give Aaron some wise advice, which she reacted to with playful disbelief. She got excited and said it was amazing and nice, telling him she definitely wanted to hear it. She eagerly asked him for lots of good advice, and Sang agreed, saying he got it. Sang put a device in her hand, as if preparing to give advice. He agreed to activate the ability, and it immediately triggered with a bright, powerful glow. A bright surge of energy burst out between them as the activated power filled the space with light. Sang wished wholeheartedly for Aaron to become a star as the power illuminated everything around them. He found himself in a grand, glowing library filled with floating books and walked forward, looking around with an amused expression. He reached out to touch the glowing doorway. Sang-jun celebrated reaching the advanced level as the system announced his promotion, giving him unlimited borrowing time and allowing him to borrow up to 5 talents. He climbed the stairs, wondering with excitement what new talents he might discover on the upper level of the library. A sudden, blinding light burst out from the desk, forcing him to shield his eyes and react in discomfort. A beautifully ornate desk appeared before him. Sang-jun found a mysterious new desk he hadn't seen on any other floor, and the system informed him that with his advanced promotion, the combine ability had been unlocked. The desk revealed its function. It allowed him to combine 2 talents to create an entirely new one. Sang-jun was surprised and repeated the idea out loud, realizing that the new ability let him combine 2 talents into one. He realized he needed to place 2 talent books into the slots on the desk in order to combine them. He thought about all the useful talents available and focused on choosing the ones that would benefit Aaron the most. He noticed one book acting strangely and wondered why, since nothing like that had ever happened before. He felt as though the strange, fluttering book was calling out to him, urging him to pick it up. Sang-jun suddenly realized what the strange reaction meant, grabbed the book, and happily declared that it was exactly the one he needed. He discovered a talent book called Stage's Spotlight, which gives the ability to draw everyone's attention toward the user. He realized that combining it with the Great Teacher ability could make it even stronger. He placed the books on the platform, and the system announced that the combining process had begun. A bright golden light filled the room as the combination process completed, and he watched in awe from behind as the merged talent revealed itself. The 2 talents merged in a burst of golden light, forming a single radiant book. Sang had entrusted her with the merged talents, letting their power flow into her. Aaron joyfully thanked him after successfully receiving the blessings he had given her. She excitedly said she felt a real change, while Sang-jun brushed it off and pretended nothing had happened. She activated Starlight within the crowd, and people's attention naturally centered on her even though she still doubted it. Sang-jun gently acknowledged that it would be wonderful if she had truly received his blessing. finally admitting that he had supported her by using his own talent. He thought to himself that Erin's brightness would soon capture everyone's attention. The next morning, the group gathered around the campfire, happily thanking them for the meal. They both commented on how fresh the food tasted, noting that it was because it had just been caught. Though they'd been eating seafood for days, when the instant noodles on the table looked delicious, they were excited to try something new. Kim Hyuk asked the writer if he could have ramen just for today, after eating seafood for so long. But Lee Yoon-young quickly rejected the request for ramen, and the other side, knowing it would happen. In exchange for ramen, the cast members were challenged to show their talents, but they were warned that their performance would be judged harshly. Han Ji-woo reassured them, saying they had 3 idols with them, so they didn't need to worry about the challenge. The 3 idols nervously sat around, wondering who would go first for the talent. Excited and determined, Seo Erin eagerly volunteered to go first, surprising the others. The group cheered for Erin, amazed by her confidence, and eagerly asked what performance she would show them. Erin nervously revealed that she would be singing a song called Night Sea for her performance. Taehyun recognized the song Night Sea as the one Sangjun had sung during his audition, and Erin shared that it had comforted her a lot during her trainee days. Kim Hyuk teasingly called out to Sangjun, but he shyly asked him not to tease him. Erin confidently announced she would start the performance, and the group cheered in excitement. She began her performance, recalling the starry beach where she was surrounded by starlight. She continued her performance, singing about the feeling of being with someone special as the cold wind blew around them. The actors watched in awe, clearly impressed by Erin's performance. Erin sang with emotion, urging everyone to remember the memories they shared together. The cameraman noticed something odd during the shoot and was asked if there was an issue. He noted that there were no lights shining, even though he expected Erin to be sparkling with energy, which confused him. As the cameraman captured Erin, he admired how the shot looked just like a scene from a music show, wondering if it was because she was an idol. The cameraman and writer agreed that it seemed like a great scene and decided to film it properly. Erin sang about the shining stars and the memories they created together on the night beach, her voice filled with warmth and emotion. The cast marveled at the performance, calling it a priceless work of art. The group clapped and cheered, thoroughly impressed by Erin's performance, showing their appreciation. As Erin basked in the admiration of the crowd, the talent starlight within a crowd was activated, making her shine even brighter in the moment. Sangjun thoughtfully evaluated her abilities through his quiet reflection on Erin's strong vocals. She was a gentle, talented performer whose pure voice made people feel comfortable. She was a skilled idol whose talent remained unnoticed because she never got the chance to show it. Sangjun realized that if the right opportunity came, it would be a completely different story. Now, Erin continued her performance, recalling the night at the beach. She continued to reminisce about the night at the beach, vividly recalling the glowing starlit sea as she sang. Han Ji-woo, impressed by Erin's performance, marveled at how amazing idols truly were. Erin sang, reflecting on the warmth of being with someone special, while her voice carried a heartfelt emotion. As she completed her song, the group erupted in admiration, clapping and cheering for her. They enthusiastically praised Erin's performance, with a volleyball player admitting it was their first time seeing an idol sing live. Han Ji-woo admitted she had fallen for Erin's charm again, while another complimented her performance, saying she did wonderfully even without any instrumental backing, leaving Erin modestly embarrassed. Jang Namju eagerly asked the writer for feedback, wondering if they had passed the evaluation. After being addressed, Lee Yoon-young looked surprised. Kim Hyuk, noting the writer's pleased reaction, confidently concluded that they had passed the evaluation. Lee Yoon-young admitted he was impressed, and as promised, happily agreed to reward them with ramen. The group cheered loudly, celebrating their success and the reward of ramen. Filled with excitement, they expressed their gratitude to Erin, excitedly cheering and praising her as the best. Everyone cheered in unison, giving a loud hooray for Erin to celebrate her success and performance. They excitedly cheered for Erin, lifting her into the air in celebration as she joyfully reacted to the moment. Sangjun realized that even without giving her the talent, Erin already had the natural brilliance of a star, shining brightly on her own. But because of the city's overwhelming lights and polluted skies, Erin's small but shining star simply could not be seen by people. Now, Erin's brilliance would shine brightly, drawing the attention of everyone around her. After the first episode of Law of the Deserted Island aired, her singing clip went viral, with fans flooding social media in excitement and recognition. As she sang, she captured viewers' attention, and social media comments joked that her performance was so powerful it destroyed the deserted island. Fans online admired Erin's kindness, with some playfully commenting on her struggles, while others joked about buying her tteokbokki as a reward for her efforts. As a result of Erin's viral success, her debut song made it onto the screen, marking a significant milestone for her and the team. She, in the interview, admitted that living on a deserted island was difficult, although she smiled through the challenge. She expressed gratitude for meeting good people, especially mentioning the support she received from Sangjun. But at that time, Sangjun was playfully teased by his friend. Erin expressed her happiness that Sangjun had given her a lot of helpful advice, prompting the interviewer to ask for a specific example. She explained that one example of his past advice was telling her that caterpillars were a good source of protein. In the meeting room, everyone burst into laughter after hearing her example of the helpful advice Sangjun had given. Erin joked that the odd advice about caterpillars motivated him to persevere, while Doyoung sarcastically noted that he expected something much more meaningful. But Sangjun admitted that his mindset came from a Bear Grylls video that Yihyun had shown him. He was asked whether the fish he had caught and eaten himself tasted good, and he replied that it did because it was freshly caught. Doyoung excitedly suggested going to the beach to eat fresh fish caught by Sangjun, but another member immediately shut the idea down, saying they weren't going anywhere. Jo reminded them that going to the beach wasn't possible because their schedules were about to get busy again, and Sunwoo agreed, noting that promotions for their repackage album would start soon. Jo asked Doyoung if he was preparing well, and he confidently replied that, of course, he was, proudly insisting he should know what they're capable of. He teased Sangjun by asking if the upcoming album would include any warm new songs composed by him, while Sangjun, embarrassed, asked him to stop teasing. Yu Chan tried to calm him down, explaining that he was acting that way because he really liked the new songs, and another member enthusiastically agreed, praising Sangjun as the absolute best. Doyoung excitedly shouted that he wanted to perform soon so fans could hear the new songs as quickly as possible, and Sunwoo eagerly agreed. Yu Chan said that the songs on this album were excellent and that he especially liked the concept, and another member agreed. Jo admitted honestly that he was really looking forward to the new album as well. He encouraged them by saying they were the coolest on stage and reminded them that many fans were eagerly waiting for their comeback. He motivated them by saying that, since so many fans were waiting, they should go on stage and perform with all their heart. Doyoung fired everyone up by saying that, for the fans who had been patiently waiting, they needed to show an even cooler and better version of themselves. Sangjun brightened up with a confident smile after being encouraged. Then he enthusiastically told them to look forward to what's coming. But no one realized what kinds of events their comeback would set into motion, nor that someone with hidden intentions was already watching them from the shadows. The hosts cheerfully introduced the show, announcing that Top Boys had made their comeback and promising that their new performance would make fans' hearts race again. They excitedly announced Top Boys' song Eiffel, running toward their dreams, even giving each other a celebratory high five. The Top Boys stood confidently on stage and performed their song about rising to the Eiffel Tower, energizing the fans who cheered with glowing light sticks. The hosts introduced each member of the group one by one: Jae Sunwoo, Na Sangjun, Cha Doyoung, Eom Yuchen, and Lee Yihyun. The fans, excited, cheered with light sticks and name banners, shouting in support of the boys. As the Top Boys were prepared to demonstrate their song, they sang about rising higher and reaching a place so tall and breathtaking that they had only dreamed of seeing it from above. While dancing, they were remembering how another's encouraging words inspired him and the group to chase their dream together. They wondered if they could rise again, and together they lifted their hands as they sang about going up to the Eiffel Tower. They expressed hope and determination to overcome the challenges ahead, while the fans enthusiastically urged them to keep rising toward their goal. They performed while Sangjun said in the past that moving forward would fill their eyes with light and let them see beautiful, shining sights together. He performed confidently on stage, repeating the message, "Always shine," as they danced together in a united front. The fans were holding glowing light sticks and cheering passionately for their favorite member during the performance. The Top Boys ended with a graceful formation together. After their performance ended, the fans erupted into excited cheers and waved their glowing lights even more passionately. Sangjun smiled as they faced a sea of glowing blue lights from cheering fans. After cheering from the fans, they arrived in the lobby and were warmly praised backstage for their impressive performance and the fans' enthusiastic reaction. Doyoung excitedly said that the crowd's cheers were so powerful, they still felt chills and goosebumps from performing. Yu Chan realized they weren't joking, and Juehui brought lunch boxes because he thought they were hungry. Sang Jun gratefully accepted the lunch and thanked him with a smile. He was called by someone, who greeted the group and asked how they had been after a long time apart. They looked confused and asked who the unfamiliar person was. A newly debuted idol, Lee Hee-kang, politely introduced himself as the leader of Orvis. He apologized for not introducing himself earlier, and Doyoung reassured him that it was completely fine. Lee Hee-kang explained that he and Sang-jun had known each other because they spent their trainee days together. He said he had been Sang-jun's closest friend during their trainee days and felt hurt when Sang-jun disappeared without saying anything. But Sang-jun inwardly called Hee-kang a liar, believing he never truly saw him as a friend despite claiming otherwise. He recalled his past when a group of trainees cruelly mocked him behind his back, saying he was bad at dancing and couldn't sing. They again mocked him, saying he never improved, no matter how much he practiced. They harshly mocked him for having no talent and claimed he only got accepted because of his looks. Hee-kang approached the group just as some trainees were gossiping about Sang-jun. They gossiped that Sang-jun still hadn't improved, suggesting he should quit and hinting he might only be there because of Hee-kang's help. Hee-kang defended Sang-jun, saying he wasn't the kind of person they were accusing him of being. He quietly wondered about Hee-kang as he peeked out from behind the wall. Hee-kang cruelly told the others that keeping Sang-jun around benefited him because Sang-jun's weakness made his own skills look better by comparison. Hee-kang explained Sang-jun had said it would have been a letdown if he quit, since using him for comparison was the reason he got better treatment at the company. The trainees called Hee-kang heartless, yet they still agreed with his point. They observed Sang-jun, remarking in frustration that despite training for 3 years, his skills haven't improved. They judged him for relying on their looks, and Hee-kang admitted he would have given up long ago. Now, Hee-kang said that Sang-jun couldn't sing or dance and got scolded often in the past. He said he was surprised that someone like Sang-jun actually debuted. He remarked that his skills had genuinely improved. He said it was a relief, since so many people wanted to become idols, and he had worried that Sang-jun might struggle to debut. He told him that those people should just stick to their own lane, mocking them as nobodies who believed they could become something. Yu Chan stepped in, put a hand on his shoulder, and told him that he should stop and leave now. He pointed out that the manager was searching for him just as the manager called Hee-kang and wondered where he had disappeared to. Hee-kang stayed silent for a moment before forcing a laugh and thanking him for telling him. He said goodbye to Sang-jun and left with a confident smirk, telling him they would meet again. They watched Hee-kang walk away and wondered what was wrong with him, asking Sang-jun if he was actually close to that guy. The top boys performed gracefully for their comeback, surrounded by bright flowers and soft lighting. Afterward, their days became packed and hectic with non-stop schedules like magazine shoots, commercials, radio shows, and entertainment appearances. Sang-jun prepared for another busy day as he sat in the recording studio. It was the OST recording day for the drama he appeared in, cardiothoracic surgery. Sunwoo cheerfully greeted others and said they should get along well. Right after, a man arrived at the studio and saw that everyone was already there, to which the staff greeted him warmly. The top boy's producer, Ha Yoon-hee, asked the group if they had been practicing. The members enthusiastically answered yes as they held their scripts. He encouraged the top boys not to feel nervous, even though it was their first OST. After they agreed confidently, he told them to begin. They were suddenly interrupted and asked what was going on. Someone reminded the other that he had said they already had a reservation. Ha Yoon-hee stepped out to check the situation and asked what the ruckus was about. Sang-jun looked surprised when he saw the commotion outside the room. Then he recognized the newcomer and asked in shock if it was Lee Hee-kang. As Yoon-hee came out of the room, he reminded them that a recording was in progress and politely asked them to be quieter. They greeted Ha Yoon-hee warmly when he approached them. Lee Hee-kang introduced himself politely with a bow, and the producer asked what the problem was for there to be such a ruckus. They apologized and explained that a scheduling mistake by their new employee caused another reservation to overlap with Orvis's. One of them bowed deeply and apologized, while the others reacted with a mix of concern and sympathy. The manager complained that they had needed to make a reservation because they were busy preparing for the comeback album, while Lee Hee-kang tried to calm him down. He insisted that the mistake happened because the schedule had been checked incorrectly and pointed out that top boys had made their reservation first, leaving them confused about the issue. Lee Hee-kang asked if they could use the room after the seniors finished recording, but the staff apologized and said it had been booked for the entire day. He realized it was a serious problem and explained that since they were preparing for their next album, they needed to finish the recording by that day. He hinted that they could avoid a lot of trouble if the others gave up the room for them. He pointed out that giving up the room would be difficult and asked Sangjun about it, leaving Sangjun confused. He teased Sangjun by reminding him that it had once taken him an entire day to practice a single song, which made the others realize they had trained together in the past. Hikang explained that because they progressed more slowly than the others, the rest of the boys borrowed another practice room to train together. He thought the situation had improved, but he pointed out that Sangjun had not changed, as he still ended up using the practice room for the entire day. He said it seemed more likely that Sangjun only sounded good because of editing, rather than because his skills had actually improved. He taunted Sangjun by saying his skills still seemed the same as they had been in the past, leaving him visibly embarrassed. He brushed off his rude comment by saying he was only joking because he had met his old friend again after a long time. Sangjun remembered that he took much longer than the others to memorize a short song, and even practicing for a whole day wasn't enough. He remembered how slow and difficult practice used to be for him compared to the others. Even so, he kept pushing himself and poured everything into improving. In the end, he succeeded, realizing that all the time he spent practicing had truly paid off. Now, he politely asked the producer if they could postpone their recording schedule. He pointed out that, despite their tight schedules, recording would take them a whole day just like before because their progress was slow, and he might still be lacking practice. He felt that they needed more practice before recording, and the other responded with surprise. Yu Chan covered his friend's mouth, teasing that Sangjun was always practicing until dawn, to which Sangjun replied that he wasn't making the decision alone. He asked his members if they were okay with the idea. They agreed to postpone recording because they had all been too busy to practice and weren't in a hurry, so they decided to go along with the suggestion. Yuni checked his schedule, said he would discuss the remaining details with their manager, and agreed to let Orvis record first for the day, prompting the boys to ask if it was truly alright. But Hikang stood there speechless. He thanked the top boys with a bow while they told him it was okay because they didn't need to hurry with the recording. The producer agreed that the plan sounded good, while another person told him they would check their schedule and contact him again soon. Hikang looked up in surprise when Sangjun called his name. Sangjun remarked in a calm, observant way that he seemed to have practiced enough, judging by how he was talking. He smiled and told Hikang that he must have improved a lot, and that he was curious to see how much he had grown. He said he was looking forward to hearing his song. Hikang glimpsed his past when Sangjun got scolded by his teacher, so he threw himself into intense practice. He pushed himself so hard that he eventually collapsed from exhaustion. 3 trainees, including Hikang, complained that Sangjun was hogging the practice room again, but they decided to find another room after noticing how hard he was working. They noticed Sangjun watching them as they walked by, but Hikang stood, staring at him with a calm, knowing smile. Now, Hikang watched quietly as the top boys members happily pulled Sangjun into a cheerful group hug. He muttered that top boys were full of themselves, clearly taunting their confidence. Meanwhile, they were stunned by his bad comment. The producer confronted Hikang in confusion, asking him to repeat what he had just said. He looked back at him calmly while the others watched the tense exchange. Hikang echoed the phrase that the top boys were full of themselves, left momentarily speechless by what he heard. But Hikang eased tension with a gentle smile and light teasing. The producer seemed flustered and exasperated as he reacted to Hikang's words, drawing confused attention from his coworker. The coworker provided a steady explanation to diffuse the situation without making a fuss. Yuni looked tense and admonishing as he pointed a finger and reminded him to respect Sangjun as his senior despite their past friendship. He walked off sternly with his group after scolding the manager, leaving the staff scrambling. The manager bowed deeply and apologized as the group left, trying to smooth things over with polite, anxious formality. Sangjun looked back, thinking about the incident he believed had already been resolved that day. He walked down the hall tense and uneasy, realizing with a sinking feeling that the incident he'd dismissed as minor was turning into something far more serious. He watched in shock as the minor incident spiraled online into a scandalous accusation that Hikang had bad-mouthed his senior, turning the situation completely out of control. Doyoung read the viral SN's post that twisted the situation into a damaging rumor about Hikang insulting his seniors, fueling the rapidly spreading controversy. It revealed that Hikang's offhand comment to top boys overheard at the part-timer's workplace became the seed of the rumor that later spiraled out of control. It explained that although Top Boys fans were furious over the rumor, Orvis fans had no recordings to prove anything, leading many to claim the entire post was fabricated. The commenters dismissed the supposed idol curse as baseless fake news, saying there was no evidence and treating the rumor jokingly. They urged others to look at Lee Hee-kang's Star story before speaking. They saw that the user shared a song they had been enjoying and wondered if they would do well. One of the commenters said that Na Sang-jun and the other trainees used to be close friends who helped each other, so their behavior looked like playful interaction, not bullying. After seeing these shocking posts, Doyoung angrily asked who had called him a fabricator. He argued that Lee Hee-kang insisted that everyone believed a post too easily, while he claimed the SNS account clearly belonged to Lee Hee-kang. But Sang-jun reminded him that everyone on that floor was always being watched, so they needed to stay careful. The upset Doyoung demanded to know why no one else was angry, while the others calmly asked what he expected them to do. He insisted they should demand a press conference immediately, while Yu Chan scolded him for suggesting something so extreme. Sunwoo told the upset member that causing a bigger scene wasn't an option and reassured him that the director would handle the situation. He protested that everyone had heard the insult by Hee-kang. He insisted that everyone deserved to know the truth and said they should at least receive an apology. Juehui took a call from the director while Sang-jun joked that they'd never get an apology because Hee-kang's ego was too big. But after hearing the director Juehui yelled, while the others tried to understand the commotion. He explained that Ovis's side said they wanted to talk, so they were on their way over. Sang-jun was shocked to hear that the other team was coming over, and they explained it was because there might have been a misunderstanding. Doyoung questioned whether they were coming to apologize, and the others explained that they only agreed to meet because the director asked, though they weren't sure what to expect. Juehui said that if the top boys weren't comfortable meeting them, they could still refuse the request. But Sang-jun firmly responded that they should go ahead and tell them to come. After his response, his friends worried about him, saying he shouldn't push himself and pointing out that his relationship with Hee-kang didn't seem very good. Sang-jun reassured them with a small smile, saying he was fine and they didn't need to worry. He added that, more than anything, he was simply curious about what the meeting would be about. He signaled that the Orvis's group was ready to move forward. Right after, the meeting began with all the boys from both groups gathering and suddenly bowing in unison to show respect. Sang-jun calmly asked them to explain the purpose of his visit. Hee-kang said that the misunderstanding from the studio became too big an issue, and things got out of hand, so he couldn't give a proper apology. He said he had no ill intention and apologized if his actions caused any misunderstanding. Doyoung reacted in confusion about the supposed misunderstanding, while another tried to quietly stop him. Right after, Sang-jun asked Hee-kang if he was apologizing because he truly felt sorry. Hee-kang agreed politely and asked them to accept his apology as sincere. Sang-jun simply accepted the apology and said it was all right. They concluded that the misunderstanding was resolved and got ready to leave. One of them apologized for showing up unexpectedly and asked them to clear up the rumor, insisting that Hee-kang wasn't the type of person people thought he was. Doyoung panicked, but his friends covered his mouth as he loudly claimed the visitors had come to silence them. Orvis's group left the room, and Doyoung watched them go with a calm, thoughtful expression. Afterward, Lee Hee-kang walked away, thinking to himself that he shouldn't apologize to him, whom he considered lame. As Lee Hee-kang was walking, Sang-jun called his name, but he stopped as they tried to get his attention. He told Lee Hee-kang that they needed to talk alone, and Hee-kang's expression showed he was uneasy about the situation. Lee Hee-kang, sitting down, asked with a raised eyebrow what kind of topic could be important enough to make him ask to talk alone. Sang-jun asked him how long he planned to act this way, showing frustration with his attitude. But Lee Hee-kang smirked and pretended not to understand. Sang-jun sternly asked him how long he planned to keep up his attitude, then repeated the question, asking whether Hee-kang truly felt sorry for him. He expressed frustration, saying that whether it was now or in the past, Hee-kang had always treated him poorly by pretending to help in front of others, but ultimately cutting him off. He questioned if Hee-kang feels any guilt towards him, staring at him with a serious expression. But Hee-kang sharply told Na Sang-jun not to misunderstand and emphasized that, whether it was now or in the past, he had always been superior to him. This was the incident of that time when Na Sang-jun was the firm's slowest trainee. The instructor scolded him, asking why, after practicing the song for 3 months, he had still performed poorly, and he apologized. Sang-jun was scolded, asked why he hadn't improved at all, and questioned whether he was even practicing properly. They expressed relief, saying the boy is in trouble, while the instructors questioned what to do with him. At the same time, Hee-kang decided to help another improve their skills after seeing their lack of progress despite practicing hard. He asked if he could help Sang-jun. He was reassured that taking care of Sung-jun alone wouldn't be much of a challenge. The director thanked Hee-kang and advised him to watch Sang-jun closely, since Hee-kang was skilled, and others expressed admiration for his talent and good nature. Sang-jun stepped forward, expressed gratitude, and promised to do their best after being addressed by Hee-kang. Hee-kang thought that by pretending to help the boy, they could raise themselves up. He enthusiastically agreed to work hard, but it felt like they were looking through a magnifying glass again. Now, Hee-kang soon regretted offering help to the boy. The director acknowledged Sang-jun's improvement, noting that hard practice had paid off. Sang-jun received praise for his effort and was given his evaluation score. He was excited to see that his evaluation score had improved, even if it was just slightly. Right after, the director prepared to see how Hee-kang would perform next. Hee-kang danced, with the sound effects emphasizing his movement and speed. He demonstrated a confident pose after his performance, with dynamic sound effects that emphasized the energy of his movement. But he realized he had made a mistake and twisted his ankle while performing. He struggled with his injury but continued to perform, showing determination despite the pain. After ending his performance, the instructor asked what was wrong, pointing out that he had performed well before. The instructor acknowledged Hee-kang's help with Sang-jun, but reminded him that it shouldn't come at the cost of his own progress, asking if he had joined to help Sang-jun debut. He received feedback to practice harder after an evaluation where he scored high in vocals and fairly well in dance. He noticed he received a B grade, while Sang-jun happily showed him that his own grades had improved. Sang-jun panicked after seeing the others' grades had dropped, realizing it might be because he had spent time helping him rather than focusing on his own practice. He, cheerful, reassured Hee-kang not to worry about the dropped grades, encouraging him by saying he's always done well, and that they should work even harder together for the next evaluation. Hee-kang was stunned that Sang-jun comforted him and felt irritated because he believed Sang-jun was far below him. Hee-kang remembered him harshly telling Sang-jun that no matter the time or situation, he would always be the boy who failed. He belittled Sang-jun, asking what he even knew to make such confident claims, leaving him silently hurt and unable to respond. He angrily told Sang-jun to stay quiet, just as he had in the past, trying to silence him once more. Sang-jun expressed frustration that Hee-kang was exactly the same as before, still treating him with the same condescending and arrogant attitude. He said he no longer cared about his past because he worked hard, got a new chance, and now had people who believed in him. Sang-jun challenged him by asking how long he plans to keep acting this way instead of changing and moving forward. He told him that if he chose to stay trapped in the past, nothing in his life would ever change. He stepped back as Hee-kang silently looked at him, refusing to respond. He told him to give himself a break and finally let go of the past. As he returned to the practice room, Hee-kang was clearly shaken and deep in thought after his harsh but honest words. Sang-jun arrived late, and the others reassured him that it's fine since they already heard the reason from his manager, then asked if his conversation went well. The two guys excitedly asked Sang-jun what happened, jokingly wondering if he won, while another pointed out that there was nothing to win and he wasn't there to fight in the first place. Sang-jun happily said he won, meaning he came out of the tough conversation feeling strong and positive. One of them nervously asked if Hee-kang actually got into a fight, while another praised Sang-jun in amazement, clearly misunderstanding what winning meant. The producer informed Sang-jun that the recording would start immediately, and he responded enthusiastically, ready to begin. The recording for Walk and Work had started. Sang-jun listened to the song, which reflected that busy people each had their own paths to move forward. In the words walk and work, the characters in the drama wanted to express those words to the doctors. He listened to the encouraging words that told him he was already doing well and just needed to keep moving forward. It was a song that told them to forget the pains of the past and believe in themselves, reminding them that they were already doing well. The lyrics felt more emotional than usual as he listened to Walk and Work, encouraging others to rise and move forward. Sang-jun sang about letting go of bad memories and encouraged everyone to keep moving forward. He reminded himself that there was no need to look back and confidently agreed. He said he wasn't going to look back anymore and kept moving forward. He acknowledged that he still found weaknesses in himself, but he no longer let them bring him down the way they once did. He realized he had outgrown his old fears and chose to lift his spirits and keep moving forward. He became someone who overcame his struggles and kept moving forward. Sang-jun happily continued singing Walk and Work, feeling motivated and confident. They arrived at the AG Music Awards, a show Do-young had only watched from home before. They were all excited in the waiting room. They were really excited. But Yu Chan warned the others not to make any mistakes, as others admired how calm Sangjun was despite being the special MC. But Sangjun looked nervous and trembling, likely overwhelmed by the situation he is in. When asked why he was shaking, Sangjun nervously explained that it was his first time making a live broadcast, which made him anxious. They reassured him, telling him he would do well and that his Hyung would be there with him, so everything would be okay. Sangjun noticed the activation of his strong mentality talent and reassured himself that, even though he wasn't Makang, his past experience with live broadcasts should help him stay calm. But Sangjun felt nervous despite activating his strong mentality talent. But someone reminded him to get ready to go. He expressed his surprise at the timing, but Doyoung reassured him to stay calm and go out to smash the stage. He expressed that he wasn't ready yet, but Juehui reassured him, saying he would do fine and encouraged him to hurry up. The group noticed Sangjun's nervousness and asked him about how he was feeling. Yoonsu introduced himself as the MC, and Sangjun followed, smiling as they began their role on stage. Yoonsu excitedly mentioned the time, feeling the passion of the event, and asked Sangjun how he was feeling, to which Sangjun honestly admitted he was both nervous and excited. Sangjun excitedly announced that the stage was set to amplify the excitement. Yoonsu noticed that Sangjun seemed much better than Doyoung had mentioned, referring to a message in which Doyoung had warned that Sangjun was shaking and needed extra care. Sangjun's strong mentality talent was activated, helping him feel much less nervous as he faced the large crowd. Sangjun, feeling more confident, smiled and reassured himself that he didn't need to worry much in front of the crowd, who asked about the upcoming performance. Sangjun excitedly introduced the next performances, mentioning Yorbit's First Love and Awfully's Fly, adding energy to the event. He made a small mistake in the names, but quickly corrected himself, announcing that they would start with Nostalgic First Love, a 7-member girl group. He further announced that Orbit's performance was about to begin. Yoonsu seemed surprised by something, and his friends couldn't help but laugh at what he had just said, finding it amusing. The girls watched the live broadcast, reacting with surprise and a bit of embarrassment at what was happening on screen. Hee-Kang angrily accused him of doing something on purpose to cause trouble, clearly frustrated by the situation. Sangjun playfully encouraged everyone to stay tuned to the channel, flashing a confident smile as he continued hosting. Aaron and Hawoon introduced themselves as special MCs, adding excitement to the event with their cheerful energy. Hawoon congratulated Aaron on winning the Trending Rookie Award and jokingly asked if her bubbly mood was because of the win, to which she happily thanked him. Aaron playfully shared that she's known for being the bubbly one in her group, but jokingly admitted she had been out-bubbled by someone from another group today. She humorously explained that he was trying his best today after sensing a crisis, but he clearly felt overwhelmed. She asked Hawoon about something he had been worried about recently, and he responded, jokingly mentioning how hard it had been for him to wake up in the mornings lately. Hawoon shared that after setting a particular song as his alarm tone, he could get up immediately, prompting Aaron to ask about the song. Hawoon excitedly suggested to the audience that they listen to the song together, introducing the group Top Boys, who are known for starting the day with a happy morning. The performance of Top Boys began with them singing their song, creating a captivating atmosphere of music and excitement. They continued their performance, capturing the audience's attention with their powerful presence and harmonized vocals. The members of Top Boys passionately sang the lyrics, inviting the audience to wake up and start the day with them, creating an energetic atmosphere. They sang with determination, asking the audience if they wanted to hear their journey as they strive to reach the top. Sangjun confidently sang about his dreams, smiling as he expressed that even if people think he was aiming too high, he was determined to reach his goals. Sangjun passionately sang about his only morning call, symbolizing the power of his dreams. Doyoung expressed seeing the light and invited everyone to join him, emphasizing the performance's hope and energy. They shared that he still had a lot to say and energized the crowd with a loud shout to wake them up. They performed energetically, singing about going up to the Eiffel Tower, adding a sense of adventure and excitement. Sangjun smiled, reflecting on the fun he was having while performing on stage, feeling the excitement of the fans cheering as they sang Go Up to the Eiffel Tower. He beamed with happiness, expressing how joyful he felt during the performance as he looked out at the cheering fans. He reflected on his talents, thinking that with his voice, dance skills, and flexibility, he would be able to perform on even bigger and more prestigious stages in the future. The group performed energetically on stage, holding their arms up in unity as they sang about going up to the Eiffel Tower, creating an electrifying atmosphere. The performance reached its peak as Sang Jun confidently sang on stage, delivering a message of perseverance and hope to the audience. He, wearing a bright smile, confidently shared his joy, assuring them that he would hear their voices, emphasizing the importance of moving forward together with the fans' support. They raised their hands, sharing their dreams with the audience and vowing to shine forever. They, smiling and raising their hands upward, ended their performance after sharing the energetic song with the audience. After that, the crowd roared in cheers, motivating the top boys. However, they rushed in a panic toward the room, bursting through the door as Juehyui urgently shouted for them to come inside. They scrambled in excitement as staff urged them to hurry and change, announcing that they needed to prepare right away for the Best New Artist award. They rushed through chaotic final preparations as Juehyui corrected their hair, outfits, and accessories while trying to keep the members focused. Sunwoo looked flustered as Juehyui hurried to finish getting dressed, assuring him for a moment when asked if he was ready. Sang Jun quietly decided he no longer needed the special boosts and pressed the option to return them on the glowing interface. He calmly reviewed his situation and decided to activate the great speech skill to deliver the acceptance speech he had prepared. Sang Jun tries to activate the great speech skill, but nothing happens. Confused, he looked at his hands and waved them around, wondering why the ability wasn't working. He realized in shock that the important list he expected to have had suddenly disappeared from his hand. He was confused as he checked his hand, realizing something felt off even though everything was perfectly normal before he went on stage. He wondered if the talent library was responsible for the sudden disappearance of his ability. He suddenly made an excuse to go to the bathroom, and Juehyui reacted in shock, unable to believe he had left at that moment. He rushed to the bathroom while the manager shouted after him to come back quickly. He breathed heavily as he checked his surroundings. After making sure no one was there, he stood in front of the sink, preparing to deal with the situation quietly. But a mysterious voice suddenly spoke to him, remarking that he had been visiting frequently, leaving him in shock. He looked around, wondering if someone else was inside the bathroom. He saw a mysterious, shadowy version of himself appear in the bathroom mirror, who greeted him, leaving Sang Jun shocked and unsettled. A duplicate of Sang Jun appeared in the mirror, greeted him with a smile, and addressed him by name. Sang Jun stepped back in shock and demanded to know who the mysterious man in the bathroom was. The duplicate man briefly paused and considered whether telling him he was simply a supportive fan would make the situation easier to handle. Sang Jun was startled when the mysterious figure calmly told him that he had been watching him for a long time. The duplicate man said he had been watching Sang Jun for a long time from the days Sang Jun struggled as a talentless trainee, all the way until he finally became a member of Top Boys. He revealed that he had been watching Sang Jun since his trainee days and admired how hard he worked. He explained that after watching Sang Jun's growth and effort, he decided Sang Jun was the most suitable person to become the owner of the library. But he expressed disappointment that Sang Jun was using his abilities only to handle problems rather than realizing his true potential. The duplicate man told him that although he used his abilities with good intentions, he now questioned whether he understood the true purpose of the talent library. Sang Jun guessed the library existed to grant talent, but the other man said his answer was not satisfactory. The mysterious Sang Jun explained that the talent library was a space that gave opportunities for talentless people to show off their talents. He said that the library gave opportunities to talentless people, just like it did when Sang Jun entered it for the first time. He asked Sang Jun if he remembered what his dream had been back then. He reminded him of how hard he strove for his dream and warned him not to forget it. He explained that the talent library was not meant to be used as a solution for everything. But Sang Jun looked shocked and speechless after hearing that. The duplicate man warned him not to rely too much on those talents. At that time, Sang Jun was suddenly called by Doyoung, who told him to come quickly because it was their turn to go on stage. Doyoung asked him about his presence there, but he stammered while trying to answer. Sang Jun was about to hurry out of the bathroom after his teammate told him they didn't have much time. He simply realized in surprise that the man who had been speaking to him had disappeared. He wondered what had just happened and noticed that the talent book had changed. He looked at the book in confusion after it fell from his hands, not understanding what that meant. Right after, the presenters introduced the next award and asked to see the candidates for the Male Rookie Award. They introduced the 4 nominee groups competing for the Male Rookie Award: We Are Young, Ace, Dream Street, and Top Boys. The host remarked that there were many strong nominees and asked which group would win the Male Rookie Award. They were prepared to reveal the winner of the AGA Music Awards Male Rookie Award. The top boys were announced as the winners of the Male Rookie Award and celebrated joyfully on stage. The group joyfully celebrated as one member was encouraged to speak and reacted with overwhelmed excitement. The hosts greeted the newly awarded top boys on stage, shook their hands, and asked one of them to step forward and give the team's representative acceptance speech. Doyoung assured Sang-jun that he was ready for the acceptance speech, but he did not respond. Doyoung became confused and called out to him. Worried, his teammates asked if Sang-jun was okay and tried to understand what was wrong. Sunwoo explained that Sang-jun was supposed to give the team's speech but couldn't because he felt overwhelmed, so he decided to speak on his behalf. He thanked the person in the audience who always cared for them and said they would work harder in the future. He declared to the audience that they really loved them all. Sang-jun realized he should have been giving the speech, but couldn't do it because he was overwhelmed with nerves. He realized with concern that his talent library would not open and feared he might have lost all his abilities forever. He stood on stage holding the mic as the crowd cheered wildly, but panic overwhelmed him, and he feared what would happen to him since his talent library still had not opened. At Jay's entertainment, Sang-jun practiced his dance routine intensely, pushing himself to perform every move with precision. Music filled the room as he demonstrated in sharp, fluid motions, showing his determination to improve. Exhausted and out of breath, he paused, sweating heavily after giving the practice his all. Standing alone in the studio, he tried to steady his breathing. He returned home late at night and entered the dorm quietly. The top boys members sat together in the living room when he came in, and he was asked if he was there. Sang-jun was offered a sandwich from the refrigerator after being asked if he had eaten dinner, but he declined, saying he wasn't hungry. He apologized and said he would go to sleep first, while the others did not understand his behavior. He walked into the room and approached the bookshelf. There, he noticed a book titled The Law of 10,000 Hours. After a moment, he sighed deeply. He then thought to himself that he couldn't even use it anyway. He recalled the day they won the Male Rookie Award, a moment of celebration. However, as he looked at the award, he felt that his life was over. He once felt proud to be the center of the team, admired for his talents and success. But things had changed, and he now found himself struggling to keep up with even the basic lessons. He reflected on how he became a burden to his teammates, who should have been progressing forward. Despite assuring them he was fine, he regretfully revealed that most of his talents were fake and apologized for it. He sat down, reflecting on how those talents had helped him improve, even surpassing the level he had reached as a trainee. He realized that despite his progress, it still wasn't enough. Staring out of the window at the moon, he pondered what he should do from now on. He was woken up by someone calling his name, and groggily responded. When he asked if they had arrived at the dormitory, he was told they were actually at a much better place instead. He was surprised when he saw the beautiful view in front of him, and his friends excitedly revealed the destination. Sang-jun was shocked to find himself suddenly by the sea, asking why they were there. Doyoung excitedly responded, saying they'd be staying there until tomorrow. Sang-jun asked about their practice session, concerned about it, but his friend reassured him, saying that the chef had permitted the break as well. Juihui mentioned that while working hard is important, getting enough rest is just as crucial, which is why they were all sent there. However, Sang-jun still insisted they needed to practice, but his concerns were drowned out by the noise as Juihui exclaimed that he couldn't hear him. They were encouraged to come out and have some fun, with the reminder that since they always worked hard, it was perfectly fine to take a break for the day. Yu-chan agreed with the others, supporting the idea that it was important to take a break and enjoy some fun. Sunwoo pointed out the beautiful sunset, asking if it wasn't just really pretty. Sang-jun agreed that the sunset was beautiful, but was quickly distracted by something else. Doyoung excitedly exclaimed that it looked really cool and decided he should make a wish before the sun set. Yu-chan asked if making a wish was something that was typically done at New Year's, to which the other responded that he was doing it now because he hadn't been able to do it then. Doyoung declared he would be charismatic now that he was an adult, but Yu-chan immediately disagreed, saying he couldn't see any charisma. Sunwoo asked Sang-jun if he felt better after everything, but the others seemed confused and unsure. Sunwoo mentioned that everyone had been worried about him due to his recent condition, and he responded. Sang-jun then apologized for causing worry, but his friend reassured him that it was normal to feel that way sometimes. Sunwoo explained that it was the others' idea to come to the sea that day, and they even begged the chief for permission. He reminded Sang-jun that they were one team and would always be by his side, no matter what. He reassured Sang-jun that he could lean on them anytime if he was having a tough time. Then, with a playful gesture, they decided to enjoy the day as much as they wanted. Doyoung complained that Yu-chan was bullying him, but Yu-chan defended himself, saying he wasn't the only one involved in the prank. He reflected on the fact that everyone had been worried about him, and Juihui saw him with a smile, acknowledging it. Juihui instructed everyone to stand on a certain side for a photo, and the others excitedly recognized the manager, calling out to them. He asked if everyone was ready for the photo, and then began counting as he prepared to take the picture. Everyone smiled and posed for the photo as they cheerfully said cheese while the image was being taken. They commented that the photo came out well and decided to take another one from the other side. They decided to take another one. Sang Jun stood by the sea, admiring the view, and quietly remarked that the sea looked pretty. He looked toward the horizon, where the sound of music seemed to flow gently through the air, adding to the peaceful atmosphere. One of them suggested that since they were by the sea, they should pack some raw fish and take it back to their dorm. The other excitedly agreed and urged Sang Jun to go quickly. Sang Jun said okay, but then wondered to himself if he had misunderstood what was said. As he walked, the sound of music continued to play, seeming to resonate in his ears. He was taken aback when he recognized the song playing around him. He realized that he hadn't misheard the music and recognized it as a song called The Night Sea, performed by him. He remarked that the song sounded completely different from how Aaron had sung it, noticing a distinct difference in the performance. The feeling was as clear as a dewdrop on a leaf, but at the same time, it was like a wave. The song described a scene by the sea where stars were falling, as the singer sang while playing guitar. Sang Jun listened to the same sea, thinking about it, accompanied by the music in his mind. His mates found Sang Jun and teased him for disappearing so suddenly. They noticed the song playing and were surprised, commenting that it was their song and they hadn't expected to hear it in this place. They observed that despite the surprise, the performers' skills were truly amazing, admiring their talent. As the music played, the song's lyrics spoke of a sea where stars were falling, and the performers' voices and guitars created a refreshing, captivating tone. Sang Jun envisioned the sea at night, which was imagined for the first time, and now it was a reality once again. The singer recalled the sea, saying she remembered it clearly, and Sang Jun agreed, affirming that it was exactly like that. 3 people stood together, with one of them smiling and clapping their hands, while the others seemed to enjoy the moment, all under the glowing sky at the sea. The singer announced that they would be uploading their next performance on Stargam, encouraging everyone to look forward to it. Sang Jun asked if they could talk for a while, and when she responded with confusion, he complimented her by saying that the song she just sang sounded wonderful. Sang Jun handed over a cup of coffee, and she gratefully accepted it, thanking him with a surprised expression. He complimented them by saying they were very talented, but they humbly disagreed, saying they had made a lot of mistakes as well. Doyoung excitedly explained that the song gave him goosebumps while listening, and Yu-chan asked if she had arranged it himself, complimenting how well it suited her voice. They commented that, among all the cover songs he had ever heard, he thought this one was the best, and the others agreed enthusiastically. Sang Jun reflected on how amazing it was to meet such talented people, expressing his surprise and admiration. He wistfully thought that if he had been as talented as those kids, he probably would have been okay even if he had lost the ability, like he had now. He reflected that if he hadn't needed such ability in the first place, he wouldn't have caused trouble for his members, feeling a sense of regret. He asked if they were both trainees, to which they responded with a smile, saying they were just normal high schoolers. Doyoung was surprised, asking if they were really just normal high schoolers, especially considering how well they could sing. Sang Jun thought to himself, surprised by their talent, wondering how they could be so good even though they weren't trainees. Juihui asked if they had any thoughts on becoming a singer, mentioning that their agency was currently holding auditions. The high schooler both responded before politely thanking Juihui for the offer, but assured him they were okay and not interested. One of them mentioned that they had already been to an audition before, leaving Doyoung surprised. The high schoolers answered the question about whether they failed, stating that they passed but left in the middle. Doyoung expressed regret that they could have debuted soon due to their talent, while one of the high schoolers reassured him, saying they prefer their current situation. He reflected that entering a company was much different from what they had imagined. She mentioned that they couldn't even sing every song they wanted, and that the image the company wanted was very different from what they had done. They explained that they left the company shortly after entering, and while they sometimes regret it, they are now having a lot more fun. Sang Jun asked the other if he felt it was a bummer, and he asked for clarification. He explained that entering a good company was not really easy. He reflected that, even with talent, it's hard to get such opportunities, and said it's alright as long as the result is good, even if it wasn't what he originally wanted. The female schoolers mentioned that singing in a place like theirs didn't make them as popular as singers, as she questioned if that was really a bad thing. She mentioned that she had more fun compared to before, and enjoyed the freedom to sing any song she wanted. She reflected that even though only a few people listen to them, it feels rewarding if those people's day gets a little better and more special because of their performance. She expressed satisfaction with their ability to impact others, even in small ways, positively. She shared that they felt the happiest when they sang while looking at the sea. They asked if everyone else felt the same way as they did. They expressed that true happiness comes from doing the job one loves, no matter what others say. Sang-jun reflected on the job he loved and, upon thinking about it, wondered why he had wanted to become a singer. The singer was performing on stage, singing with passion and energy while interacting with the audience. He expressed his excitement, dedication, and dreams of reaching greater heights as he continued to enjoy the performance and the spotlight. Na Sang-woon, at 13 years old, was really impressed to see the show on TV and found it so cool. Sang-jun asked if something was cool, and the other enthusiastically confirmed, saying it was shining, implying it was impressive. Sang-woon admired someone performing on stage, noticing how the music and performance brought happiness to the crowd. Inspired by their energy, he expressed a desire to be like them and create that kind of impact. Sang-jun was surprised when he pointed to him, suggesting he could fill such a role, which only heightened their enthusiasm. Sang-woon enthusiastically discussed forming a duo called the Sang-sang Brothers, but another wasn't thrilled by the idea. But Sang-jun doubted becoming an idol due to a lack of singing and dancing skills, while the other encouraged him to practice and improve. Sang-woon encouraged his brother, believing he would make many people happy if he pursued his dream. He expressed that he was happiest when he was with Sang-jun. He smiled and agreed to do it together, and the other person excitedly confirmed the promise. Sang-jun made a promise, saying his brother couldn't betray him and give up first. Sang-won reminded him not to run away just because things get hard. 2 years later, Sang-woon called out to the other, addressing him. He asked him if he had waited long, and Sang-jun replied that he had only just arrived a few minutes before. Sang-woon reminded the other about the MX company's results, asking how it went, while the other seemed confused. Sang-jun reacted with surprise when he saw the rejection message from MX Entertainment, informing him that he had failed the audition but encouraging him to keep his eyes on MX for future opportunities. He mentioned that the results weren't out yet, while the other reassured him that he would definitely be accepted this time. He asked how the first dance class went, and Sang-woon replied that it was fun. Sang-woon excitedly shared that the trainer called him Ace, and the other responded in surprise. Sang-jun reflected on Sang-woon being called an ace and wondered if he would ever hear such a thing, even as a joke. He mentioned that Sang-woon passed the audition at once, while he himself was in the same place without having passed a single audition. He thought to himself that it was pathetic to even have such thoughts. Someone called out to them and awkwardly explained that he wasn't a strange person. The man introduced himself as someone who worked at YH Entertainment and mentioned that Sang-jun had stood out to him even from a distance. He asked Sang-jun if he wanted to be a celebrity and handed him a business card. Sang-woon was surprised and asked how the man knew about their audition, explaining that they had been auditioning right there. The employee asked if they could take an audition at his company, and Sang-jun hesitated, responding with uncertainty. Sang-jun expressed that he couldn't dance or sing while holding the business card. The employee reassured Sang-jun that it didn't matter if he couldn't dance or sing, explaining that the company existed to help people learn, as no one was naturally good at it from the start. He confidently reassured him, promising to be responsible for him and make him the best idol in the world. Sang-woon excitedly pointed out to his brother that it was a good opportunity, while he appeared more serious. Sang-jun confidently smiled and bowed, asking the man to take care of him. Right after, at night, Sang-jun was excitedly informed by his brother that he would be debuting. Sang-woon excitedly informed the other that their group name was Black Bean. Sang-jun expressed excitement about receiving the debut as a birthday gift, while his brother responded, saying he was buying a cake and would wait for him at home. Afterward, Sang-jun realized that his brother was finally debuting. He reflected that he had thought Sang-woon was just a kid, but he had achieved his dream before him. He reflected on his situation, contrasting his past struggles and scoldings, as he remembered moments from his journey and looked at his phone. He dismissed his doubts, reassuring himself that he could just work harder. He motivated himself to continue practicing. believing that if he kept working hard, an opportunity would eventually come his way. He smiled, thinking that it was his time to shine, and envisioned doing so alongside Sang-woon. But fate had something else in store because Sang-woon was unconscious in a hospital bed, connected to medical equipment. Sang-jun, looking distressed, repeatedly urged the unconscious brother in the hospital bed to wake up. He, visibly upset, tearfully reminded him that they had promised to perform on the same stage together. He, sitting by Sang-woon's side, tearfully urged him not to give up, reminding him how hard he had worked for this moment. He, holding Sang-woon's hand, solemnly vowed never to give up and promised to achieve his dream for him, despite the circumstances. He tearfully reminded him not to give up, recalling a moment where they had promised to never give up on each other. Whatever it was, from childhood to the hospital bed of Sang-woon, Sang-jun reflected it by standing beside the sea in the dead of night. He reflected on his desire to be the person who would make everyone happy, alongside Sang-woon. He, standing outside, resolved that even without natural talent, his dream would never change, and he would achieve it on his own. The next morning, in the choreography practice room, Sang-jun practiced, dancing with others while fully committed to improving and reaching his dream. He, while practicing, noticed Joo-hyui standing in the doorway. Joo-hyui realized that Sang-jun was in a slump. He reflected that all the hard work seemed to have been for nothing, while a group of people posed together in a dance studio. He praised everyone, while Sang-jun, exhausted, expressed feelings as if he were going to die. After opening a bottle of water, Do-young suggested resting for a while before continuing, and the others acknowledged it. Sang-jun said he would practice the routine one more time because he was worried about one part. His friends complained that they couldn't continue and said their legs couldn't move anymore. Sang-jun asked those who were resting to watch his performance for feedback, and they agreed. They agreed to show his part again, and the others silently waited as the music started playing. Sang-jun performed his dance routine confidently and energetically, showing smooth moves and strong control, leaving a powerful impression on the others watching. But Yi Hyun realized that something about him had noticeably changed after they watched him dance. Sang-jun wondered if he was truly incapable without the talent library, while nervously asking what had changed about him. They hesitated, then explained that, unlike before, Sang-jun now seemed to have his own distinct traits and personality. Do-young said it didn't look like he was just following the choreography anymore, but that he danced with his own unique technique. Sang-jun realized the others meant that his dancing now had his own distinct style, rather than just following the choreography. He assured Sang-jun that he had really improved a lot. Sang-jun realized that his improvement came from his own hard practice, proving that he could grow even without relying on the talent library. He eagerly asked to be watched one more time, determined to show his progress again. Right after practicing, Yu-chan felt like he was falling behind. Do-young meant that they shouldn't relax alone when the others were still working hard. But Yi Hyun was shocked when he was dragged back to join the practice again, even though he insisted that resting was also part of training. He asked the others to take care of them and support them. At night, they came out of their home exhausted after a long practice session. They trudged down the stairs together, clearly worn out. Yi Hyun ran off, embarrassed, yelling not to look for him, and his teammate shouted after him to wash up and sleep. Sang-jun washed up in the shower, letting the water run over him as he relaxed and unwound after an exhausting day. He stepped out of the bathroom, relieved, glad that he hadn't made many mistakes during practice today. He reminded himself that losing the talent library wasn't a reason to stop and resolved to practice even harder to keep up with his members' abilities. He suddenly noticed the Law of 10,000 Hours book was lying on his bed, and he was shocked because he was sure he had left it on the bookshelf. Confused but intrigued, he picked it up, wondering why it had appeared there. He noticed a strange glow from the book and then discovered that a mysterious mirror had suddenly appeared, leaving him shocked and confused. He discovered that the talent library had suddenly reappeared in front of him. Shocked and amazed, he realized it was truly back. He happily realized the talent library had returned and wondered what caused it to reappear. He wondered if his hard work had changed the heart of the talent library. He realized that the talent library only gave him a starting chance, and it was his own effort that truly allowed him to stand on stage. He decided he would no longer depend on talent library now. The next day, Do-young was excited when he heard that they filmed behind-the-scenes footage for the first-place winner. Yu-chan heard that the first-place winner would receive rewards, so they encouraged each other to do their best among the many talented idols. Yi Hyun said that Orbit was also participating and insisted they could never lose to them. At that time, the staff member appeared and called the group together. and they all agreed to head to the waiting room as top boys. Meanwhile, the contestants waited in the designated room, preparing for the next stage of the competition. The top boys were amazed by the crowd and remarked that there seemed to be many contestants present. Sang-jun unexpectedly met the same person, Taehyun, again in the waiting room, and they both acknowledged the coincidence. The group politely greeted senior Taehyun, saying they were honored to meet him after hearing so much about him, and he responded with a simple hello. Yi Hyun realized that the man standing with them was the senior he had heard about before. He misunderstood the situation and revealed that Sang-jun and Taehyun were lovers, prompting them to deny it in embarrassment. Sang-jun said Taehyun was just an older guy he had gotten close to because of drinking, basically an alcoholic old guy. But Taehyun angrily denied being called an alcoholic old guy. Sang-jun awkwardly explained himself by saying he was only telling the truth, leaving everyone confused about why he introduced his senior that way. But Hee-kang clicked his tongue in irritation as he looked back at them. Nevertheless, they began the top boys' interview, and the members were told they could answer the first question comfortably. They were asked about the many idols in the contest and whether they saw any group as their rival. But Sang-jun confidently named Dream Street as the rival group they're most aware of in the contest. He thought the interviewer tried to use the bad relationship between Orbit and Top Boys for ratings and reminded himself to be careful. He realized that the director had a good reputation, but it was still better to be careful. He mentioned that everyone knew he was close to Taehyun and said he had made a bet with him where the loser bought meat for the winner. They anticipated a fierce competition as Sang-jun declared they would make sure to eat the meat. The host moved on to the next question and asked which song the participant would perform. But Sang-jun kept the information hidden and asked everyone to watch the live broadcast to discover it. Yi Hyun observed the situation thoughtfully and wondered if Sang-jun understood how the program worked because he seemed smart. He thought that while Doyoung seemed good at entertainment shows, Sang-jun was the one who guided the members whenever they became flustered. The director quietly instructed his colleague to tell the host to ask that question. He wondered how Sang-jun would respond to the situation. The host revealed that Orbit had chosen Top Boys as their rival and asked the group what they thought about it. Sang-jun realized the claim was false since they were the first to do an interview and wondered if the staff planned to edit it separately. He was asked whether Orbit was also Top Boys' rival, and he immediately shouted no. He explained that they had no rivals and said their only goal was to win the Korean beef. They were all confused by his answer and repeated in surprise that he meant Korean beef. Sang-jun explained that they heard the first place in Idol producer would receive Korean beef as a reward. The host asked if Sang-jun would be eating Korean beef after defeating Dream Street and winning the show. Sang-jun responded that he didn't think Taehyun would buy the Korean beef, but he was looking forward to it nonetheless. The host thanked them for their hard work, and they expressed their gratitude in return. The staff member thought for a moment and then smiled, realizing that it was quite fun. After the interview, they expressed relief, saying they thought they were going to die from nervousness. They discussed how an earlier situation felt very nerve-wracking and expressed relief, mentioning that they barely managed to get through it thanks to Sang-jun. But Sang-jun reflected on how thrilling the last question aimed at Orbit was and wondered what would have happened if they had said they wanted to win without realizing it. He felt nervous as a group of 5 individuals from Orvis confidently walked toward them. They exchanged glances, followed by a moment of silence as they looked at each other. Sang-jun thought that Hee-kang looked like they were about to say that they were their rival. The crowd cheered enthusiastically, eagerly anticipating the dream stages to be performed by the rookie idols, while fans shouted good luck to Orbit and Hee-kang. They excitedly cheered, suggesting they eat Korean beef and calling to Top Boys, while the judges were observed sitting together at the table. Idol Kim Bom was introduced as a popular celebrity and solo singer, Kang I-hyun, who had been receiving love for 20 years. CEO Seo Jung H1 was introduced from SG Entertainment. They explained that the ranking would be determined by 20% from the judges, 30% from the on-site audiences, and 50% from the text votes, encouraging everyone to stay tuned until the end. The announcer revealed that it was finally time for the long-awaited first performance, and the crowd cheered as Orbit's performance was about to begin. Hee-kang, with a determined expression, prepared to demonstrate the song, Take My Life. When the host was announcing, Hee-kang sensed the floor tremble because Orbit's group walked confidently, and one stumbled as he was about to hit the ground, drawing attention from the group. A surprised reaction was seen from Hee-kang as he was about to fall down, while the judges looked on in concern. Meanwhile, the Top Boys watched the performance on a screen. Sang-jun questioned what was going on, showing confusion. He commented that it looked messy, as if something didn't fit. The fans cheered and held a sign supporting Hikang Appa, with some faces obscured in the crowd. Seo Jung Hwan wrote the marks, then commented that the group was just noisy, showing a frustrated expression. After performing with heavy breaths, Orbit received gratitude from the judges for their performance. Seo Jung Hwan gave Orbit 37 points, causing confusion and surprise among Hikang, who wondered if it was out of 100. The top boys expressed their surprise and confusion, questioning if it was really only 37 points. Kim Bom stated that she would give Orbit 62 points. Kang I-hyun said he would give Orbit 56 points. Seo Jung Hwan expressed that while the performance was fancy, the music and the performance didn't mesh well, and they didn't really like it, feeling it was excessive and distracting. He mentioned they would look forward to Orbit's next stage with improvements, leaving Hikang frustrated. The Orbit group expressed their determination to work harder from now on, bowing in gratitude and readiness for future improvement. But top boys expressed that the experience was terrifying and straightforward, reacting to the direct feedback they received. Yu Chan nervously wondered what would happen if they were criticized in the same way. The staff member called for top boys to come up to the stage, and they responded with an acknowledgement, ready to proceed. As they approached the stage, Sang Jun reassured the group, saying they should just do as they practiced and not get nervous. The fans cheered loudly, wishing good luck to top boys and expressing their love for them. The announcer introduced the second performance, announcing Top Boys Stage, while the judge seemed to be contemplating. Seo Jung Hwan reviewed a document about a rookie group from Jay's Entertainment, noting that Top Boys were the most popular among debuting rookies, but wondered if their skill matched their popularity. At that time, the performance began as they sang in a peaceful setting, standing together, surrounded by musical notes and falling leaves. Doyoung smiled, remembering the clear moment when it touched the land, reflecting on the memory. He reflected on a moment that felt like eternity, standing alongside another person in a peaceful, autumn setting. Sang Jun recalled his past when Doyoung asked about the words, to which he responded, suggesting he think of each word as a fallen leaf. He explained that the main point was to capture the momentary emotion of leaves as they fall. Now, Sang Jun acknowledged that Doyoung had remembered what he had said. The judges reacted with surprise and emotion, expressing how touching the moment was. After Yuchun and Yi Hyun's duet part, Sang Jun eagerly prepared for his turn to perform. He remembered the book, titled Voice Bestowed by God, which described a talent perfect for singing sad songs. He sang, asking why someone let go of their hand and recalling the promise that winter wouldn't come. A group of fans watched the performance, holding light sticks and showing amazed expressions. Seo Jung Hwan expressed surprise, noting that although he had seen many skilled singers, the rookies who debuted less than a year ago were giving him a thrilling experience. The Orbit group watched a video of themselves on the screen, with one member looking concerned and silent. Sunwoo and Sang Jun sang, asking if the other could catch him again so that he wouldn't fall, and so that winter wouldn't feel so far away. He ended the song line, asking if the other could catch him again. Afterward, the ranking shows that Top Boys secured first place, Dream Street came second, and We Are Young placed third. The Top Boys celebrated their first place victory, excitedly shouting Korean beef as they celebrated their success. Yi Hyun excitedly asked if they could eat Korean beef if they kept going like this, and suggested asking Senior Taehyun to buy them pork meat, with the other agreeing enthusiastically. Sang Jun felt relieved and seemed happy after their victory. As he was about to open the door, he mentioned that he was glad everything had gone successfully. He was startled when Hikang called out to him, who responded with confusion. Hikang then invited him to talk, suggesting they had something to discuss. In a choreography practice room, the top boys ended their rehearsal. They looked exhausted because they constantly attended their show without any relief. They were praised for their work, and they decided to take a break before continuing, with Yu Chan expressing tiredness. Sang Jun noticed something strange as he checked his phone while walking with the group. He then saw that he had missed a call from Hikang, which made him look worried. In a coffee shop, Hikang sat alone, looking at his phone with a serious expression. He seemed to be waiting for Sang Jun. He expressed frustration that the person he had told to meet to discuss was late. At the same time, Sang Jun approached the coffee shop and saw the situation, remarking that he was surprised to be asked for help. The scene recapitulated the day the group Top Boys won first place on Idol Producer. Backstage, Hikang sought him out. Hikang asked how his performance had been, catching Sang Jun completely off guard. He admitted that he first thought Sang Jun wanted him to mess up because he hated him, but then realized that wasn't true. He Kang told him that he had assumed Sang Jun disliked the song, asking if he was right. But Sang Jun, confused by his comments, asked him what he was actually trying to say. He Kang revealed to Sang Jun that Take My Life was actually the song he himself had composed. He revealed that the song was his own composition and pressed Sang Jun to tell him what was wrong with it. Sang Jun was shocked to learn that the song Take My Life was actually composed by He Kang, who was now asking him what was wrong with it. He realized that He Kang had made a mistake during the performance, which made the overall stage look messy. He admitted that although there had been mistakes and the performance looked messy, the sound itself was surprisingly professional. Sang Jun told He Kang that the real problem was that he had been too greedy in the performance. But He Kang was confused and questioned the comment. Sang Jun explained that He Kang's strong desire to win made him pack the performance with a powerful intro and a solid hook, which led to the overall problem. He emphasized that the most important part of making a song is knowing when to throw unnecessary parts away. Sang Jun's blunt advice to throw it away shocked He Kang, leaving him speechless. He explained that while He Kang tried to pour everything he knew into the song, the real skill was learning to throw unnecessary ideas away one by one. He realized that He Kang had overloaded his song with too many ideas and needed to strip them away until only the main theme remained. He Kang echoed his advice in confusion, asking if he should focus only on the song's main theme. Sang Jun hurried to leave for Dream Street's upcoming performance, prompting him to call out for him to wait. Sang Jun headed inside for the next performance but told He Kang to contact him if he had more questions, leaving He Kang startled. He Kang was shocked when he realized that he had been told to contact the other person. Now, in the coffee shop, Sang Jun didn't expect He Kang to actually contact him, even though he had told him to do so. He Kang nervously brought the item he had been asked for. He gave Sang Jun the musical score of the new song they were going to perform in the contest. He shared the sample of their new contest song, and Sang Jun agreed to listen to it. Sang Jun reflected that since He Kang had even contacted him, he should take the situation seriously. They sat together reviewing a document with focused attention. Sang Jun remembered how the two of them practiced together in the past. They trained side by side just like they used to before. Sang Jun reminisced about the past, wondering if they could go back to the time when they practiced together. During the second competition of Idol Producer, the announcer called the next team to the stage. The group watched as the Orbit team walked toward the stage for their performance. They heard that the next team, Orbit, was to take the stage. Yi Hyun casually asked if nothing had happened with He Kang back then, while the other responded with a questioning expression. He commented that it seemed like He Kang and the other person were talking outside the waiting room, which caused Sang Jun to respond with surprise. As the Orbit members left, Sang Jun glanced over at He Kang, seemingly aware of their presence. Sang Jun confidently responded with a smile, affirming that nothing had happened. He Kang remembered his past when Sang Jun addressed him, asking him how long he planned to remain stuck in his current situation. He scolded He Kang, telling him that while he might be content living in the past, nothing would ever change that way. As he was about to leave, he firmly told He Kang to leave the past behind and move forward. Anyway, now, the announcer introduced the next group, Orbit, and the audience applauded as they took the stage. He Kang admitted that he didn't want to acknowledge it, but he realized that Sang Jun was right about him being stuck in the past and being envious of others. He Kang made a firm decision to change and move forward, no longer remaining stuck in the past. The excited fans cheered loudly, wishing Orbit good luck as they prepared for their performance. The judges observed quietly as they watched the performance. Seo Jung Hwan reviewed the details of Orbit's performance, noting that their first round performance had been lacking. He wondered if Orbit would show any improvements in their upcoming performance. As Fog appeared on stage, the audience was surprised, wondering what Orbit was planning during the performance. Orbit began their performance surrounded by fog, with He Kang singing about wanting to rest when things get hard. During their performance, He Kang expressed a longing to escape and find solace by hiding in the fog. The judges observed that Orbit's performance now had a similar vibe to their debut song, which had fog as its main theme, and compared it to the feelings evoked by First Love. They noted that Orbit was performing their best song, showing great skill and confidence on stage. Their performance impressed the top boys as they watched, with the group reacting with awe. After watching Orbit's impressive performance, Sunwoo realized they needed to step up and get nervous as well for their turn. When Sang Jun first heard He Kang's song, it was almost 70% complete, showing significant progress. Sang Jun mentioned that the only help they provided to He Kang was pointing out the technical elements he had missed in the song. He noted that the effort to make up for the mistakes from the previous performance was clearly visible in their current performance. He reflected on Hikang, who had always tried to bring them down. He remarked that Hikang no longer seemed like the trainee from Class B of YH Entertainment, highlighting his growth and progress. He smiled and reflected that, just like Hikang, he was no longer the same Na Sangjun from the past, marking his own growth. His members were surprised when Na Sangjun smiled and laughed, genuinely appreciating the song. During the performance, Hikang felt the energy and expressed a desire to find comfort and take a break when feeling afraid. They expressed a longing to find solace and support by leaning into the fog. As the performance continued, Hikang reflected on the importance of teamwork and recognized how the group's collaboration was key to their success. He expressed seeing the audience's reactions. Finally, he acknowledged that they had changed, growing beyond their past selves, as they ended their performance in an energetic way. The audience cheered loudly for Orbit, holding up signs supporting their favorite group. The judges clapped, impressed by Orbit's performance, showing their approval. Seo Jung Hwan was impressed by Orbit's performance, stating that it was surprising and far superior to their last performance. He observed that it seemed like Hikang had let go of many burdens. Hikang confirmed that he had indeed let go of his burdens, explaining that he practiced sloppy techniques and greed, letting go one by one. Hikang revealed that, in addition to letting go of his burdens, he had also let go of the version of himself from the past, marking a significant personal change. After all the groups had finished their performances, the results were announced after a brief wait, with everyone eagerly anticipating the outcome. Orbit, who showcased significant improvements in their second-round performance, claimed first place. Top Boys secured second place, while Dream Street claimed third place in the competition. As the groups celebrated their rankings, Na Sangjun observed the Orbit group, watching them laugh and interact while feeling detached from the moment. Hikang smiled to himself, but when he noticed Na Sangjun walking by, he gave a curious look, as if wondering about his reaction. Sangjun offered congratulations to him for achieving first place. But he warned that the Top Boys team intended to reclaim first place in the next round and told Hikang to be prepared. Hikang smirked, then shook hands while saying he wasn't sure about their claim, but encouraged them to try hard. With determination, he confidently stated that Orbit would place first in the next round. The third round of the Idol Producer competition began as the judges watched the stage. A host announced that, with Top Boys and Orbit each having placed first once, another passionate group was ready to perform. He introduced the first performance of the day and welcomed the group Dream Street onto the stage. A moment later, Dream Street ended the performance as the audience lit up the arena. The program's viewership kept rising, and a new record was broken in the third round. Taehyun, shocked by the previous two rounds, delivered an unexpected performance that completely changed the contest's atmosphere. The judges looked pleased as they watched the performance. Dream Street captivated the audience with their unique charm and ultimately took first place in the third round, making the competition's outcome even more unpredictable. Sangjun received repeated Taehyun's messages on his phone asking what he was doing, whether he was practicing, and what his group's theme was, but he did not reply. Sangjun looked concerned while he mentioned that Taehyun kept asking whether they had chosen the song. Yu-chan explained that since Top Boys, Orbit, and Dream Street had each taken first place once, the fourth round became their chance to win. Sunwoo asked which song they should perform next. They silently gathered and thought hard together about their next song choice. Sangjun thought that, although they had been competing with newly composed songs and only a week remained before the next contest, they needed something different instead of using an existing song. He realized that if they needed something different, then there was only one option. They approached SEO Erin, who was shocked when she heard that they wanted to perform her group's song Fly for the fourth round. She asked in disbelief if they were serious and not joking about performing the song. Sangjun happily offered to let her hear the sample of the arrangement he had made, and she agreed excitedly. Erin put in her earphones and started listening to the sample of the rearranged song Fly. She listened to the sample and reacted with astonished excitement. She realized the rearrangement included the Night Sea melody in the middle, and was impressed that it had been adjusted so naturally. She had expected it to be better than the original song, but she never imagined it would turn out this amazing. She expressed joy that she liked it, and then cheerfully asked what she could help with. Doyoung asked her to explain the charm of Fly, saying that as a boy group, they needed to focus on that vibe to perform it well. Erin told the group that performing Fly only required them to focus on being refreshed. She asked Sangjun what he thought about doing a refreshing concept, and he paused to consider it. Sang Jun drank a can of cola and struck a refreshing surfing pose that instantly impressed everyone. Aaron explained that while his pose fit a normal, refreshing concept, Fly had required a different kind of freshness. She screamed excitedly as she became overwhelmed with joy. Yu Chan mentioned that it had startled him, and she then asked the boys for their thoughts, saying it was actually very easy. Yu Chan tried the demonstration himself and unexpectedly let out a dramatic scream. He asked how he did, but Aaron simply said it was scary. Aaron realized their approach was wrong and started a proper lesson on the refreshing concept. Now, they vowed to practice hard together because very little time was left before the fourth round. They practiced day and night to prepare for the upcoming round. They sometimes felt confused because they were not used to performing that kind of song or dance. They continued practicing the choreography with full focus as they grew more comfortable and confident with the routine. Right after, as they trained for the fourth round, Aaron silently watched them, feeling thoughtful and a bit concerned. Her guidance helped the members adjust to the routine perfectly. The fourth round finally arrived, and the venue filled with excited spectators as the event began. Dream Street's group excitedly discussed how the audience reacted even better than before and wondered if they would take first place again. Taehyun was caught off guard when he saw the top boys group and was suddenly addressed by Sang Jun, who complimented him on his cool performance, to which Taehyun confidently responded with a smug smile. Taehyun expressed his excitement, saying he was looking forward to seeing his group's performance as well. Sang Jun confidently replied, telling him to look forward to their group's performance. They approached the lobby, where Taehyun thanked everyone for their hard work. After their performance, Taehyun remarked how tiring it was and asked if top boys had started performing, to which his friend confirmed they had just begun. They suggested they watch top boys' performance of Fly, but Taehyun seemed puzzled by the choice of song. He looked puzzled while drinking, and the can he was holding seemed to slip from his hand to see the top boys' fourth round performance. They saw on television where the rival group sang the Fly song, expressing their confident observation of another person hiding or crouching in the dark. Sang Jun reassured them not to be afraid, as their hidden potential is shining, and his side supports them. They encouraged them to reveal their true self and show the potential they've been hiding. But two judges appeared slightly concerned as they watched the performance. Sang Jun encouraged taking a deep breath and preparing confidently for the next step. They expressed excitement and optimism, declaring that once they spread their wings, they would soar and fly. The top boys' performance scored 95, and the judges noted that it was completed with Aaron's help. In the end, they were able to win the fourth round, celebrating their victory together. The scene shifted to the waiting area for the final and fifth round of Idol Producer, where Lee Taehyun was called out. Sang Jun reminded Taehyun of his promise to buy them meat if they won, and he jokingly told him to just prepare his wallet. But Hee Kang interrupted, claiming that both of them were wrong and that Orbit would win anyway. They got into an argument, but a person from the rehearsal reminded them that they needed to focus on the practice. The announcer called top boys to the stage, and they eagerly responded, asking the staff to take care of them. The staff member advised top boys to warm up before starting and assured them they would begin when they were ready. The top boys expressed their thanks as they walked towards the stage, ready to perform. Doyoung remarked that the stage composition exceeded their expectations, and the other agreed they just needed to focus on checking the movements. Sang Jun emphasized that in this performance, the movements were the most important aspect to focus on. Doyoung was assigned to sing the first verse, standing at the center of the stage to bring emotion to the performance. As Yihyun's part began, the lift descended the stairs. When Yihyun sang the first verse, the members would descend the stairs, and by the second verse, everyone would gather in the center of the stage. Sang Jun realized they could only know the movements after trying them themselves. The lights came on, and the judges announced that they would begin. Music started playing and the performers began singing. Yi Hyun tightened his grip on the mic, sang about the time they spent together, and then took a step forward. He smiled as he sang the line, wondering if it was really the end. Sang Jun noticed the boy struggling because the stairs were high and the lighting was too dark. He wondered whether it would be better to discuss the issue later. He realized the situation could become dangerous. Yi Hyun kept singing, but as he moved down the steps, his foot slipped. He stumbled down the stairs in panic, shouting as he lost his balance. Sang Jun screamed his name in fear as he saw him falling. At that moment, seeing Yihyun fall made all the memories from that time rush back to him. He remembered the moment when, after saying goodbye, a taxi suddenly struck his brother. Sang Jun's eyes widened in shock as he remembered the accident, wishing they had never agreed to meet that day. He rushed forward, determined not to experience the same pain all over again. He leapt forward, trying desperately to catch Yi-hyun as he fell. Do-young was shocked as he watched the fall unfold. His friends reacted with alarm and confusion. Two viewers stared ahead in disbelief, unable to process what had just happened. Fortunately, Yi-hyun was saved by Sang-jun, who was injured on the floor after the fall, and his friends screamed their names in panic. Yi-hyun groaned in pain, clutching his back, and then looked up in confusion. He looked in panic as Sang-jun suddenly collapsed and lay injured on the floor. As Sang-jun collapsed to the floor, his friends rushed toward him in panic, shouting for help and scrambling to call an ambulance. They tried desperately to wake Sang-jun, who lay unconscious and unresponsive on the floor. An ambulance arrived at a crowded building where people had gathered after the emergency. A crowd had gathered behind the barricades as security staff moved quickly to manage the situation. The onlookers noticed an ambulance arrive and anxiously wondered what was happening. A rescue team arrived and asked everyone to move aside as they rushed up the stairs to respond to the emergency. They desperately tried to wake Sang-jun as he lay unconscious on the floor, calling his name in panic. In a dream, Sang-jun suddenly awoke and was called out by his younger brother. He woke up dizzy in a different place, confused about what had just happened. He was confused in an unfamiliar place, holding his aching head as he wondered where he was. He was suddenly jolted awake when his brother yelled for him to get up because the show was about to start. Sang-woon excitedly told his Hyung about the rookie group that had just debuted and urged him to watch their performance. He recognized Sang-woon in surprise while Sang-woon simply laughed cheerfully. Sang-woon excitedly explained that the rookie group, known for both singing and dancing, was becoming very popular. Sang-jun was urged to watch the newly debuted idol group as his brother excitedly insisted he would end up liking them too. Sang-jun wondered what was happening as Sang-woon was happily humming along to the rookie group's performance on TV. But Sang-jun sat in silence, looking confused and unsure, then suddenly reacted in surprise. He remarked that the choreography looked familiar, as if he had seen it many times before. Sang-woon excitedly extended his hand to his Hyung, inviting him to dance, while his Hyung looked at him in surprise, unsure of what was happening. Sang-woon demonstrated the dance moves, showing his elder brother how to do them, while encouraging him to follow along. Sang-jun asked if he was dancing correctly, and he smiled, reassuring him that he was doing it right. They continued to dance together, following the steps with enthusiasm and matching each other's moves perfectly. They stood together, enjoying the dazzling display of lights as they danced, sharing a moment of awe before their eyes met, and they seemed to feel something more. Sang-woon excitedly held his Hyung's hand, imagining a future where they would perform on a real stage together. Sang-jun looked confused as he asked him what he was talking about, unsure of the excitement. Sang-woon smiled brightly, reminding his Hyung of their promise and urging him to step onto the stage with him. Sang-jun hesitated, surprised by the sudden suggestion, and asked if they should really go on stage right now. Sang-woon suddenly pulled away, walking off without a word, leaving Sang-jun shocked and calling out his name in confusion. Emergency workers surrounded a crowd, attending to Sang-jun, who had collapsed, while onlookers gathered nearby, watching the scene unfold. Yi-hyun cried, blaming himself for what happened. The emergency workers carefully transported Sang-jun on a stretcher, their faces reflecting the gravity of the situation. As Sang-jun regained consciousness, he called for Sang-woon, asked about his sudden departure, while an emergency worker noticed and was shocked. Lying on the stretcher, Sang-jun called out for Sang-woon weakly, still disoriented and confused. They saw him and rushed over in concern, calling out to Sang-jun to see if he was okay. Sang-jun's friends rushed to his side, worried and asking if he was okay, while urging him not to push himself. Feeling guilty, Yi-hyun apologized, blaming himself for what happened. Sunwoo stepped in and scolded Sang-jun in panic, asking if he was crazy for jumping like that and putting himself in danger. Yi-hyun explained that Sang-jun had only been trying to save him, mentioning that the jump had been a dangerous 2-meter-high fall. Sunwoo anxiously questioned what could have happened if something worse had occurred during the dangerous situation. Sang-jun reflected on the dangerous situation, realizing he could have been seriously hurt, but he seemed to accept it with deep thought. Looking toward the stairs, Sang-jun apologized, explaining that he had been reminded of Sang-woon, but their expression filled with concern and confusion. Sunwoo urged him to go to the hospital first and get checked out, expressing concern for his well-being. Concerned about their upcoming schedule, Sang-jun asked about the rehearsal, but Yu-chan seemed confused by the question. He reacted in disbelief, questioning how they could be talking about rehearsal when the situation was so serious. Yu Chan explained that they had already spoken to the producer and manager, and the performance was being cancelled, urging everyone to go to the hospital first to treat Sang Jun. Despite the urgency to go to the hospital, Sang Jun refused, insisting that they must perform this time. He realized that they worked hard for the performance, expressing their determination, saying that nothing would stop them from going through with it. Seeing Sang Jun's determination, Sun Woo sighed but agreed to let him perform, making it clear they would stop if it became too difficult for him. Sang Jun smiled brightly, agreeing with determination, ready to go through with the performance. The group walked confidently toward the stage, preparing to perform. As the group prepared to perform, two staff members nervously wondered if it was really okay for them to continue given the circumstances. Now, finally, Doyoung stepped into the spotlight on stage and began singing with calm determination. Sang Jun steeled himself to face the moment by reminding himself that Sang Woon had endured something far more difficult. He vowed that when Sang Woon woke up someday, he would make sure to become what they had once dreamed of together. The crowd had gathered outside a building. When a phone had rung, a message had spread about Sang Jun from top boys getting injured during rehearsal. As the news had spread, one person in the crowd had been shocked, staring at their phone in disbelief. The situation had caused concern among the fans, as they had realized he might not be able to perform that day. One person reassured her that the injury couldn't be serious since the performance hadn't been cancelled, and she agreed. They nervously hoped that Sang Jun was okay. The crowd erupted in excitement as the long-awaited final performance of Idol Producer began. They cheered as all the groups performed one after another, noting how top boys had consistently shown improvement in their performances. The host expressed excitement about the performances of the day, eagerly anticipating the thrilling moments they would bring once again. The CEO was informed that all the members of Top Boys had decided to perform together, which surprised him, and he asked if it was truly all of them. The staff confirmed that there had been no issues during later rehearsals and emphasized that, more than anything, Sang Jun had a strong will to perform. The CEO, though still slightly concerned, reluctantly acknowledged the situation and agreed to move forward. He, still uncertain, asked with a hint of worry if everything would be all right, seeking reassurance from the others. With a nervous expression, he decided they had no choice but to trust Sang Jun now and observe how things would unfold. Inside the top boy's room, Juihui, seemingly overwhelmed, declared that he was about to go crazy. Juihui scolded Sang Jun, expressing concern over his well-being, but he reassured him that he was fine, causing some light-hearted teasing between them. He carefully wrapped a bandage around Sang Jun's injury, reminding him to keep it in mind as they moved forward. Juihui advised him to signal if he felt even the slightest bit unwell, stressing that he should do so even during the performance. Sang Jun smiled and cheerfully agreed, assuring him that he would follow their advice. As the rival group gathered, Taehyun glanced at the top boys group with a serious expression, then confronted Sang Jun. Taehyun, concerned, asked him if he was okay after hearing about a fall from the set, to which he confidently replied that he was totally fine. With excitement, Sang Jun cheerfully announced that it was finally the last round, jokingly asking Taehyun if he would be okay with all the food they would be eating. With a confident smile, Taehyun confidently encouraged them to perform with style and confidence, saying they should perform coolly today. The announcer excitedly introduced the 5 stars who would continue the performance, urging the audience to applaud and welcome them as the excitement built. He declared that top boys would continue the performance. The audience watched in anticipation as one fan felt relieved that top boys never give up. Doyoung stood in the spotlight, singing a nostalgic line about the times they had spent together. As the performance continued, he expressed a desire to make sure their efforts and time together were not wasted. He encouraged someone to stop feeling sad and smile, finding comfort in the moment. But he expressed a sense of doubt and longing, questioning if this is truly the end. He spoke of wishing to rewind time and meet again, longing for a future reunion. The audience erupted in excitement as 2 fans joyfully shouted Sang Jun in support. Sang Jun conveyed a longing to share something meaningful with someone in the future. He reflected a person looking at someone who had been filled with hopes and dreams, free from regret. The guy sat beside Sang Woon, telling him, despite his brother being badly injured during rehearsal, Sang Jun still stood on stage, determined to perform. With a smile, he admired Sang Woon, saying they were amazing, especially when he thought of Sang Jun and his determination. As he looked at Sang Woon, lying unconscious, he felt a sense of hope, believing that he would wake up soon. Finally, the top boys' final performance had concluded successfully and without any issues. the members of Top Boys were announced as the final winners of Idol Producer, celebrating their victory with excitement and smiles. The media focused heavily on Top Boys, highlighting their victory as the final winners of Idol Producer, and their successful performance despite the accident during rehearsal. The public was equally enthusiastic about Top Boys, with fans cheering and holding up signs in support of their victory. They joyfully celebrated their victory, proudly holding up a box of premium Korean beef, symbolizing their achievement. Excitedly, they celebrated their success by planning to attend a meet party, eagerly anticipating the fun ahead. Sang-jun, smiling with gratitude, acknowledged Sang-woon's contribution, saying they were able to win this time because of him. On the other hand, Sang-woon lay peacefully in a hospital bed. But at the time, fortunately, his hand was slightly moving, offering a glimmer of hope.